All right. Ooh, almost hit the wrong thing. All right, that's enough. We don't need all that now, do we? All right, welcome to What Are the Odds with Barnes and Baris. Let me get rid of this. You got a little static, Robert. You got a little like going on. I didn't hear it before when we were just talking about it, but I hear it now. All right, let's get into this, man. Oh, I got to move my camera a little bit, which I'm going to do in a hot second. Can you fix that at all? It sounds like you're in a shower.
That may be it's whatever the holiday in.
Oh, it's the holiday thing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It is what it
I
is,
think
guys.
that's their. They have one of those, like per room heater air conditioner.
There's nothing you can do about that, guys. There's nothing you can do about that. All right, it is 6:02. I'm gonna let you give your opening statement here before I go and fix this camera because I'm on a little bit of an angle. Obviously, we got the big one here is Kentucky 4. The most expensive primary in history. We'll go over what we see a little bit for the early vote and also what our polling showed, which was remarkable after we did the live show, guys, and I did the live update to the poll. It actually, I mean, people who were watching saw it going back and forth. Like it is the definition of a statistical tie using the turnout model that we used. It's unbelievably close. I haven't polled a race that did that in a long time. Maybe like, I don't know. I don't know, Robert. I was telling Matt Gates, like, I really don't know. And then there's Alabama, Pennsylvania, Georgia. Listen, Republicans are getting smoked in primary turnout in Pennsylvania in some of the Republican districts that I always watch. I mean, those township precincts that I always watch like a hawk. They're getting crushed, Robert, crushed. So let me go ahead and turn it over to you while I fix the camera and give everybody what, you're opening here.
Sure. So to you, tonight's the big race. The Kentucky 4th Congressional District has national and international ramifications. And we'll also be talking about what's happening turnout-wise and any other interesting primary developments from Pennsylvania and Georgia and the other states that have primaries tonight. But the big one that everyone is watching literally around the world in Israel's leading publication had it as their top cover story, the big race for the future of Israel being decided in northern Kentucky. So this race is a seven-term incumbent, Thomas Massie, came in with the Tea Party, a libertarian-leaning, populist-inclined member of Congress from Lewis County, Kentucky, part of where they say Appalachia rather than Appalachia. Yep. The historical anti-war and very independent-minded region of the country going back literally centuries. So the Massey won. He's been challenged sporadically by primary opponents because he's been the only member of Congress who has refused to take a penny, nickel, dime, or dollar from the AIPAC lobby on behalf of the Israel. He believes in the old school America First style politics, led the Epstein Files Transparency Act, the most popular legislation passed in this term of Congress, opposed the Iran war and supported the War Powers Resolution Act to assert congressional control over the declaration of war, the leading advocate for political freedom, food freedom, medical freedom, and financial freedom. So he has a lot of support from the crypto community, a lot of support from the Second Amendment community, a lot of support from the pro-life community, a lot of support from the First Amendment community, a lot of support from the Fourth Amendment community. If you have any political constituency that's constitutionally oriented, they are aligned with Thomas Massie. However, what he is facing, no candidate for Congress in a primary has ever faced in American political history. He is facing, on average, $200 of negative ads per voter in this district.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, that's approximately 100 times more than what has been spent against Trump in Trump's entire decade-long political career. So it is unparalleled and unprecedented. It is the equivalent of $15 billion of negative advertising being dumped on your head if you're running in a presidential primary on a nationwide basis. He also has Fox News has completely blacklisted him while giving favorable special coverage to his opponent on the eve of the election. So he's got the most important media network.
Fox News for you, bro.
Exactly, in the conservative hierarchy, also aligned against him in ways they have never been in a prior congressional primary in GOP history. And then last but definitely not least, he has the president of the United States leveraging all the power of the White House, his Truth Social platform, and his broad media following on the right aligned against him. Trump has spent more personal and political capital against Thomas Massie than any other member of Congress, period, Republican or Democrat. So that is what Massie faces tonight. The consequences of this election are, can an electorate look past all the money, look past all the influence, and choose to pick someone based on principle rather than party or personality? That's the first storyline coming out of this election. The second storyline coming out of this election is the DC donor-driven model of campaigning broken? Because this was the DC donor-driven model on steroids. $30 million plus dumped in against Thomas Massie by huge donors, mostly Wall Street donors tied to Israel. Some of them citizens of Israel, like Miriam Edelson. They rely on what you might call an air war campaign. Everything's about TV ads, radio ads, mass mailers, text being flooded on people's phones. It ignores grassroots. It ignores everyday organizations. It ignores going out and knocking on doors. It ignores putting signs in people's yards. It ignores door-to-door campaigning or community-based campaigning. Indeed, candidate Ed Galbraith, the candidate against Thomas Massie, and it's only two candidates in the race of any consequence, has run a Joe Biden basement campaign. He has refused to appear at any debate. He has refused to appear at most public gatherings in which both candidates have been invited. He has refused to go door to door. He has rarely been seen out in public, and when he's asked questions he doesn't like, he quite literally runs away. So this is the ultimate test. Can a Kentucky electorate in a closed primary? Now, second, let's look at the electorate. That's the broader nationwide consequences and international consequences. With the chances we escalate in Iran and the Iran war go further and deeper, in part depends on what happens tonight. If Massie wins, the probabilities go down of a further escalation of the conflict. If Massie loses, the odds go up of a further escalation. That's why the Israel lobby and the entire nation of Israel is watching the race tonight. But now let's look at the race. The race is a closed primary. Only those voters who are registered to vote April 20th or before, about a month before Election Day before, can vote. Independents cannot vote. Democratic voters cannot cross over and vote. The people who wanted to register to vote within the last month cannot vote. So that makes it a very much more partisan-driven election. Secondly, in Kentucky, the statewide gubernatorial elections are held at a different cycle, an off-year cycle, than the federal election cycle. What that means is that historically, turnout in Kentucky primaries has been very low. Third, the Kentucky primary electorate has rarely faced contested primaries for federal office. So the last contested Senate campaign, Mitch McConnell's from Kentucky, his last Senate contested primary was in the 1980s. And Rand Paul is the other senator from Kentucky who is backing Thomas Massie in this race. McConnell's people are aligned against Massie. But Paul was elected, I think, back in 2010. So you have and in Massie's own district, they've run slightly competitive races, but not really since he first won over a decade ago. What that means is you don't have a good baseline for knowing who normally turns out as very few voters. Usually it's 20% or less of even the primary electorate vote. The 20% statewide would be more like a 26, 27% primary vote. However, when there's been any kind of contested election at any level, even if it's a low simmer one, the turnout in this district has been over 30% amongst registered Republicans. There are 311,000 registered Republicans in the 4th congressional district.
Yeah.
If we look at the nature of the district is principally a suburban bedroom community district. The almost half the votes come from people who live in the northern tip. This is all northern Kentucky, but they live right across the border from Cincinnati. But those 3 counties are different in their nature. There's some that are much more traditionally suburban, younger audiences, more college educated. And there's some, or the Cincinnati airport is located in this district, more lower middle income, more some college educated. So you've got a mixture, but basically the Cincinnati suburbs or bedroom communities are about half of the vote. Then you have another share of the vote, some of which was added in 2022, which are the Louisville exurbs and suburbs, a little bit of Lexington exurbs, and then out in the eastern part of the district, the more substantial rural votes come from.
While you talk, I'm actually going to put this up so people can see what you're talking about.
Exactly. So you can see Shelby and Oldham and Spencer; those are connected in part to Louisville, and up Campbell, Kenton, Boone, and even part of Pendleton are connected to the Cincinnati area. And then Lewis, which is where Massey is from, and Greenup are true rural Appalachia, actually part of the West Virginia media markets. And then what we're looking at here is just the early vote was, okay, would turnout be up? In a very low turnout election, where 15-16% of the Republican primary voters vote, then that can be as much as half of the vote be a 62 or above, which is the boomer classification of voters. However, when the turnout has gone over 30%, then the boomer 62 plus share of the vote has gone under 40%, and in fact has averaged around 35%.
Yeah.
Because one is located in Campbell County and is I believe it's Campbell, Northern Kentucky University.
Yeah,
has 16,000 students. So you'll see if you look at the history of this district, an unusual turnout. 17 to 24 tends to vote at a higher rate in Republican primaries than 25 to 34. And that's because of kids at that going to Northern Kentucky University. You also have Thomas More University, smaller 2,000 plus student Catholic college. This is not just evangelical Protestants. It's not just rural. In fact, rural is a small minority of the district. Evangelicals are outnumbered by non-evangelicals in large parts of the district. There's a big Catholic contingency in the Cincinnati suburbs, for example. That's Thomas More University is a Catholic school. So you look at the suburbs of either Louisville or Cincinnati are a majority of the vote, and then where a lot of the rural votes come from areas where Massey himself comes from. He was a Lewis County elected official back in the day. Lewis County, long history of anti-war voting, so it should be no surprise Massey's own politics in that issue. So what we're looking at here is they did a breakdown of who turned out. Early voting is new to the state of Kentucky.
Yes.
It's only been here since 2020. And on average, there's usually only about 12 to 15% of the votes early, and that's because of its rarity historically, and because it's only in person. Mail is, you have to go through all of these thresholds to vote by mail, so that's a tiny, less than 1% of the vote. I know Emerald Robinson was asking that question. It's a tiny share of the vote in this district. 99% is in-person voting. And because it's new and it's only 3 days of the week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, before Election Day, early vote, it tends to be a small share, but it would be a clue to whether turnout would be higher than normal. So this was based on the 2024 primary turnout number. But if you looked at the 2022 primary turnout number, the turnout, early voting was double in this district what it was in 2022. So, and in particular, it was strong in counties like Pendleton, Campbell, and Kenton, which are the more suburban parts of Cincinnati, where Kenton County in particular has been the stronghold for Massey in this entire primary election. Some people are looking at past elections, ignore that, because this election has its own dynamic. Whereas Boone, which was the strongest county for Gallrein, has underperformed so far in the early vote. We'll see how it performs today.
They needed that election day turnout there. He does.
Exactly. And from the Cincinnati News reporters, was that Kenton County had very high turnout.
There's some votes coming in already. Massey won 65-35 of Kenton's early vote. We have to get rid of this. I got to bring this up real quick. I forgot to tell everybody this. This will happen. We're going to get some earlies. It is 6. Yeah. So we're going to start to get some right now, Robert. Whoops. Let me get rid of this. Let me put it back up. 65-35 is more than we had it in the poll for Massey, but we shall see. I mean,
how many total is it?
It's not much. It was just the first batch, 335 votes, I believe it was. Let me see.
I think the total
like that. Oh, Lewis came in. That's what it was. I'm sorry. I thought it was. I was going to say that's not surprising. It's Lewis County. That's his backyard. I was going to say if that's Kenton County, I was like, that's bigger than what we thought it would be. So we'll see. There's some considerable. Well, this is estimated early votes. It does look like Boone did throw up. We'll see though. This is all estimated. We know what some of them actually are. Look, Massey, I think it's weird. Just to give everybody an idea, in our polling, Massey looked like he was. Look, most Republican candidates who are challenging Trump candidates do better in early vote. Oh, I don't even have this up. Sorry, guys. They do better in early vote than they do on election day vote. In our polling, the election day vote was actually really close. And what was going on here is that Galrin was winning parts of Boone, particularly northern Boone. He was winning anyway. He was doing better than a typical, Trump-backed candidate. But the margin in Boone ultimately was kind of close. I know we're looking at small subsets of sample sizes, of course, but that's what, there's a lot of things about this race, Robert, that don't, like, the rules of thumb don't hold up. Like you and I both have said that in most scenarios for Massey to hold on, the higher the turnout, the better. But of course, it can't be the higher turnout among boomers, 62 plus. It has to mean higher turnout because you're going to get a more typical primary electorate of Kentucky 4, which is, like Robert said, it's not like a Florida Republican primary here, guys. They can be 6-8%, 18 to 29 pretty easily. It's happened. We showed this, by the way, yesterday, which was if you voted 3 or more primaries, for instance, which is what we modeled. It's the voter file that we were using anyway, was basically 3 out of 4, and we did the entire universe too to see if like screening out would match that. Then you were looking at a more traditional 36% kind of boomer electorate. You needed those 4 times voters to get the boomers higher. Trump's campaign wanted to, all of those true social messages, that's for get out the vote. So every time Trump posts on True Social, Massey's horrible, stop Thomas Massey, they take those truths, they put them, Marion Madelson forks out $400K, and they blast it all around the district. What they needed to try to do was not hit Massey's low prop voters, because the higher the turnout does not necessarily mean it's good for Galrin. Right? And typically incumbents want low turnout, and that's the benefit of incumbency. You need higher turnout to challenge them. It's a little different here. It's a little different. I just wanted to explain that. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So Richard has been polling extensively. People had questions about why the prediction markets were so noisy. It's because most traders in prediction markets for elections depend heavily on public opinion polling. Yeah. The Baris' polls have consistently showed it very, very tight, with Massey with the slightest of edges. Whereas other polls have come out and predicted Galrin by 7 or so. And once those polls came out,
it was the one. Let's be honest. There was the one, and they were hurting. The other ones were hurting. I mean, Jason tries to do a good job. Jason over Qantas tries.
It reinforced the narrative for a lot of election traders. Yes. They saw Qantas, then they saw another one, then they saw another. They saw 3 polls say Galrin by 7, and so that's when the money flooded on Galrin and the prediction markets. But Paris' poll has had it very, very tight with a slight lead for Massey. And my projections have Massey winning 75% chance, 65 to 75% chance he wins, but wins by 1 or 2 points. It's very, very tight, and it'll depend on who turned out today to vote.
Yeah, I can see. Oops, I liked it, I guess, before. I can see scenarios where, it's just I've talked about this with both campaigns. It shouldn't really surprise anybody, where like there are scenarios where you can see Galrin or Massey get his younger electorate that he needs, and there really isn't a juice in boomers that particularly are Trump's boomers, because there is a subset of boomers that are Trump's boomers. You need to keep that in mind. They vote in Republican primaries, so that's why their campaign acts the way they do, and this is like a playbook that they have. LaCivita likes to try to expand the electorate with those boomers. That's what he tries to do. Anyway, there's that. And then there's that, Massey, where they can both kind of win. I don't want to say comfortable, but there is in a district race like this, we're not talking about a huge number of votes, guys. Like 1,000 votes swings the point margin a lot. So, you have to keep that in mind. But for those of us, we polled this thing, man, since May 10th. We polled it in April as well. This thing looked just as close as it just looked close. And, you make your best guess on what you think the electorate ballpark is going to look like, and you go from there.
To the turnout, just briefly to the turnout question, the expectation was around 90 to 100,000 votes. The early vote projection and historic turnout trends in this district would suggest closer to 120,000 votes.
Yeah.
Based on the turnout projections. So I'm projecting about a little more than 120,000. But essentially anything under 100,000 would favor Galrin, whereas anything over 110,000 would favor Massey. And it's because there's only so much juice you can squeeze, because one other factor
that's interesting. Galrin won Kenton County, which puts him over. He won that first drop of early vote, which is interesting. Keep going though.
Sure. The other figuring out with the early vote that we don't know is we don't know the age profile, because this electorate is heavily divided by age. So we have the boomers 62 plus were voting for Galrin by anywhere from 25 to 30 points. Voters under 45 were voting for Massey by up to 50 to 60 point margins. And Gen X slightly leaned Massey, but went back and forth depending on the survey you looked at. So effectively, that's where the turnout gap between boomers and millennials and zoomers is most likely to dictate the outcome of tonight's election.
Yeah, as we wait, typically, like I said, I would have expected Boone, maybe their early vote to go, but we have no idea. Honestly, we just have no idea where it's coming from. Where is this? We got a little bit more. Yeah, that's what held them up a little bit. I was wondering what did. Pendleton is so little right now. It doesn't matter. It's like, but we're talking about a little bit of votes out of one precinct. Southern Boone, the Massey campaign expects to do better in. It did show that for us. And the reason is because we had basically like, it's more Catholic down there than it is in, it's more Catholic down there than it is in the rest of the county, which is definitely more, what's the word I guess I'm looking for? Evangelical, All right, so there's green up early vote. It's very little, only 6%. So we'll wait,
How much of the early vote was in from Kenton County?
Oh, it's little. It is, well, no, it's 1 in 5. And they're separated by about 400 votes.
So it's about 4,000 total?
Yeah, it's about 4,000.
Okay. See, because I think the total was about almost 5,000.
It is almost exact, just a little bit over 4,000.
Gotcha. So that's effectively the expectation is that Kenton will be a little bit more share of the vote than Boone, but historically they're very, very close. And so that'll be another turnout monitoring issue. And then it's other than Kenton, I think being a little younger, for the most part, in some of the small rural counties being much older, I don't know if there's really an age profile in the voting that we'll get. That's what makes it tricky.
No, we have to just wait, bro. There's nothing else we can do,
Correct.
We just have to wait. This looks, this is 400 votes. This looks close. Of course, Massey's going to have to carry Kenton County, overall. When the rest of these votes come in, he's got to, because I expect Galrin to win Boone. I do.
Yeah. I think you had him up a little bit, not like big, but up pretty consistently.
He was up. Yeah, he was up like 5 points in Boone.
Yep.
Actually, we can check right now. I don't want to take this off the screen, but I'll check right now and I'll look. He was up. Where's the cross tabs? I thought I pulled these up already. So just to give everybody, I'll give them all a regional breakdown. He was all right. In Boone, it was Galrin 54-46. Campbell was like even. Massey was up 56-44 in Kenton, and then the rest of the rolls was tight, but it was a slight edge to Galrin. So, Massey would have to, he's got to get some margin out of out of Kenton, or else he's going to have to find it somewhere else. But honestly, this is early vote. This is still kind of tight. We'll see. I know it doesn't look like that in the margin, but we'll have to wait to see how much Boone goes one way and what the rest of the vote in Kenton looks like.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if we have any. Do we have any final vote count of just how many people voted today from anywhere?
We don't. The Secretary of State said 20% overall. We know that that's not going to happen. In this district, it was way, way, way more interest. The response rates to the polling were way high, which tells you people care. There's no competitive Senate race anymore in the state of Kentucky, guys. So, there's really no reason for other people to come out other than doing their civic duty. You know what I'm saying? So they really just have no choice but to go out and vote in what they think is exciting. And this was the exciting race. This is where using a lot of money can backfire. So we'll see. We'll see if that happens. But if you're Trump, you want to get a certain, and Trump's team was Galrin, you want to get a certain vote out. You don't want to risk getting younger people all on board to come out. You want to target, which they did. They explicitly aimed advertising at, the 62 plus mailers, of course, and text messages. You don't want the attention nationally that the race is getting to bleed over into other parts of the electorate that are not as favorable to you. That was like impossible here, Robert. That was impossible. Because it was the attention to the race was so big, was so large, from national media elsewhere. You can only be limited. It's limited what you can do.
Right. The prediction markets are surging for Galrin based on that early vote data from Kenton.
Yeah, that's expected. He's got to. I mean, look, that Massey has got to do better in Kenton County than that. He's got to. There's no doubt. There's just nowhere else to make it up. Now, it could be a part of Kenton where you would expect that to happen, and the truth is we don't know.
Yeah, because that was the interesting thing was the nature of the fact that you had disparities between Kenton and Boone when both of them are suburban Cincinnati counties, but within the district you have different dynamics.
You do. Yep. Yeah, I mean, look, there's Boone that's like two different counties almost. This is less Catholic than it is Protestant evangelical, the entire district. Okay, let's see this. See how big this more. Oh, this is small. Okay, we'll wait. That's like nothing. It was just literally a handful of votes counted. But you have like the northern part, which is more evangelical. You have the southern part, which is more Catholic. But overall, this is a more Protestant evangelical district. It is.
Right.
And all we could do really at this point is just wait, Yep. I'll be honest with you, though. Galrin is doing better in the early vote than.
Well, that was the fascinating. I thought he would do better in the early vote just because historically that tends to trend older. But the polling was all over the place. There was some early vote polls that had Massey ahead, and there was some that had Galrin way ahead. So that's what was that's
in the early vote.
Yeah,
typically Trump's candidate does not do as well in the early vote.
Because it's usually sort of but that's because Trump's constituency is the opposite now of what it used to be. You know what I mean? That's true. I'm just looking at it.
Oh, as a matter of fact, you walk that right into this. Hold on one second. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying. I'll get it.
That older voters, when I looked at it in Kentucky, was that older voters voted at a higher rate early than younger voters did. And because this is such an age-shaped electorate, that I would have anticipated Galrin doing better with the early vote than dealing with the but the polls were, but of course the sample size is so tiny.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? Let me show you something real quick while we wait for more to come in anyway. I put this up today. And we saw this in Indiana as well, by the way, when Trump primaried the sitting Indiana senators. This is what we put out today on X. And what it basically just shows you is what it was in November of 2024 versus now, MAGA identification. Older people vote earlier, and more what used to be considered more traditional Republicans vote earlier. And it's like if you rewind time into 2022, you saw Taylor Robinson do better than Kerry Lake with early vote in Arizona. And it looked like she was getting buried, just down like 20 points. And then Kerry Lake's election day vote came in and put her over, right? This is like, it's completely reversed now. And you can see it. So red is, and this is, look, this is getting into the implications of this race. That's really, really important, Robert. Look at young people, okay? If this doesn't go well for Thomas Massie tonight, the biggest deal is not really who do you want to, who did you want to win? The biggest deal for me is what happens to his side of the coalition that no longer feels like there's a place for them. You know what I mean? This has long been something I used to argue because contrary to recent popular opinion, I used to think the same thing, that is basically the argument that that the Galrin people made this election, which was that, it comes down to being disloyal, and there's principle, and then there's like, God, we just want to get the BBB done. We just want to get that passed, right? There was always this counter to that, which argued, no, you need this because they're the libertarian leaning wing, which can throw a candidate on your ballot. By the way, this is what I'm thinking. In 2018, they did this. They didn't feel like there was a place for them, so they ran libertarians and independents all over the damn country. It cost the GOP like 8 seats, right? Because they were decided by maybe 2-3 points. What happens if that's what ends up being the case for Massie? And it does look like right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that if Massie falls short tonight, but the future of the electorate is there in the underlying data. So
yeah,
the only question tonight was, would young voters already say we're already here and they've already taken over and the direction of the country, or are they an election cycle or two away from taking over the direction of the country? Because the Burn It Down, Richard's book coming out in September, is about what they want, and they overwhelmingly back Massie by absurd margins, up to 60-point margins, certain young voter groups. So the reason why the donor class could take him out tonight is because independents could not vote, and they had to have registered over a month ago. And those two factors gave them, along with the massive edge and media edge, gave them an edge in terms of who was likely to vote. But when all you're banking on are voters that are literally dying off, voting in a closed primary, whose electorate was frozen over a month ago, that's you're in trouble. In other words, this is a race that a decade ago, or 2 decades ago for sure, they would have been a blowout already. They would have already declared it for Galrin in any other circumstance.
Oh, dude. My God.
The
yes.
fact that it's close at all is a sign of how much young voters are going in a different direction than the boomers are. And that's true in both parties. We're seeing it on display tonight in the Republican Party, but it's also happening on the Democratic Party side of the aisle as well. So now, if I had argued, you had argued, some others had argued that the Republican Party as a party would be better off with Massie winning than losing tonight, because if he were to go down, it's going to further enrage and embitter a big portion of the 2024 coalition.
Yes.
And what they will do is they will either run third-party candidates, drop out, or vote Democrat in the fall. So that, this would be, a spiting, was it cutting off your nose to spite your face or whatever?
Yes.
That's what this would be if they were able to take Massie out. Trump would be better off, even though he would take a short-term political hit. He would take, the party as a whole would be much better off. Massie holding on.
Is it a short-term political hit? That's what, listen, is it really like, so if he didn't do this, or, I guess what I'm saying is, would he really have taken this huge political hit, or is it, I guess, even more important, is it worth what you can lose, man? You know what I'm saying? Like if
Oh yeah, it's definitely not worth it. I mean, if Massey goes down tonight, you have a whole bunch of people who now hate Trump, and will become to hate the Republican Party brand, and
this
will
is a
start
lot
to
of
burn
vote
it to the ground.
Robert, this is not going to be a 70-30 race. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a lot of vote to piss off. That's a lot of vote to piss off. And it's not just Kentucky 4. And this is what I think people don't understand. This is about the national symbol that Massey became to be known for. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it's about. And by the way, guys, only 4.4%. The markets are going to do what the markets are going to do. You got to wait for the election day vote. It's not.
Oh yeah. So you have 4% of the vote in. I'm assuming all of this is early vote.
It's early vote. Yes, you can.
And he's got a 6-7 point lead. And I thought he would have a bigger lead amongst the early vote, if I'm right that the older vote is a bigger share of the early vote.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we can actually look. Like, let's look at Kenton real quick. Boom. It's all right here. There is no election day. This was all absentee. Early in person hasn't even come in yet, and election day hasn't come in yet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's going to be all older vote.
Lewis County, I don't know why it's not being reported yet, but let's look at Mason. I might have to refresh it. Let me refresh it, guys, and then I'll see. It also may be that it's just not coming in yet. Yeah, they probably just haven't updated it yet. The only one we got so far, probably because it's so much vote, is Kenton. It's possible Decision Desk just doesn't know. But look, this is how they're reporting. So we're not going to get any. This is not going to be much different. We're just going to have to wait. It's going to be there'll be some precincts maybe that do something a little bit different, but at this point they're separated by a little less than like 400 votes.
Correct.
This is 20. This is 1.6. There's like guys. There's like nothing in. If green up 200, it's about 6.2. Yeah. This could be a little different in Indiana. There were, I want to say, like 3 of those races where, it was Indiana. There were like 3 of these races or so where the Trump candidate did do a little bit better in the earlier vote than I expected, but the rest of them went through the trend, man, what the normal trend is.
Right. The Kenton County has some of the precincts, but returning, but I'm assuming these are early vote precincts.
They're all early. Yeah, look, there's nothing early in person. You can do it a couple of ways, just so everybody understands. There's excuse absentee voting. I believe that started like the 6th or something. It started earlier. It's not a lot of people. It's very little. They have some kind of excuse. I think includes military ballots, stuff like that. And then there's no excuse early voting, which was Friday and Saturday. And that is the absentee mail that you see here from Kenton right here. Right. And then there's early in person. That's you can actually take your ballot as well and go to a drop box location and put it in there. That was also very, very few people. And then there's election day, which the vast majority told us they would vote on election day. Right.
Oh, and historically, it's 85% of the vote comes in on election day in this district.
I'd laugh my ass off if it was totally backwards and Ed Galvin wins the early vote in Kenton and somehow Massey gets a better vote in Boone. I would laugh my ass off. Because I mean, look, when you're dealing with these counties and districts like this, shit happens, Robert.
Oh yeah. Because you don't know, it's you have a district, you have a vote that's very much shaped by age rather than geography, and that makes it a much trickier to. There's other races where you could look at a certain vote from a particular county or set of precincts and have a good read. This one isn't because it's so age driven. It's not like you have only old people in one precinct and only young people. It's not like the villages in Florida or something.
No. And I wonder if this does foreshadow something. Even with Lewis in a little bit more, it doesn't look like they didn't put a whole lot, and they don't tell us this, right? Let me just try to look at Lewis and make sure. No. And I'll refresh it here and there, guys, to make sure there's no glitch on the API or something like that. But it looks like Mason. I want to see if any of these are telling us what it is other than that. It's probably because they're smaller amounts. Kenton is a bigger amount, so they're giving us Okay, and there's Spencer. It's like 15 votes, you know.
Right.
Owen is like, we did have Galrin winning Owen. We did. And Oldham. And Oldham. I'm curious to see what the early vote is in Oldham.
Yeah, Oldham was like the total early vote was over 3,000.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good compared to what Boom was. But they tend to be more educated too. You know, like it tends to be more educated, that earlier vote. It does. So
the I don't know how quick the other thing is the I assume the mail-in vote would be heavily Galrin.
That's what we're getting right now.
Right.
That's what we're getting right now. Absentee ballots.
Right. Because they and they had estimated that to be a much smaller percentage of the overall vote, but I've given the age profile. That tends to be people who literally are disabled and can't get in to vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's
and
like
some
an excused,
military ballots too.
There's excused and no. Right. That's that total, and that's still not a lot. I want to say it was like 3% or something in our poll.
Yeah, that would make sense. That's the historical norm.
Where is it? Where's Kenton? I'm just checking to see Kenton didn't change real quick because it looked like it just changed. There's nothing from. Maybe I'm just wrong. Okay, 9.4. And I'm going to refresh it here in a second. Let's get a little bit closer. We got nothing from the Louisville area. I'm curious to see how that goes.
Yeah, that's going to be because the Louisville suburbs are the other about a quarter of the vote. Half of the vote, Cincy market or Cincy suburbs, quarter of the vote or so, Louisville suburbs. Some of those are new to Massey, only been in his district for 2 election cycles because they was added in the redistricting, some of those precincts.
Let me just give some people a little bit of projections. So guys, if there's about 5,800 votes total and they're projected to be, let's say, call it 5% of what's coming out, then you're looking at what they expect. And look, this could change, so don't go like holding me to this, but I'm just talking about what's on DDHQ right here.
Right.
You're talking about over 100K.
Exactly. The fact
there's just a lot of election day vote.
There's right. They're because it's basically you have 5,400 votes in, and they're saying it's only 4% of what they project the electorate to be. So that suggests about 110 to 120,000, give or take.
Yep. And
look,
Massey,
you would multiply that by 25. So Massey would need a bit more than that.
Massey, he would need that in order to make some, to make a comeback here. He'll need it because he'll need to make like an election day Trump comeback. That did tighten somewhat, or no, it didn't. Let me go and look and see what happened in Owen. And then Mason stayed the same. Bracken came in.
I would say if you're in the prediction markets and you didn't take anything, Massey at 14% is probably a good pick at this point because he's more likely to go up than go down. And you're talking
he's going to go up.
7 to 1, 8 to 1, and the way these drop once some election day vote drops, depending on where it drops, could move those numbers pretty. I mean, because I'm surprised that these markets being this liquid would move that heavily based on just a tiny share of the vote.
Can I make a confession here? Yesterday, when I got done doing the update with the poll, and I swear to God, guys, this was an accident, but it just kind of paid off because I just cashed out of it. Robert knows what I'm going to say. So I get done with the thing. I update it. I mean, I'm telling you guys, no matter where this race ends up, this is about turnout, and that will move numbers no matter what. Like this race looks super close, and I cut it off, and I was like, I'm done. And then somebody texted me and was like, can I just have 2 minutes real quick? I just want to talk to you about something. And by the way, I have to talk to you about it because it was a really good idea. And I'm like, all right. Paul, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm not talking about Paul Dan, so don't worry. But I get on, and I'm not paying attention of what I'm doing. And I bought Galrin 5 to 10. Like on accident. I was kind of just going through the motions, like, blah, blah, and I accidentally did it. And I was like, oh shit, what am I doing? What did I just do? And unbelievably, brother, I just cashed it in for like I think it was like 86% return or something.
Well, I mean, it's the way you can do well in these prediction markets is predicting the liquidity of how people really tend to overreact to early dates. So I'll give it.
They do.
First time I really saw this was Brexit. On the night of Brexit, I was monitoring certain areas that came in for Brexit. However, the overall numbers came in from anti-Brexit areas. Yeah. And so to vote that Brexit would pass on the election night after some returns had come in dropped to 10-1. It became a 10% chance that Brexit would pass on election night. And that's when all of a sudden you got and that's when you could do well. And so it just shows that during these live odds markets, you can just take either side of something you think will be close that will go back and forth through the night.
Good point.
And do well in the markets. The other interesting
thing.
In
truth, Robert, in truth, I'll tell you, the guys at Decision Desk right now are just waiting to see an early vote drop. I mean, a regular election day vote drop. That's what they're doing. Paul just texted me laughing because he knows Paul, at least I got out of it right. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't comfortable with that trade regardless because it's a district. You know what I mean? I'm not a gambling guy. Everybody knows that. You know,
if you look at the turnout market, it started out 90,000 is the median. Now over 120,000 is 74%. So the people monitoring the turnout market are predicting a very high turnout.
Yeah, they are. Actually,
and apparently,
let me take a look at that.
So
actually.
is Decision Desk, really. Decision Desk.
Yeah, they are.
This is projecting to 130.
By the way, it just tightened considerably. We got an election day chunk, and it tightened considerably. And you're going to see your Massey stock go up now. I don't know what happened here. Okay, so Lewis gave them, and that's why Lewis gave him basically his entire, Ed Galrin's entire margin. Lewis is going for Massey to the point where it knocked it in. What we need to see, and I bet you some of that is election day. We'll see though. I bet you we did dip into election day. We're going to have to see if the election day margin gets more Massey friendly, bro. Like that's what we just need to look at and see, because if it doesn't, obviously Galwin's going to win. If it does, it's going to be a race. We have to,
What's the total vote out of Lewis?
Lewis right now, it's a small county. That's a very small county. Yep. We had like 8 responses from it on a daily basis. But it was like 2-1 Massey, and it is 2-1 Massey right now. What's going to throw our poll off?
What's the total number of votes so far in Lewis?
The total number is about 1,274, not about 1,274. Paul, that was an accident, Paul, and you know it. He says, you're not a gambling guy, but that's about to change. No, I'm not stupid. I've accidentally won money like that in the past, brother. I'm not, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, never mind. Go ahead, Robert.
I was just going to say, I expected about 2,500 to 3,000 votes out of Lewis tonight.
Yeah, what I really need to see right now is an election day chunk from Kenton, and that'll tell us a lot. That'll tell us a lot, because it does look like some of the later vote is a little bit more Massey. It just, you can't tell by the margin, because every time that happens, it closes it somewhat. A new county reports their early vote, and Galrin is winning the early vote. Yeah,
right.
Which is crazy. That's where if our poll is like wildly wrong, that's where it'll be wrong. It'll be the early vote.
Right.
Because our early vote was pro Massey. I could give it to you right now. I mean, it was pretty pro Massey. It was that textbook Trump election day vote that put Galrin over. Vote method, vote period on May 18th, right? Yeah, that was yesterday. Plan to vote in person was Galrin by 4. Already voted, already voted via no excuse was 54-46 Massey, which is the big chunk. I mean, it's kind of close, but this doesn't look that close like that. I mean, if it continues and there's not some change in other counties voting early, then it will have been definitely wrong. But we'll see.
Yeah, there was another poll that had, it was the neighborhood poll, I think.
The neighborhood had Massey winning election day, and
Galrin winning by like 20 amongst the.
We had it backwards.
Absent. It's such a smaller sample.
That's shocking to me. That's shocking. So we had Galrin winning the early vote in Oldham by a lot more than that.
So what is the Oldham vote?
This is election day. Oldham it's 52-48 basically rounded, and that's what the election. It's 24%. It was that's early vote. I don't know if it's going to show it as it is, but it is early vote. Everybody's reporting early vote first. We'll see, though. Again, see, Massey, he just took Mason. Massey just flipped Mason. Oh, see? The election day vote is more Massey. Son of a bitch, Robert. It is. Oh, shit. It is, bro. Except for Robertson. Robertson is in. It just said, right? Yeah, Robertson is in, but it's a small
That's a small
county.
county. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I expected those real small counties to be very heavily going. Robertson's like 500, 600 votes.
Mason just flipped to Massey, which is really kind of remarkable.
How many Massey? How many votes are in from Mason? Mason's another one I had around 2,500 votes or so.
Mason is about 79% in, and it's 1771.
And how much is he up in Mason? So that is.
He just took it with the first election day batch.
So you're right. Yeah. So it is the older people must have more voted early. Probably, the thing you may have had some younger people tell you they were going to vote early and never get around to doing it, which is then just vote on election day.
That's absolutely true. We're going to have to wait for this election day vote. We have to wait for this election day vote.
Yeah.
Massey's at 15 cents after seeing that. When one more county goes, then people are buying it right now. I can see it. They're buying Massey right now. You guys are crazy with this. I mean, don't overreact with early vote, guys. Don't ever overreact. Voters are funny like that, okay? They're very funny. Something tells me this race is probably going to tighten. The only thing is, we have to see how much he wins, like Kenton by, for instance. If he wins the election day vote in Kenton, we have to see how much he wins it by. Because Boone's going to come in early, and with Gallrin winning the early vote in Boone, it's going to be a lot of vote. So it's going to put him back. So it's going to be this constant. If this pattern continues, it's going to be be close for a bit. It's going to tighten quite a bit. Oldham, this shocked me, Robert. And we polled Oldham, and I was like oversampling it for 2 days. I was like, just do me a favor. We do that. We had Gallrin at like 60-40 in Oldham in the early vote, 60-40. It was only 52-48. That's the funny thing with these districts, guys. That's the funny thing.
Yeah. It's what makes it so hard to poll a primary.
It does, man. It
figure
does.
out who's going to vote. You get small sample size, and it makes it. And you've got in a district like this, different media markets.
Yes.
Different geographies, along with different age, and so it becomes being able to find that one person that's going to accurately represent 100 people is gosh darn difficult. Yeah, that's why everybody else, except for Richard, was for the most part was terrified to poll this district.
Yeah, it's tough. I had people tell me, I do know 2 other pollsters who did poll it and they didn't release it. I won't say who that is, but one was afraid of Trump in case he got on the ass end of Trump. He didn't want to be. And the other one was just afraid of the district. He's like, this district, I've been burned by districts like this before. And I'm like, dude, we all have. I mean, you still have to give it your best shot, dude. Everybody's been burned by a district like this. Well, I think it's going to tighten. So I think I'm going to end up. It was basically 50-50 in our poll. That's what it said. Who the hell? I don't know. I mean, Gallrin had the most certain voters, but this looks closer than the scenario that I envision when Gallrin blows it out.
Right.
Because of what I just saw. If that continues, guys, around the rest of, honestly, he should have held Mason. He should have. And maybe he will in the end, but this is any indication. It looks like Massey is doing better slightly in the election day vote. It does.
The Zachary Don.
I
forget which, where does Zachary Donany work? Oh, Vote Hub.
Vote Hub? Okay.
Yeah, he said Lewis County had some. He was tracking Lewis County. He said that the election day vote appeared to be about 9 points more favorable to Massey than the early vote in Lewis. To the degree that is a trend. Yeah.
Okay, we just saw it in neighboring Mason. We just saw it completely flip a sizable advantage. What's Green doing? Green up is not done. It's not done nothing yet. Although I expect parts of Green up to look good. Okay, so we got what was that? Owen or Grant came in. Yeah, it was just now of course I'm looking at the early vote margins. I'm just not as interested in them at all as I am with I'm very interested, of course, in the I'm interested in what I'm sorry, but I'm looking at Decision Desk turnout projection, and I'm just double taking this. This can't be right, but it is.
How many are they? So they're projecting what up? How many?
130,000 votes. Yeah.
Yeah. That kind of makes sense with the with where the early vote was. That was one of the picks I gave out, was over 90, over 100, over 110. You could have got over 100 at 3-1 before this. And
Yeah, do you remember yesterday what I did?
Well, yeah, yesterday was 11-1, right?
Dude, I was like, does that say above 80 is like, it was like nothing. And I'm like, I'll take that. You know, it was like kind of just a hedge thing. All right. Oldham is 24%, but that's what it was. So now we await on election day. I mean, we're seeing this everywhere. There's, you know, Spencer and Nelson. Gallren did do better in the early vote. Robert, there's Kenton. Let's see how much of the Kenton vote is what, because they're not going to show us the break, unfortunately. Nothing. No, that can't be right. 22 early election day shift. Okay. So, the election day is more favorable to Massey than,
it looks like pretty consistently he's running about 10 points ahead on the election day vote compared to the early vote.
Yeah, that's actually in Kenton. It is a little less, but with what's left, it is enough for him to flip Kenton. Oh, there it is. Okay, early election day. So the first batch, Ed did still win, but he only won it by 100 votes. So yeah, it's going to tighten in Kenton. Yep. It's definitely going to tighten.
And there's big gaps in Kenton depending on where the vote came from.
There is. Kenton's weird. That's why we got to be careful. So is Boone, though. Boone is weird too. And there's a lot of votes in Boone, so that's what I'm trying to tell people. I think Gallren's going to do better in one part of Boone, and Massey's going to do better in the other. And I'm curious to see. Look at Oldham. Is just what happens there. There's a lot of votes in Oldham. Shelby, Oldham, there are votes in those counties. If he does better in those counties, it's going to get tighter. Yeah, but the early vote's going to drop in first, which is going to widen Ed's lead a little bit. Not a little bit. It'll widen his lead, and then Massey will have to make it up. What time is it now? We're like 3 minutes until local poll close times, guys, which means if you're in line, you can still vote. But it'll start coming in hot and heavy soon. I can't believe that.
It's
that resolved, Robert.
If you look at it, basically, it's going to be within a point or two either way. Because if he's running 10 points ahead of the early vote, and he was running a little bit, about 8-9 points behind in the early vote, you project out what the election day vote's going to be, 80 to 85% of the total vote, or maybe a little more. Let's see, they're saying 110,000 election day voters out of 20,000 early voters. So, even more than that, more like 85%.
Yeah, dude, this is going to be, there's Shelby right there. We don't know what's going to happen in Shelby either. I think I had Gallren up in Shelby. I think I did. But as of right now, I mean, honestly, we don't friggin' know. I mean, we don't know. Yeah. Lewis is Massey 2.7. I mean, Lewis is Massey 36.1, but that's got to be about it. No, it's not. There's more votes in you got it. There can't be that many more votes in Lewis, dude. I mean, maybe there is.
How many do they have so far?
2,500 in early vote returns, and they say that there's about 66% remaining. Now, of course, that's very fungible. You know what I mean? But
they have 2,500 total votes in Lewis.
It just tightened again. There it is. There's. Or did it tighten or did it go? Let's see. They're saying there's 33% of Lewis in and 1,200 was cast. So
okay. So they're projecting 3,600.
Remaining 2,500 basically.
I got you. So they're projecting. Wow, that's high for Lewis.
It is. That's high for Lewis. Lewis is a small county, guys.
But it is Massey's home county.
Yes. And Massey maintained it tightened somewhat. Gallren was able to catch a little bit, but he maintained a 33 vote lead in Mason with that last batch update. That had to be election day. Let me look. It's not saying, but they're probably, they don't know for the littler counties, I guess.
Yeah, I think, well, let's see. I have somewhere
Henry came in.
The Lewis early vote was only about 500, was less than 500 votes. It was 440.
That's it?
Yeah, it was 440. So
I'll make this bigger, guys. Go ahead. I'll make this bigger. I saw that. Don't worry. I saw your thing. I'll make it bigger. Gotcha.
We had the Lewis. So about 800 election day votes have come in on Lewis.
Okay, so that's how we got that margin. All right. I wonder if they separated it out here. They didn't, right? Now I keep refreshing to see if they're doing it, but it looks like for the littler counties, they're not doing it.
Right. They may not even really know, I assume.
Guys, this is I mean, truth be told, this is like $25 million. This is bro, you spend $25 million in a media market like Louisville, you should win by 20 points.
Oh, yeah. And you have the president of the United States and the leading media network both in your pocket.
That's
and
right.
You've got a closed primary. so that independents can't vote and that late registrants can't vote. So because there's a lot of places where you can register all the way up until primary day. Or you can pick a primary day ballot, regardless of which party you're registered to. That's not this district. That's the reason why it was always going to be uphill for Massey. But what we're looking at right now is basically within a point or two either way. So I mean, it may show that. I mean, for those
if he does better with the election day vote, it will tighten a lot, guys. A lot.
Because what we've seen so far is from what's come in more in Lewis. What was the? I'm blanking on the other one.
Mason.
Henry. Oh, Mason. And Lewis, Mason, and some of what's come in Kenton. Massey's consistently running 10 points ahead of his early vote margins in those counties. So it's starting to become a pattern, even in urban, suburban, or rural.
Oh yeah, it's a pattern. It's just you got how much of that pattern. I mean, is it consistent across all these different counties? This is early vote in Greenup. We were waiting to see. Carter, that's gonna go. Carter's gonna go. That's too close. So Carter will flip, and I bet you Greenup will as well. I mean, if that's it, now we're getting into the election day vote. It probably will. We'll see though. Yeah, he's got to have to catch up in Kenton. Boone hasn't even dropped yet. So that's when Boone's early vote drops, it will push Galrin's lead up. Right now, it's going to like balloon his margin a little bit until we see what the rest of the early vote break is. Yep.
It depends on who drops when. In Florida, you could bet
That's right.
In the old days, you could bet on the Democrats to always drop last.
In the old days. And they always
not so much.
You know what they would do too in Palm Beach and in Broward, they would drop an early vote. Everyone would think that's it. And then you would know that people who have seasoned in Florida would know it's not it. That's not it. And then they would go and obviously, they would wait until all the election day vote was in and they would drop more.
Yep.
All right, so this is the Cincinnati area. We did have Galrin winning urban areas, which is why the northern part of these counties. Yep. The northern part of these counties should be better for him, and then the southern part should be better for Massey.
Yep.
And because that's where the barrage hit. A lot of the barrage hit there because they know there's votes in Boone. There's a lot of votes in Boone. All right, guys, we need some election day votes so we can tell what's going on here. Robertson's just so small, we really can't extrapolate anything out of that, Yep. We can see it's about 9. It's about what?
How many total votes are there in Robertson?
In Robertson, it's small, man. It's small.
I only expect 500 votes out of there.
Carter's there. Yeah, I mean, it's not much, bro. It's not even telling us. Pendleton, Kenton still hasn't moved at all. You got to hover on it. There it is. It was 228 votes.
Total cast so far.
Yep. And I'm also watching Oldham to see what happens when that election day comes in. Robert, that's weird to me. It's just weird to me. I mean, we did see some of this in Indiana, but I didn't expect it to totally change where it would be, Trump's candidates winning the early vote, doing better in the early vote. And right. I just thought that would persist for a long time, even after this shift has begun. It just tells you that the MAGA transformation is It's like earlier today I said, is there a MAGA split? Well, it kind of already happened. There already is. The split already happened. And I know I showed that graphic before, but MAGA shrunk from about 20% of the electorate to now about 15. So it shrunk by about 25% of what it was. And it's transformed from being younger to older. In the 2024 election, Trump's MAGA coalition, 30 to 44-year-olds, millennials, were 63.6% MAGA. Now they only are 46.9% MAGA. Millennials, even though they're younger, they did have an election day footprint, a big election day footprint. So, as this like, I don't want to say coalition, but as his supporters, especially his key die-hard supporters, change, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing something happen. What was it? Looks like there was more vote in Mason. Or no, it can't be Mason. Something came in. I just saw a click. I don't know what it was, but something changed. There we go. There's Boone. Okay. 57 to 43. That's probably all of Boone's early absentee. It is. No. Ed Galrin did win the election day vote in Boone by a slightly larger margin than he won the early vote. Okay, see, that makes more sense.
Interesting.
That makes more sense to me. Yeah.
Is Boone all in, or is part of only?
No. It's not. It's about a third in. It's 33.8. Kenton is still sitting at 28.3, basically.
And how many total votes do they have out of Boone?
How many total altogether? Oh man, we're looking at let's see, remaining 15,000.
Oh, have already voted?
So it would be about 22,000, 22 to 25,000. So they expect there's another 15,000.
And so how many have voted so far? 7?
Yeah. So let's say 23, 25. If they could be a little bit wrong here, but we'll see. All right. Now we're at to a 10-point lead for Galrin with the Boone. It's 10%. Yeah. It's 10 points on the dot.
And it's how much of Boone is in?
Only about a third.
Only
a little over a third.
And the total is 10,000 votes in so far?
The total is 7,769.
Wow. Oh, yeah. So they're expecting, because the Boone County election person was only expecting about 18,000. So that would suggest 24,000.
Yeah, it's going to be more I'm thinking 23 and change. That's what they think too. Remaining 15,162 remaining. So yeah, 23,000. Yep. And again, that could change, guys, but we're just doing our best to guess. Not guess. We're estimating. We're estimating.
But there was not as big a shift, as far as you could tell, from the early vote to the election day vote in Boone.
No. Look, actually, Galrin did 0.8% better in the election day than he did in the early vote. It's Kenton where Massey did about 2 points better in the election day. But he did still win it. And Massey is going to have to win one of these counties.
Right.
I don't know what's going on, but I just got that was the fourth text message from people. The Senate's they're mad, bro. The Senate is, not that I care, but the Senate is really is mad at Donald Trump for endorsing Ken Paxton. This is
I saw that.
A big deal. I'm hearing from people, this is a big deal. And I don't know what they're going to do.
But yeah, exactly. What are they going to do about it?
What are they going to do?
The Senate hasn't been, they didn't deliver on the SAVE Act. They haven't voted against the Iran war resolution, but that's about it. It's been very close on that. That's about all that they could do is vote against authorizing further action in Iran. Now, then the question is whether Trump would abide that if the House voted with him on it.
Did they? No, they didn't do that already. They did. Oh my God. They passed the War Powers Act resolution, dude.
Oh, when?
Now.
Oh, the Senate did.
Just now.
So was it the Senate or the House?
The Senate.
So
They're
they just
pissed.
voted to say he can't go further into Iran.
Yep.
Mm.
And isn't it funny? Like if they're sitting there expecting Massey to lose right now, because now a quarter of the votes in, which is roughly the election day. I mean, the early vote, guys. Now I know we're going to have some come in from different counties, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counties haven't reported any early vote or election day vote. So you'll see some disproportionate, but let's call it he just fell a little bit, and that's Gorin fell because Massey is doing better on election day vote generally.
Right.
So he fell a little, just slightly below 10. If you're sitting there and you're in DC and you're thinking Massey lost, by the way, 50 to 47, they passed it. This was something I directly warned them about, that there are lawmakers who don't like them and they may not like Thomas Massey, but what they really don't like is you challenging their institution. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't like you challenging their institution. And this is the issue. I don't think they took this into, I really don't think they took this into consideration, man. I really don't, I don't think they did seriously enough, because now I'm watching my texts. I'm like, what the hell is going on? What is happening? And it's like, and then David was me, because I'll look at something David sends. He said something about the war powers, and I saw that come across the screen because my texts are connected to my computer when I'm sitting next to it, guys. It's up there on Bluetooth, so I can actually see my text coming through, even though it's muted, thank God. And I'm looking at stuff about this, like the Senate and this and this and that, and yeah, this is no joke. It is real. It is real. They are that mad. This is legit.
So yeah, it's also because Cassidy's now out.
Cassidy's out. Yeah, he's out, and Tillis
Cassidy
and him.
joined Murkowski, Collins, and Paul.
I'm surprised Tillis didn't do it. I guess he's just too much of a war hawk.
Exactly. He's too neck deep war whore. So and now the House will probably vote to join him, and then all of a sudden he's got a problem. Does he ignore the House and the Senate saying he doesn't have the authority?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a good question.
It'll be article number 1 in the impeachment.
This is another thing, by the way. I told them explicitly that even after you did all this to Thomas Massey, he's still less likely to impeach you than some of these people you're supporting.
Yep.
Like he is, that privilege resolution that people, David, you're one of them, pushing. I mean, this is no joke. It doesn't take, and any reporter in DC will tell you guys, it doesn't take much to find 12 members of Congress, particularly in the House, who really, really don't like Donald Trump and don't like it's not so much the president, it's how they feel they're treated by the White House. That's what it is. That's what it comes down to. They feel like they're mistreated by the White House. And, I mean, I don't know how you could kind of argue with it, given, what, given what we all have seen before. We've all seen it with our own eyes, so, and if you're there, you wouldn't if you're not there, but if you're there, you have.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, why do you think he chose to endorse Paxton rather than sit on the sideline?
Yeah. Yep. All right. We have Mason now saying they got a little bit more vote. That's interesting. I really would love to see Greenup put up some more votes to see if Galvin holds that. There are votes in Greenup. They're not a lot. Carter's small. It's very small. If it tightened because there's Robertson's done. Bracken 22 in. Yeah, we just have to wait. Boone with 30. So Kenton has more than Boone left. Excuse me. About 15,000 remaining for Boone, and about by percentage anyway, about just under. So about 400 votes left in 400 votes less left in Kenton than in Boone. So there it is.
So they're projecting about what? 15,000 more in Boone and 15,000 more in Kenton.
Yeah, ballpark. Little over 15 in Boone, little under 15 in Kenton. It's just a lot of votes. So he's got to do better in the election day vote. Shelby is just sitting there doing nothing. And Shelby, I would really like to see an election day batch from Oldham and Shelby, since it's the area of those roles on the western side of the district are going to be more pro-Trump. The eastern side of the district is going to be more pro-Massey. So I expect the Shelby early vote to go for Gallrin. It's just I really want to know what it does on election day. The same thing for Oldham, because if Massey does do better in election day vote in Oldham, he really can tighten this thing really quickly.
Yep. What is the current margin?
It's 9.3. He's been chipping away at Gallrin's. It's more like they're doing these little election day batches, and we need to see whether we need big ones to see whether or not, you know what I mean? We need big ones, bro. I mean, this is drip, 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 drip. But 25% in 30, 60, 90. They're projecting 120,000. Ballpark 120,000 turnout.
Okay. So that's about where we had it all along.
Yep. It's like the turnout was ballpark, right? It's just we won't know until we see the election day. But if Gallrin does better in the election day, then it means that the White House and company were able to get out their 62 pluses disproportionately. There's not, listen, at 120, they can't be 45% of the electorate. It means he just did better, Yeah,
I would assume Gen X must have done better with.
Yes, it would be Gen X because that was really tight, man.
Yep.
Gen X was tight.
And flip back and forth in various numbers,
and if you can get your people out, it did. It was flipping back and forth nightly. You saw that. If they can get yours out just in a district, guys, it's not a presidential, like a national election. There's Carter. So what was that? Carter, right? No, Carter we had before. There's Carroll. So 19%. That's actually less than we've seen him win this early vote by in some of these areas, but that's still a good amount for, let me see what's left. They're not telling us. Carroll's big enough. I would have expected them to give us more in Carroll.
It looks like 92% is in Pendleton. Gallrin's up by 15.
Yes.
Is that about where you had it, or where'd you have that?
With 92%, that's from the central part of the district west is where Gallrin was doing better. Right. That's about right. Yep.
And a lot of that is new to Massey. That's only been there for 2 cycles.
That's true. That's pretty. There are some areas that right around here and in the northern part.
In the Louisville suburban portion.
Yep. Yeah, this is like some of those Louisville burbs. We just actually thought he'd do better there because he does better with educated voters.
Right. So he's running about 4 or 5 points behind where you would expect in some of these places.
Yes.
So that would suggest lose.
In Kenton, he's running
the most behind.
Yes, which is what's doing this. I mean, honestly, that's what's doing this. Boone is about right. That early vote, that's about right. The Boone early vote was 60-40 for Gallrin in our poll. It's 57-42. That's really close,
Okay, yeah.
But Kenton is where Massey is.
And where did you have him winning Boone in the end?
Close. Like 55-45. It's very close.
Gotcha.
The early vote was a little bit better. Massey did a little bit better in election day. The early vote was worse than expected, but Gallrin's doing a little bit better in election day. Yeah. Ass backward, bro. Ass backward.
Yeah.
Ass backward, guys. My bad.
But we don't know where those votes.
We don't.
Votes came, and
which is why Mason, for instance, Mason confused me. That shot surprised me. But that's probably because that's the case. We just don't know what part of the county's coming in. All right, that one now there's Bracken and Carter Carroll. So, this is all early vote. 19-18, that's about right. So Carter's very close in the early vote to Carroll. They're not going to call it until they see more election day. That's it. They're going to wait to see election day. They're probably giving Massey a chance to do a little bit better in Boone and Kenton with election day vote.
Right. It looks like Greenup has some.
Greenup did chunk in, yeah. And I wish I would have taken stock of what the early vote margin was, because they're not going to have it here, are they? They're not. And I just looked at it too to try to put it in my mind, but I got distracted and I didn't see what the margin was. So I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah,
okay, so now, that shifted a little bit. That's probably because, again, early versus Southern Boone. Northern versus Southern Boone. You're going to see Massey do better in the southern part of Boone. We'll never know the difference when they report it until we see the change in the early to election day shift,
Yep.
If that is Southern, that's a problem for Massey. Big problem. It means, it gets much, much more difficult to make a comeback if he's just if Gulrin's doing better in Kenton and he's doing, better in Southern Boone. It's just hard to see where he makes it up.
Right.
I wonder if Oldham is this close in the early vote because it is. It is part of that Louisville suburb area, and you have a lot of educated voters, concentrated in that area. I thought they'd go for Gulrin by more.
Wait, and what do they have? Just the Oldham early vote?
It's really close. Yeah, it's just the early vote. It's really close. You're talking about 140 votes, 52-48. It's close.
Right.
It's a lot of yellow, though, Massey. You got to start making that up.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're getting to the point, though, where, people who are on the line, you have to vote at this point. There comes a point where the time, guys, polls close, the doors close.
Yeah.
And then people who are online stay, people who are outside don't. So we should be getting votes pretty hot and heavy here now. It's just if we look at the remaining areas, this is what we see. Nothing in Shelby, nothing in Campbell. That's where there are the two biggest vote shares, still. We did see Mason, and Lewis is his backyard. So we did see Mason, which was very small. There's 205 early votes left. We'll see if Massey can hold on to that. They'll wind up counting those. There are probably some too, Robert, that are being dropped in boxes, and that's what this is. He was doing better with those than some of the other vote intention batches, but we'll see if he holds on to that. If the eastern part of the county doesn't get, better for him in election day vote, then, we'll have to probably start getting ready for them to put the check next to him.
Yeah. They're going to wait for what more election day from all those counties.
Yeah. They'll probably, I don't know. Listen, if a big batch from Kenton came in and Massey didn't do significantly better, they'd probably get ready to call it because he can't, it was fine if he's doing better in election day votes in the rest of these counties that even Bracken, that's small. Even if he does better in Greenup with the election day, which I think he did, I think that was 60 something before. That would be better and that would be fine, but he's got to make it up. There's got to be somewhere around where he can make it up. There's votes in Shelby, there's votes in Oldham, but really the votes, guys, are in Boone and Kenton. And the reason it was close in our polling is because you had one winning one winning the other, and then it was going to be western side of the district versus the eastern side of the district. And right now, there's two things that are happening. And some of it's because of the early vote. Don't get me wrong. We just don't know until the rest of it's reported. We won't know. But Massey's, because most of this is early vote, Massey's doing worse than he needs to do in Kenton. Gulrin's not really doing better than he needs to do in Boone. He's just doing what he needs to do in Boone. So we have to see what happens with Kenton. And then the rest of the eastern part of the district has not reported. So that's Massey's backyard, guys. That's why that eastern part is more Massey than the western part right now. But this one went 54. Yeah, it got a little bit better. Henry got a little bit better, but there's votes in Oldham, there's votes in Shelby, and we'll see. You notice the closer you get to Louisville, the less, the more faded the yellow is. We just have to wait and see.
So what do they have to turn out as? So right now the
Like 120
interesting is the median's even 130, but it looks
on
like
betting. Yeah. Yeah.
but now it's down to 26%, 130.
Okay.
72%. It's probably going to be real close to 120. It looks like.
Yeah. I think that's probably about right.
Yeah, above 110 is pretty safe, I think. But that's at
Yeah.
83% in the markets at above 110, 72% above 120, 26% above now 130. That was 50-50. But
Yeah.
now
I
it
mean, look,
looks
we
like
got,
it's trending towards what is it? It looks like it's trending towards there's
120.
because there's 31,000 and change in.
I think
Yeah,
130's a little
is now
130's a little
high.
bullish, bro.
Yeah,
130's a little bullish.
it's where they were, but they've come down as some of the election day votes come in. So you have about 20,000 early votes and about 100,000 election day votes.
Yeah, and I'm looking at what people are betting on with this margin. I don't know, guys. It's not that safe. I'll tell you that.
Let's see. What do they got currently on margin?
Okay, so Campbell came in. They're separated by 170. Campbell's early vote came in. Gallrin won it 55-45. That's actually about what we had. It is. That's about right. The question is, will Gallrin do better with the election day vote in Campbell? It's only 13% of Campbell. Nothing else from Boone. Boone's hanging tight. They're waiting. Kenton, nothing else from Kenton. A Kenton early vote would be really nice. More to me than Boone, because Kenton's where he's got to make it up. I mean, if you're getting ready to call, decide whether to call a race or not, where he needs the votes. So if we got those election day votes from Kenton, we'd know. You know what I mean? That's it.
That's interesting. You can take no on Gallrin winning by 10 or more at 2-1 on your money.
Yeah, people think he's going to win by 10 or more.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, looking at what's in.
I don't know, man. There's too many moves on election day to Massey to expect him to expand that. I don't know.
I agree.
I don't know. The only place he's doing better with election day is Boone, and it's only by 0.8%. So I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys, if Oldham comes in and election day is better for Gallrin, then I'd feel more comfortable with that. But for right now, I don't know, man. I don't know. It'd be close. It's a gamble, guys. It's a gamble.
Yeah, I would say at 2-1, I would like those odds at Gallrin not to win by double digits.
He's only up by 10.28 right now. The early vote has been more favorable to him, for sure. Basically everywhere, except for Boone. See, that's the only.
And in Boone has a higher reporting rate than the rest.
Look at that. Massey just won the election day vote that was counted. Massey won it by 12. He overperformed his early vote by 11.4.
In which area?
In Campbell. So okay, so there was a small jump. Campbell came in with a little bit like 1,700 absentees, and Gallrin won them 55-45. Then Massey won the election day 56-44, which would tell us that Campbell's probably is going to switch to Massey.
Right.
It is. Campbell's going to Massey. If that continues. I mean, I know it's only a little bit, but these are smaller areas, guys. I mean, he knocked Gallrin's margin down considerably just with that small batch in Campbell. So Campbell probably will slip. So Campbell is like the dead ass, if you're splitting the district down the middle, Campbell is the line of where it's been Massey friendly. All right. And there have been some other other counties that came in, like Robertson, very small. That's all reported. And that went to Gallrin. All right, Bracken came in a little bit. Let me see. Do they have that for Bracken? They don't. See, some of these small counties, they're not giving us that switch. They are giving it to us for Campbell. Nothing left in Boone. Nothing more in Kenton. That's really what we need to see, guys. And, Shelby, that's going to be early vote. That's the big vote left that's early is in Shelby. Unless they put it all out there all at once, brother. They could do that. They could. It's not like we haven't seen that, but 10.57 is because some of that early vote in Campbell looked better for Gallrin, and then the election day will I mean, that's so close. 170 votes if Massey's winning the election day by 12 points more. I don't know. I think that's going. But he's got a steep effing hill to climb right now. Tell you that.
Yeah.
He's got a steep hill to climb.
No doubt about that. He's got to do well in some big election day vote drops.
Yes.
In places like Kenton and Campbell. And
even
Shelby.
Parts, honestly, he
Oldham.
needs a nice chunk in parts of Boone. Like he needs to be able to win like Southern Boone, a big election day drop in Boone that tightens that margin. You know, it's not that it's all that much of a it's not. It's 57-43 in Boone. That's not overcomable. It's just that you have to do better. You have to do better. And there he's an incumbent, so they're giving him the the benefit of the doubt. 10.6 and Galrin's. I mean, I'm telling you, dude, you can actually watch that shit move as we say these things. You can actually watch it move. Because 5 to 10 had dropped considerably, and we were like, I don't know, 10 to 15 sounds like a lot, and then it went down. Come on, Oldham and Kenton, come on. I want it, guys. I know there are other races right now, but I really don't want to switch from here. This is the race. This is the race that matters. I mean,
yeah, the other ones is going to be looking at really turnout tomorrow.
Man, I'll tell you, Pennsylvania is not good, Robert. It's not good at all for Republicans. Not good at all. Even if we would have done the most certain voters, it still would only say Galrin +5 in our poll, just so people understand. I could have screened those guys out, guys, and it still would have just said Galrin +5. That's it. 4.5. That's it. It would not have been 10. But I did give, it was the most expensive primary in the country. I mean, in the history.
Oh,
congressional
yeah.
Correct. Something just came in.
It'll have to be a persuasion switch if he loses by this kind of margin. It's some late breaking voters win against him.
Gen X.
Yeah, it would be the Gen X one.
Yep. All right, I don't know where that came from. I'd like to know. Green up? Oh, come on, guys. Oh, this is just garbage. Wasn't green up. Where the hell was this? Something just came in that pushed Galrin up. I don't know where, but it did. I don't know. Where did that just come in? Something just bumped him to 12.5 points. It wasn't Shelby's early vote. So that's what I was expecting to come in and bump him up to 12. But it didn't. Owen, that's not enough to do it. Harrison. That gave him a bump. It's Harrison.
What did he win Harrison by?
Let me just go down here. It's easy. 12.7. That'll do it. And he did get Galrin. That's another place where Galrin did better with the election day vote than he did in the early. So Boone, Harrison. No, in Campbell, Massey's winning the election day. Come on. We don't have everything, though. That's unfortunate. Don't want to make you guys dizzy. Give me a second. That's Harrison. Right. Duh. Kenton, again, Massey's doing better in the election day vote. You got to be kidding me. 303 total election day votes cast in Buckingham Lower 1, and it was 50-50. I kid you not. That's in Bucks County, guys, in Pennsylvania. It's a very, very, very bad sign. Very bad sign.
What is it that's up? Is it just the primaries tonight in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, but we look, the guys who've been running local campaigns there forever, they know this primary vote history matters. Like if your side is outvoting, Pennsylvania doesn't have a lot of independents. If your side is outvoting the others, then come election day, your independents outvote theirs. That's just the way it goes, And lower two, Buckingham lower two was one that, and lower one, by the way, this is the same thing. Like we saw Biden voters vote for Trump in those areas. We actually saw that happen. This is bad. This suggests there are some people who are going back to Democrats. There are, and we can see it in the registration vote switching, where you were an independent and then you switched to a Republican. Now you switch back to an independent. You hung out there for a while. Now you're going to switch back to being a Democrat so you can vote in the primary. The vote switchers like that, it's not good. Where the Republicans are losing that metric badly. All right, so Massey's probably that's close. I don't know. Obviously, he would need to do better. He's got to do better in that election day. Significant.
Who is it?
So Galrin is ahead in the election day now in Campbell. That's just not good news for Massey. 2,984 to 2,934. It's 50.4 to 49.6. I got to tell you, I think I know what happened here. I think that I was talking to Matt Gaetz about this last night. That those and I told you those true social bombs, they work. I've seen it. It works. It targets them. And if you're not a Trump fan and you get it, you're just like, whatever. Or at least that's the hope. But if you are, it tries to get them out. It does look like I can almost guarantee this. Like when we look at who voted in this primary by age, it's going to be, larger 62 plus, but I think they just got their Gen X out. You know what I mean? I
right.
do.
I agree with that.
That's what they did. They got their Gen X out. By the way, Galrin's margin now is down again to 10.4 after 30. It's the election day vote that's better for Massey.
Right. I think the number probably will probably come in around 7-ish.
Yeah, I think
some people will look good, but they're going to have been fortunate rather than predictive in their polling.
I think Quantis man tries to. I think they did to do a good job. I mean, he was really like, if you're a good pollster and you're trying to think about what to do, you stress over this shit. And my people on locals know. We were like, I mean, look, guys, I can actually show them right now. Where we stopped, it was like Galrin by 1 without the leaners. And it just, honestly, it looks like those leaners just didn't come out for Massey. They just didn't. Because if they would have, this would be closer. Unless there's some massive change in election day, and we will see. But I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know, brother.
So I guess Mason he won by 2. I guess it's all in or no?
Mason is not all in. No, it's like 33 votes. Yeah, I mean that's it. Something like that. But here, I mean, after I get off the thing last night, this is where it ends up, and I'm just like, I threw my hands in the air and I'm like, I'm done. Look at how much I tightened the screen too. I mean, it was as tight as it could be. They did a good job getting out their Gen Xers versus Massey's Gen Xers, Yeah. And it's possible those late breakers did not break for him, I mean, it's possible that we were going over who they were and Massey's were like less reliable and younger. So the late breakers could have just went to Galrin anyway, which would still put him only with the most certain metric. It would put him from 4.5 to like 6, a little over 6.5, maybe something like that, which I could do. I could check it out. But
in the end, it'll have to have been a persuasion switch because the turnout is what we predicted it would be. And their numbers were predicting a much lower turnout. Their projections.
Yeah, it's true.
Poll lead. Like they were predicting 90,000 to 100,000 primary voters, not anywhere near 120,000.
Which Galrin would have won at a much larger. He would have won going away. This is starting to tighten now. We're back down under 10 now. And now you see the 5 to 10. We absolutely did move the markets talking about this, by the way. Oops. We just have to, Campbell, he's got to win that. There's no doubt. He's got to win it. I know that, again, a lot of times they'll give the incumbent a lot of grace, guys. Because I do see people asking, well, why can't they call it? Why can't they call it? They'll give an incumbent a lot of grace, and there's a lot of knowns still.
It's an odd district. You have different early votes, and you have different areas
Yeah.
to get, and they would like a complete result from some of like
Yes.
a county like Kenton, ideally, but at least 2/3, something like that, and a big drop from Kenton, big drop from Shelby, a little
Massey's
bit more.
actually doing better now in the election day vote in Boone. That's what happened. Massey closed the gap, not by winning something else we weren't paying attention to. A big chunk of election day came in, and Massey did about 2 points better in it. That's why they're holding off.
Right.
So neighboring county is,
and it's because you've got a split in some of these counties between these areas. That you have very different kind of. This wasn't an ideological driven vote. It was a Trump and generational driven vote, and a different kind of Trump driven vote, unlike any past Trump election. And that now the Trump core vote is the Republican traditional primary vote turnout, not the untraditional Republican turnout model.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to somebody, and what they're saying, what they think happened is this is going to be a heavily older electorate. They think they're confident that they got basically 50 and above. That's what,
The key would be that they did well with that 50 to 61 number. See what the sort of the 30 to 40, 34 to 49 that number turns out to be. But at 120,000, it would be tough to get the 62 plus more than 40% of the electorate. So they would have had to have made some inroads into the Gen Xers, and even driven down, limited the numbers some elsewhere. I mean, it'd be hard to. That's not like that's something you can figure out by precinct results. Unfortunately, we'll know what the share of the electorate is once the state of Kentucky reports that, whenever that is, in the next week or two.
Yeah, they'll give it in the next week or two.
And that will tell us the vote share, but it won't tell us the persuasion dynamic. Assuming that the persuasion dynamic explains the shift. It's more of the late. You did have about 20% of the electorate that kept reporting undecided at some level, anywhere from 15 to 20%. That's a pretty high undecided rate for a race like this.
Until I close the screen. Yeah.
Correct. And so if you make it, if they break 2 to 1, 3 to 1, or don't vote in mass, then that could, change things a little bit. But if they break the other way, then that could make a difference as well.
Yeah, I think, and I just got this from them. This is what they think, that we think they're confident they effectively expanded the electorate with just their core demos.
Interesting.
So, so they think, just because of the vote, they know what their own polling showed. There it is. Right. They just called it. They just did.
Called it for Gallren.
They called it for Gallren. And let me see why. Probably because, Kenton just hung out. Boone's closing. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but that's it. Yeah, so I got to go ahead and put this up there. But yes, yep. They did. They just called it. I'll get exactly why in a second. Let me just go ahead and put this out.
Well, yeah, what is it? About half the vote, they have them up by 10. And so they're figuring he's not going to flip that by 10 plus.
Yeah, dude, it's
half of the vote.
It's tough.
I think he'll make it closer, though. I could see him, if he wins the remaining I could see him winning it by, say, 5.
I think it is. I think it's almost certain to close. It's certainly close. I was actually just sent the message to Jason. It'll probably close right on his poll. It'll be very, very close to his poll, But because he's even doing better with Boone now, and I think that's probably what happened. Southern Boone came in, which we expected to be better. Look at that, man. 55-44. That's like really close to it's the Kenton number. And we'll see what Kenton what it falls into. But what drew it to a tie in our poll, or close to a tie in our poll, was Massey was doing better in Kenton County. And he ultimately did not. He did not. And it's weird because he was doing worse in Oldham than what we're seeing here. And I don't think, it's possible because it's the Louisville suburbs. It's possible that maybe the election day vote is a little bit better for Gallren and Oldham because you got the more suburban educated voter who voted early and it made it closer. And it's just that's not what we saw, but we'll see. So at this point, guys, it really is a matter of margin. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think the 10 to 15 guys is that's really a lot in my mind. That's really a lot. Okay. really a lot.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he has to win the remaining half of the vote by 10 points, 10
Yeah.
plus points.
Yep.
And given where the vote is out, it's more likely. I think he may break. I think he'll win it. What's out? Given to Election Day, Kenton, and some other
Yeah, he's
places.
gonna. He just took. Look, he just took Oldham. Massey just took Oldham. I told you. Shit, that's something, bro. This race will tighten. It will.
Yeah,
Tighten. It will tighten. It's going to be 5 to 10, guys. I think. Honestly,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I think 7 is the median. I think that the under 10 is still good. That the turnout
Watch
picks. I
Watch
think
the 0 to
120.
5 bet. It's really cheap. And if Massey winds up doing better in Kenton than expected, he could pull it below 5. And Gallrin 0 to 5 is 4.5 cents right now. So just keep your eye on it. It's possible if Shelby comes in more favorable for Massey than expected, like Oldham just did. Okay. So keep your eye on that shit. If that happens, you could make some money. It's very low. It's already going up. People are already buying. I said, keep your eye on it. I didn't say buy it. All right. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's given what's out somewhere between. I think a comeback is probably around. I think the market has it at 1%. Maybe I'd put that at 2 to 3% chance of a comeback. But I think that the likelihood of somewhere in 5 to 7 is probably if he breaks even with it, with what's left, then the final margin's around 5. If he loses it by 5, then the final margin's around 7. A little under 8. So, the question is whether he's going to lose what's outstanding by at least 10 points in order for this to stay at double digits. I don't see that as a likely.
I don't know. He's already well below it. It's 8, and Boone is done. I mean, it's not done, but Massey's doing better in Boone than he was before. So, for all we know, he did better in Northern Boone than he was doing before. And then Southern comes in and makes it even closer. He's not going to carry it, but it'll make it closer. And that'll really kill Ed's ability to win.
Kenton just dropped a bunch. It looks like Gallrin won it by 6 with about 20,000 votes in.
Really? Oh, well, that still wouldn't help. And that will pull down the margin, though. It will.
Yeah, it will pull down the margin.
I see it. Massey did 2.7 better in it. There it is. Yep. Okay.
So 20,000. That's probably close to the total.
They're done. Kenton's done. So that's it. It will be.
So the key was he ended up flipping Kenton.
Yes, that's the key. Yeah. 100%. He flipped Kent. Honestly, we had Campbell, I think 50-50. I think 2 things happened. He flipped Kenton, which Massey definitely needed to make up this margin. He did. And then he did better in, look at Greenup. Okay. I'm curious when they put the votes up to see where it's at. But some of these, like Harrison, West to Grant, this we expected. We did expect Massey to do better in the western part of the district. If I plotted the interviews red and blue, you would have saw a split, guys, from almost straight down the middle. And you would have saw more red for Massey on center to right, more blue center to left. And then, that's what you would, this is not what we're seeing on the map right now. What we're seeing is that Gallrin did do better in some of these other counties like Harrison and Bracken. I mean, every vote counts, but it really comes down to Kenton and Campbell. And then, I mean, yeah, sure, Greenup, you could definitely, there's votes there, so you could put that in the camp too. And then it just wasn't enough that he did surprisingly better in places like Oldham. I think that the campaign is right. I think what they're saying they think they did, I think is what exactly happened. You know what I mean?
Right. That they got out their target voter group
better than they didn't have the money for it, bro. He just simply did not have the money for that. That is.
Well, and I think it's to all the other candidates out there, to Fleming in Louisiana, Lynch in South Carolina, to all of those folks, the micro targeting, getting out the vote is critical. It's more essential than anything else in these kind of increasingly. That if you're not micro targeting your voter group, if you don't find the technology or find somebody with the technical skill to do so, then it's going to be you're not going to beat the donor class in an air war. The ground war was good, but wasn't enough. You need real micro targeting in the modern era.
And I can tell you, they knocked on groups that supported Massey, knocked on 173,000 doors, something like that. Like, it was a lot, dude. 173,000. But they look, I don't want to blow anybody up or anything, but like, it is true that they were doing it under another kind of like name and another group because certain groups didn't want to be seen as helping Massey. That may not have been that effective without the weight of those organizations behind them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's different when you knock on the door and you're like, hey, I'm so-and-so from, and then they're like, oh, really? Okay. So the grassroots backs Massey here in this one, like that.
Well, yeah. And I think that's the other groups that, the pro-life groups, the gun rights groups, some other groups that were for Massey, but relied on traditional marketing messages. That's not working. That you really need to figure out who your target voter is, and you've got to tune up that micro targeting machine. Now, I think for the Republican Party, this spells disaster for the fall. Because I know a lot of, now obviously I am a
bad
Massey,
news.
I like Thomas Massey and been friends with him for years. But just aside from that, the point Charlie made, the point you've been making for quite a while, especially right now, to run out the mode, and Trump put his fingerprints all over this. It would be one thing if Trump had distance. I think Trump probably regrets how much he went full in on Massey, realizing that if he had been quieter, they probably pull it out tonight without him doing everything he did the last 48 hours. But going all in on this means all of your Massey supporters in that wing of the party nationwide now have one man to blame, and his name is Donald Trump. And that is not going to bode well for November. That's not going to bode well when impeachment votes roll around. Now, I think for Massey himself, I don't think this is the end of the road for him personally at all. It's the end of the road for this congressional race, but because he's not allowed to run as an independent, they have a sort of
spoiler.
Now you could sue and challenge that. He could run as an independent and see whether a court would say the laws. I think the laws are unconstitutional. But I think from what I heard, he's looking at possibly running for governor in 2027 in Kentucky. And then he's a possible presidential candidate. He built the biggest grassroots donor base across the country of any candidate in the House on either side. Got it rolling late, but I suggested to his people to micro target things, but there's certain candidate who was a candidate in South Carolina that didn't take some of our advice.
I know, run for.
I know Jim Carlin running, and his people are good. He's got good people for him in Iowa, other places. Use this as a reminder: you can't run a traditional campaign.
No.
That if you're not going to win an air war, you got to fight asymmetric. You got to fight the way Iran fights the U.S. They don't try to compete with F-15s in the sky. They use what is their strength. Sun Tzu, to defeat what is strong, attack what is weak. But to overcome what is weak, remember what is strong. I think that for all those challengers, outsiders, I know there's a bunch of those people that are going to be depressed tonight and distressed and disappointed by this, because they wanted to believe that knocking on doors matter, that grassroots matter, that voters would get informed, that you have voters literally voting for an empty suit who ran out of a basement. That for those kind of voters,
it's a primary, Robert. It's a Republican primary.
And it closed. Yeah, and a closed Republican primary. But if you're an outsider, the lessons to learn from tonight are: do not run an asymmetric war. Find ways to micro target voters. Come up with things like music and memes. Both a throwback to old school campaigning and having campaign songs, but also using modern techniques like memes. The Massey just ran a positive, straightforward, old school grassroots.
I want to speak to that actually, though. I do. I was, and I don't think anyone's going to care, but I was talking to an old client of mine, right, last night, and we were going over the numbers. And the one thing he pointed out, of course, was that he was like, dude, your tracking poll is clearly moving. And look, I don't want to say who it is because he wanted Massey to win and he loves the president, but he knows Massey personally. So I'll leave it at this. that he was like, dude, the poll's going in the wrong direction, and you know how these Republican primaries work, like, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. I'm not willing to dump people from a likely voter model at this point if they have 3 out of 4 vote history and say they're going to vote. Like, I know what they're doing, I understand, but I'm just not willing to do it. And he's like, basically, in a nutshell, that, yeah, I mean, in the future, they're not going to be able to spend that much on everyone who pisses them off. But this is going to, a lot of the party wants to have closed primaries. And in our state, or theirs, I will say was my state, it's not anymore, but in our state that I'm talking about with this person, it's closed. So we kind of know how these things go. But it's an argument to be said that, like, if you want to expand the electorate, this is the point he made. Like, Donald Trump himself was able to defy those trends, like you saw on the tracking poll, because you could see it. The Zoom that I did for the book club, we all saw it, man. Like, live, we saw more boomers like saying, "I'm going to vote, I'm going to vote, I'm going to vote," and the certain to vote had dropped 18 to 29, like 2%, right? Like, which I thought was insane. But he was pointing out, like, I think that can happen, especially in a closed primary. And he's saying, the irony of all of this is that Donald Trump would have lost a closed primary in 2016. And, like, if you want to excite independents to join your party or participate in your party, then you don't want that. And Democrats seem to have caught this. They get this a little bit more. At least they want to make it very easy for you to change registration last minute so you can get in. Kentucky, you cannot do that. You had to register a while back. So all the Democrats who wanted to come in and try to help save Thomas Massie despite Trump, that was just not a viable option here. But the irony of all of this, Robert, it really is that's how he was beat tonight. It is, which is something that's like, totally, like, Ted Cruz could have denied Donald Trump the nomination this way. Is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, correct. It's an old
100%.
It's an old and increasingly antiquated mechanism of picking nominees if you want to have an expansive, effective
Coalition.
general election coalition.
Yeah.
And that's what's not present. And so ultimately, now for the general election, Gohring's definitely going to underperform in this district. The question is, it's such a heavy plus Trump district that it'll be difficult. But given the contested nature of this, we'll see. I
actually think he'll be a very, very temporary congressman. Let me just say this real quick. This area, guys, eventually you can't dump $25 million in it. Massey could seriously come back in 2 years and beat Ed Goldring like a drum. All right.
Right.
He could. I mean, let's be real. He could. Go ahead.
If he wants the House.
If he did.
I think what he proved through this race is that he's increasingly a national figure. And that amongst the closed Republican primary electorate of his congressional district, he doesn't have the locked-in percentage backing of the Republican primary voter. Yeah. But nationwide, he's increasingly popular and seen as a Ron Paul type figure. And I think to keep alive his own his own movement and the people who support him, I think the question is what's next for Massey. And maybe it's coming, maybe it's running statewide, maybe it's running in 2 years, maybe it's running for the presidency, maybe it's running outside the Republican primary. Because I think the level of disappointment and distress amongst your independent, libertarian oriented younger, your Owen Schroyers, your Clint Russells, the people that went, all the influencers that were down here for younger voters, they're going to increasingly think the Republican primary is a boomer country club that is for the oligarchic class only. And what's going to do is that's going to lead to Republican Party identification dropping and declining. That's going to lead to increasing voters who are going to look for an option outside of the party. It's like if they had taken out Ron Paul from the House some years ago. What would that have done to the Republican Party? Well, we saw an example of it when they locked Ron Paul out of the 2012 convention, despite all the support. It cost them in the fall. And Trump was able to slowly only get them back really in 2024. And now he's torched that bridge to that voter group. And he's done it in the most dramatic way possible. Also, now with taking out Massey, Trump will be more identified with Epstein than ever before.
This is what, and I'm like, I don't know if you hear the bling bling in the background. Like I'm talking to somebody right now. And look, this was their plan. And I mean, I don't know if it's a secret anymore. They made this not about like Massey and foreign policy or Epstein to the Republican primary voter. They made this about loyalty. And this is what we had this conversation with Matt Gaetz on a show last night. That is what we heard. So what we, from that side who were like undecided and like, look, the immigration stuff bothered. I don't think he explained his position on immigration enough, but it was the loyalty to the party thing because it's a primary that matters. Here was my pushback to it, though. All right. It's about loyalty and immigration to the primary voter. All right. To the core Republican primary voter. But to the general election, this will be about Epstein. Every bit of it. It will be about Israel and Epstein. And all you accomplished here today was making yourself look more like a puppet. The country thinks you're a puppet of Netanyahu. You just had Israeli dual citizens spend $25 million against a congressman who Israel wasn't even his major issue. You know what I mean? It wasn't. But it looks like it now. And I think, it just shows that there's a bit of a disconnect, I think, between what's good for the party in the long run and what's good for, I don't want to use the word they just used, but the cult of personality. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the word they just used, not me. They just used that. And they said, look, we knew he's a cult of personality. We made it about loyalty to that cult of personality, which was smart. And you and I already knew that because we read the stupid thing. I sent it to you the other day. Like, it wasn't stupid. It was smart. But at the same time, that doesn't work with general election voters. It doesn't, guys. It doesn't. And Democrats are going to gobble this up. They're going to gobble it up.
Absolutely. Trump made sure that the Epstein Republican was run out of his own party.
Yeah, man. That's what they don't see here, right, dude? You just did that. There will be memes everywhere. There will be memes everywhere. Watch.
And for the Democrats, for the O'Connell, say there's no place in the Republican
Party. That's
exactly
exactly what they're going to say.
Congressman who stands up for the Epstein transparency. There's no place in the Republican Party for an anti-war Republican. There's no place in the Republican Party for a true Maha Republican. There's no place in the Republican Party for a Ron Paul style Republican. There's no place in the Republican Party for a libertarian-minded Republican. That will be the national message that they'll be able to make. And those voters are already inclined in that direction, and losing their sole representative in the House will only reaffirm that. And so that's the problem for why it's not a long-term win for the Trump White House.
Oh, dude, this is a lose. This is a loss.
This is a
loss. This is hands down a loss.
It will go down as a turning point in the in Trump and for the Republican Party brand. Yep. That this was about one of the dumbest decisions they could make was to take Massey out. They would have been saved by if Massey had managed to pull it off. The fact that he's not going to pull it off tonight. And someone as bad as Galring, I mean, a candidate who's a joke, who ran a Biden from the basement campaign that even Biden would be embarrassed by because at least Biden participated in debates. Galring did not. That here you have, it's also a message to the young voter. It sends a very discouraging message. And it's why I want people to stay engaged and find other ways to express themselves politically. Because, it says, look, you can buy a race, a foreign country can buy America's Congress. This will be the international message. The international message was Americans don't even pick their own representatives. Foreign nations can buy any House seat they want, any Senate seat they want, any White House that they want. That's the message they're going to be saying all around the world. So this is not a win if you care about the constitutional republic, if you care about the Republican Party, if you care about Donald Trump. It's a win for those that want to see Trump go down long term because it will badly undermine, it will take away one of the last pillars of his base. He's raising money for now. Some people ask, I mean, this will jack up the odds for Lindsey Graham to win in South Carolina, but this should be a message to the Mark Lynch campaign people. You cannot run a conventional campaign and think you're going to win that. you're going to have to do micro targeting. If you don't, you're going to lose. And but I don't think Graham will win that general election. I think that ship has sailed out of the if Graham is the nominee. But
How much think you're going to lose South Carolina?
I think if Graham's the nominee, he loses. I mean, I think this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Did you go through the New York Times poll?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically your poll, but
it
was what we predicted 6 months ago. That everybody
said
now, we were
and now Echelon has D+9. Just so everybody understands, we can go through the election. We can go through the generic ballot model tomorrow if you want. That means peripheral Senate races will go down. Graham has been in trouble before, and Donald Trump has saved him. But back then, Trump was like, it's weird. In 2020, the polling was crazy because of COVID, and it was a weird time to poll. And I don't think we ever had, I think our final poll in 2020 had Donald Trump's approval rating only like -4. I think it was like 47-51. I'd have to go back and double check that, but we never had him where other pollsters had him. That still has juice. 47-51 still has juice. And Graham was in deep trouble. If you guys remember, he was like crying and whining to Sean Hannity and begging for donations because he said he was being outspent and Democrats were going to beat him. I think as we get closer, without the younger generation, which I don't think Republicans are going to have, as we get closer, this election is just going to be a bad cycle for Republicans. But by 28, 30, and 32, it's going to be very hard for them to do that. That's why Paul needed. And by the way, somebody from SC is somebody pretty important is watching right now, and they just texted me that South Carolina in 2020 was just a reluctant vote for Graham. Everyone's internal polls had that race extremely
very tough. Oh, I know because I bet on it. It was because in 2014 he only won by 8, I believe, and that was a very favorable Republican nationwide electorate. And so because
whites are getting more educated, they're coming and flooding in from the other parts of the state, and Republicans didn't make any inroads into non-whites until Trump. But Trump did great in black belt counties, but it's torched now. It's gone.
I do wonder how much they're going to upset. South Carolina is the kind of place that taking away Clyburn's district might have some negative effects in the near short term. In terms of,
backlash from black voters, you mean?
Yeah, just because he's unique in that. There's a lot of these guys that are fakes.
Yes,
Clyburn's the real deal in running a black political machine in South Carolina.
But I still think to lose South Carolina, you have to have a drop off in turnout among traditional Republican
or crossover votes. I think it's where Graham's risk runs. I think the draw. I can't imagine there won't be a serious third libertarian or independent candidate on the ballot for the Senate, given who Graham is.
Dude, it doesn't. It almost to me doesn't matter anyway. It's why I advocated so hard for Paul Dans, because South Carolina will turn into Georgia eventually, very soon. That's why you need it. It's not that Mark Lynch is a really nice guy, but the reason why I was like, Dan's a better candidate is because he's a low country Republican. And guys, that's where all the low country votes are. You may remember another member of Congress who got on Trump's bad side, had gotten a ton of money thrown at her, and they got somebody to run against her. She won. And she won because she was a low country Republican. It was close, but she beat Liz Arrington pretty soundly. That of course is Nancy Mace. This has got low country Republicans are different than up country Republicans and Piedmont Republicans. They are. And Paul kind of fit that mold. He did fit the mold. And the idea that he was from out of state didn't really matter, because guess what? So is 20% of the damn state heavily concentrated from the low country to PD and like Ori. And again, that was Donald Trump's equation for winning the Republican primary back in 2016 against all of these guys who had legacy in that state, legacy. Let me just peep here, because I see people asking me about margins. Let me pop it up and I'll say, but go ahead, while I'm looking, if you understand, I just think that even if they don't lose it now, it doesn't matter. They're up every 6 years. If you see something coming down the pike and it's 4 years down the pike, you better jump on it soon and deal with it right away. This was the chance to deal with Lindsey Graham and get rid of him, because guys, they might have put this will exacerbate how much neoconservatism is rejected in the country. It doesn't help. Like, this won't, you're not going to force stuff down people's throats. $25 million, and they're celebrating winning a race by probably around 8 points, 7 points, which I'll go over in a second. I'll give you guys, because there are people asking for a margin update. I'll go and I'll look through it. But that's not good. It took that much, and they hid the guy. They pulled a Joe Biden campaign. He's objectively like the worst candidate I've ever seen run for Congress in a really long time, bro. It's like about as bad as I'm a witch. You remember that? I'm a witch. Like, that was that kind of a disastrous candidate. Anyway, just to get to this real quick before I pull the map up and let you respond, again, just back to South Carolina, you don't have 6 years. Boomers turn 80 this year, the oldest boomers. 6 years from now, when Lindsey Graham is up again, they'll be 86. Guess what? Most of them would be dead. They'd be dead. And guess who will be the largest voting bloc in the electorate very shortly after? Millennials.
And the problem is that the Republican Party is telling millennials that their favorite candidate can't even be a member of Congress.
That's right. That's what they did here tonight. That's exactly right. That's exactly
and I just think that is, and again, this is millennials in Northern Kentucky. This isn't millennials nationwide. Millennials nationwide are even more independent, more populist, more libertarian leaning. Just more populist. I mean, that's the whole point of Baris's book forthcoming in September is, burn it all down. Their option in the Republican Party was taken out tonight by the money machine.
Yep.
And that's going to send all the wrong messages to those voters. They were worried about this was a very short-term fix. This was sending a message to the current members of the House, sending a message to the current Republican establishment. And he did so at the price of the Trump 2024 coalition and the Republican Party brand writ large.
Yeah.
But I don't think you've seen the end of Massey, would be my guess. He's very young, and I think you're only going to see the beginning of that. But what you may be seeing is the beginning of the end of the Republican Party as a viable brand. Because without someone like Massey within it to represent it, and if it was up to Trump, Lauren Boebert would be out, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene is out, Nancy Mace would be out. They would all be out that are on the populist side of the equation, in the House, and consequently, or in the Senate. The Senate nominee is Andy Barr from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell's choice, who will vote to convict Donald Trump in 2027 when impeachment rolls around. That's how dumb that decision was.
Somebody just sent me something. Citizen Free Press has it. Watch live. Rich gets it wrong. I kind of find that funny. So 10 years, you got one. What are you going to do?
Oh, yeah, I mean, this was a turnout-driven primary election. The turnout turned out like we predicted. And it was within the district, there was either a persuasion switch or there was an unusual turnout dynamic.
I literally said on the live update yesterday, like, I easily can see this going for Gulrin by 7 points. I literally showed people, if I drop these people out of the likely electorate and I put this up here, it's already Gulrin 4.5 before the leaners. So it's very easy to see how he gets to 7. But this district has young turnout history. All right. What it doesn't have is a history of $25+ million targeted towards driving out 62 plus. And I think verbatim, my word was, the safe bet is to drop these people out of the electorate and to put Gulrin up by 5. That was like, I think I said that. Like, here's the final, drop them out. It would be Gulrin 4.5. It would lean a little bit more, and honestly probably would have leaned in like 6.5. But the safe thing, in case they did vote, was to put Gulrin by 5. So it would be within like the margin of error. But ultimately, that's what happened. If we look at those leaners for Massey and we do the certainty to vote, you'll see that they just didn't vote. That's what happened. They didn't vote. Those people did. And honestly, I am somewhat surprised, even though I've seen the Trump people do this before. I am somewhat surprised because there's a backfire effect where you target, it gets so much national attention, Robert, and so much money. There's no way to fly under the radar and just target your people. I think I know what can explain it, though. And that's these younger people are just so upset and so dejected. They didn't even vote for Massey. You know what I mean? Like they're
I mean,
dumb.
it'll be tricky to figure out just because you don't.
I
really
think
have
that's it.
age driven.
Yeah.
What we had was a divorce from at least from my analysis. My analysis was premised that if the turnout went over 100,000 and definitely got to 120,000, that meant if the vote shares held amongst the different demographic groups, then Massey would eke it out. That would suggest some degree of persuasion within those groups. So that most likely, maybe, though you could have disparate turnout within the groups. In other words, the Galrin Gen X voter voted, but the Massey Gen X voter didn't. Or the Boomer Galrin voter voted, but the Boomer Massey
I think
voter
it's Gen X because we had. I think we'll go back and find that we had Gen X too low. That'll be
or that they swung the. It's just given that the turnout ended up being as a forecast, or you just could have undecided swinging the other way, and then you just have the hard part of measuring polling with a district like this that's kind of divergent, because it looks like some counties are going to be right where you had it, and
others will not.
Because it looks like really Kenton flipping to Galrin was really the difference in the race.
It's the difference. It's more than half of the difference. That's right. What it is.
And then it's going to be like-minded. So my guess would be sort of Gen X suburban voters, enough of them with the last push with Fox, all in. I mean, they were putting Galrin on national TV shows. So, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday night, Monday nights. So they were pushing him nationwide. He had Secretary of War come in and campaign for him live in the district. I don't think that has ever happened in the history of the congressional district. You had Trump from the Oval Office campaigning against him down the stretch. So you had some unusual, and you had just a very high undecided voter group for a contested primary like this very late. I mean, when you're some of the polls had it as over 20% undecided a week out. You don't usually see that high a number. So maybe the ones of the undecideds that actually broke and voted heavily for Galrin. It would be my other interpretation. You can't know for sure. You could look up the precinct data later.
We'll have to wait.
It's not like you have age precincts. You have little bits, but it's otherwise. This is one where there will always be some speculative interpretation of. The one thing I think that's fair to conclude is Galrin got out his vote much better than Massey got out his, even though the turnout in general was high, like Massey wanted.
It's weird. It's like maybe because they sent so much money to this, but if you look all around the map in the rest of the country right now, it's not looking good. So it's like, Pennsylvania looks abysmal. It's really bad.
It looked like Georgia, the Republicans might get back the Supreme Court seats.
Let's check it out. Let's check it out. As far as what
I think, didn't Democrats outvote Republicans in the primary in Georgia?
Yes. Oh, yes. In the early vote, it was really discouraging if you're a Republican because they had gotten so much. They had done so much to make that up in 2024, and it just seems to have been like squandered. It really did. Now here in this race, it looks like they did well, but you can't focus on one race like that, Robert. Like come the general election, that'll cost them. So yeah, guys, I don't know what to tell you. The other night, like I was saying, and I know Paul's listening, I accidentally bought Galrin 5-10. So I cashed out before when it was like, dude, it was like a 92% return already. So I was like, oh, I am out. And I left it, and it was an accident. I didn't mean to buy him. And I was like, well, it's a hedge bet, if it's wrong, because I really did see this race going like this for either side. And by the way, so did both sides. Both sides. At the very, and I think I can say it now. I think so. Like Massey's polling had the race very close. Massey up, definitely tightened, and it was like a hair. It was very close to ours. At the end, Galrin's polling, which like switched a month or so ago, They did put back to Gallrin, and I think they had him up by 9. I want to say 9, so it's going to be very close. And then, this is like, 2 different pictures of the race. But I think what we all did see, Robert, is at the end, toward the end, you could see that electorate get older and older and older. And here, real quick, if I just take this off real fast, like I said, this is what I was telling people last night. This happened late, okay? So if you do certain to vote, I'm too far up. Can they see this? No, they can't. All right, so let me go back up here. They did certain to vote. Okay, let me go down. And this is what I was saying. The easiest or the safest bet would have dropped them out. And then because these leaners were just not going to show, it would have pushed Gallrin to me. Like, yeah, I think 5.5, something like that. Ballpark, because Boone was a little low. So waiting up for Boone, it would have given them like a 5.5 point lead. But you know what? I don't regret my decision because that was the smart thing to do for this district. It just, at this point, obviously, because of all this money, it wasn't. But, I would do it again. I think let's look at the rest of it, though. I don't know, man.
Where do you see where's the current margin and where do you see it going in terms of margin?
Okay, let me go back to that race real quick and then we'll do it. Oldham doesn't have their margin up and neither does Shelby, right? But in Boone, one of them, let me go to Kentucky 4. Why Ed got close to 10 again is because of, I think it was it Shelby? Yeah, it was Shelby, where Massey was doing better with election day vote, but it did tighten. So something in the election day vote tightened. And the reason why I'm like really, really hesitant to tell people he could get above 10 is because see how Oldham flipped back? If that happens in Shelby, he could get above 10. The problem is there is still some vote out in Boone, and Massey is doing better in the election day vote in Boone, so it could pull it back down again. I mean, hedge, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like hedge.
Where's what's his current margin?
9.35. And that's what I mean. Like Oldham still has some vote out. So it is entirely possible that he could go above 10. It's possible. It is, man. It is.
I don't know how much is currently counted.
In the relevant counties that I'm looking at, you still have 20% of the vote out in Boone, and there's almost 25 out in Shelby. But we don't know if Massey's election day margin, is significantly better. They don't have it. So in Oldham, oh yes, they do. There it is. It's there now. 3.17. So that would suggest that it pulls it down. But again, Oldham, they don't have this up. But in Oldham, he flipped it. Massey flipped it. And then another election day batch came in from another part of the county, another precinct, multiple, and it pulled it back to Gallrin by like 500 votes. So that's how he got from 8 points to 9.3. So he could. I mean, he absolutely could.
But probably unlikely that he wins by more than 10. Sounds like.
It's because in most other areas, Massey's technically doing better with what's been coming in later, but there's been an anomaly. That's why I'm like, I'm really hesitant to tell people, no, it can't, it can happen because of that anomaly. And if Shelby does it, it definitely, I think it probably will happen because there's the most votes remaining out there, but we don't know that Shelby's going to do that. So I really, guys, I don't know. Hedge your bet. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's like one of those things. Oldham could go back to Massey. I could tell you yes, and then Oldham could go back because other precincts reported and put it back to Massey. I mean, Shelby won't. Shelby's going to be Shelby, and they're going to stay with Gallrin like that, I think. Even though Massey is doing slightly better, we're not talking about a flip here. We're not close enough for that like it did with Oldham. But I think probably it's going to be tough for him to get there, but it can be done.
What's the total number of votes so far?
The total number of votes is 101,546 with about 17, let's call it 16% remaining. So you're looking at over 110 for sure. I mean, well,
so it'll be close on 120.
Sure. Yeah.
I think I put out over 90,000, so that already cashed. But the Massey bets won't cash. The maybe under Massey not to lose by 10 or more might. So the We'll see how that one goes. Now, I'm guessing because of this, Graham will go up to like the mid 90s percentage chance he wins the primary.
And I
but
think,
what do you think? Do you think how much does this tell us anything about that race? I know they haven't spent anywhere near in that race against against Lynch what they've spent here against Massey.
That is true, but let me tell you why I thought that Dan's had the better shot, and that's why
I definitely thought Dan's had the better shot. But I mean, what would you put the odds of Lynch being able to win that?
I really do think it's low, man. Really, really low. And why is because, and we pulled this race, 2 or 3 times. The reason Lynch is going to have a problem is because like Dan's would have had a base of support in the low country. Even he could have made a play. I think he was going to make a play for PD. There are a lot of votes there. Horry County. Mark Lynch can make a play for Horry. He can, because it's like it's a different kind of Republican. But you see like Trump right here. If they make this about loyalty, Graham's trying to do the same thing. Then Horry County will stick with Graham, and it's like, well, then you're going to be left fighting out. Graham's home county, for people who don't know, is Oconee, which is actually in the upcountry. You might be surprised to hear that, given Graham is what he is. But it's in the upcountry with and he has the backings of like institutional evangelicals. So a candidate like Mark Lynch, who also has the same kind of appeal, will be left to fight with Graham in his own home turf. What he needs to have is more appeal in his own home area. That's why I always thought Dan's, again, would have been the stronger challenge to him, even though he didn't have the money that Lynch had, and didn't get it out. You just have to have a base of support where you're going to offset what Graham does. And I don't know where Lynch is going to get that from. What I saw with Lynch is that he polled higher than Dan's. He did. He polled higher than Dan's, but he didn't have a specific area where it was like, this is my home base. This is my vote get area. Paul was polling low, but he had Charleston. You know what I'm saying? Like, boom. It was there. You could see it when we plotted it on the map. If you made Paul red, there was just red dots all over Charleston, and Paul needed to expand out, particularly into PD, in where the Horry is, to offset the upcountry and Piedmont vote that is going to come out. I mean, we've been seeing that from these challenges from Donald Trump. He gets those votes out. He's not going to, let Graham go down without a fight. I have several people from, I don't know, a certain organization that represents young people on the right, just apoplectic, because they know this is bad. This is really bad. And my answer to them, because I know you're all watching, or a lot of you are watching, my answer to you is this. You should have taken a stand.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to hurt badly. I mean, Turning Point, frankly, is just torching their reputation in Lifetime.
Dude,
I know there are people connected to them that supported Massey and did things to help Massey. But the world believes they stood by and did nothing while their favorite congressman of their martyred founder was getting attacked from all sides. And I
understand
they're going to keep bleeding out amongst young people. They're going to keep losing out amongst young people. And within 5 years, they're going to not even exist at the rate they're going. They have to start to reverse course correct. Going all in on Trump is a way to just die as an organization, given that Trump decided to go full BoomerCon. And that can help Trump the win in races like these, but it's not the future of the party. It's not the future. It's not the future of the country. It's the future of the party.
Robert, this is over soon. This is the biggest Pyrrhic victory in politics I've ever seen in my life. For those who don't know what a Pyrrhic victory is, look up Baris. He used his entire army to repel the attack. And while he won, it didn't matter because he didn't have enough forces to hold up his empire. So it didn't even matter. He won and sacrificed everything to win. Now, this is that's what I see. I honestly do, man. That's what Burn It Down is all about. Turning Point and other organizations, I always said this, like Trump this one thing that jumped right out at me is that, and by the way, somebody else just said, wow, nobody is going to give a shit. Let me just say this before I finish my thought. Nobody is going to give a shit about exposing election fraud when Trump just had Israel purchase a congressional seat. All right. This is what they don't seem to understand. Like, this is all you did here. All right. So when we were doing the polling in 24 and DeSantis's people were like, oh, your polls are bullshit. Trump isn't that far ahead. He's not winning with young people. DeSantis is up with young people. And I'm like, guys, Trump made being a Republican cool again in the eyes of people under 45, which was something that Republicans hadn't had since like George W. Bush was kind of cool with a lot of young people for a while before it went off the rails. He was. But before that, you'd have to go back to like Reagan when young people liked Republicans. Trump made being a Republican cool again. And that has been annihilated. And what my point is like, if you're an organization that is, geared towards young people and energizing and engaging young people, when was it the best for you? I mean, because these organizations have been around for a long time. When was it the best for you? 2024. 2024, when Trump made being a Republican cool again. It's not a smart move to hitch your wagon, or just worse, to not say anything. And then you call the People's Pundit and cry about it later? Like, you should have said something. Now, do I think Charlie would have been? No, I totally, like you said, I totally do understand their point of view. But at some point, bro, like, Trump's going to be all right. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's so worried about, like, Trump's going to be all right. I think you need to start worrying about you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what really is what they're not getting. He'll be cool. I don't know about you, but he'll be cool.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it'll be interesting to see what else emerges out of this. I think you'll see more appetite for things outside of the Republican Party or conservative brand that a lot of young people are going to be looking for, short of resignation, because that's going to be the bigger risk from a certain standpoint, is that these voters or ordinary people conclude that their vote doesn't really matter since Congress is for sale in ways that they can all witness. But there's like here's some of the responses from around social media tonight from Tank Young Turks. Israel won in Kentucky. They now 100% control the Republican Party.
Yeah, I mean that's
it. The Republican Party is the party of Israel,
and
by Israel, and for Israel.
And let's face it, both parties. And this is the thing. Like, the attack on Massey was. Look at all the Democrats who support him. And I'm like, are you aware that AIPAC is filled with Democrats? Like, both parties have this problem, have this, foreign nation lobby problem. Both parties have it. But Democrats are now, because of the door Republicans have opened, Democrats are now going to be able to hide that. Like Barack Obama used to hide brilliantly. How him, Hillary, they were all bankrolled by Wall Street. All of them. But yet Republicans were seen as the party of big business because of what Bush did to the Republican Party. And it wasn't totally it was a fair criticism of them, but it was also fair to say of Democrats. It was also fair to say of Democrats. And they got away with it, Robert, forever, for years, until Trump came around and offered something totally different. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is Jejune the Annihilator. Sort of represents that independent populist voice. And
by the way, thanks for, he's very supportive. Thanks for that.
Oh, yeah. He says, enjoy your victory tonight. We will stay home in November and laugh when the GOP suffers a midterm bloodbath.
That's what I was afraid of. I was afraid of.
You're going to have many people who feel that way. You have the different, Trump negative Republican groups, Lincoln Project, those kind of people. But they're all saying Trump made it clear tonight that he is the Epstein party. Massey made the mistake of wanting pedophiles to be held accountable. Right? This is why, because of the Epstein case, because of the Israel argument, because of the young libertarian Maha base, that all of which Massey personified, taking him out does severe damage to the brand of the Republican Party. They paid a very high and potentially terminal price to take out one member of Congress.
We started polling some stuff, and we'll do more of it. The New York Times poll, I'm going to say this again just so people get an idea. Actually, I think I can announce this. I'll be on Tucker tomorrow. Okay, I don't think it's not a surprise anymore. It's a done deal. It's a law. It's done. I'll be on Tucker tomorrow talking about the coalition that elected Trump versus the coalition now, and the impact from the war and everything. I mean, we're not talking about Massey losing here, guys, like 65-35. This is a relatively, still, even with all of that money, a relatively close contest. It's hard to beat an incumbent, which is another reason why I left those leaners in there. Incumbency like this, if you polled a race like this 10 times And this would be like the one time where removing those people was the smart bet. Like the other 9 times, you'd get burned. And that's how I've gone 10 years without a miss like this, by the way. This is like my first big miss. I've gone 10 years without a miss like this. I'm pretty good with it. One every 20 polls. 19 polls will be accurate, one will be wrong every 20. I've defied that forever, but we're going on tomorrow to talk about exactly what you're talking about. And I'm thinking about the New York Times poll. It's like they did exactly what we did in that last national poll. We looked at Tucker. We looked at Joe Rogan. We looked at Theo Vaughn, who was only known by that certain slice of people. Theo Vaughn is still very much unknown with an entire voting electorate. The issue is who he's known with and how they view him, right? Tucker under 45 in the New York Times poll, positive, favorable rating under 45. Now go look at Donald Trump under 45. It's like, this is, dude, politics is a game of addition. Primaries are not, they are very different than general elections. What works in a primary for Mitt Romney might not work for him in a general election against Barack Obama. Rick Santorum was actually the candidate to nominate in 2012, not Mitt Romney. But he couldn't get through the boomer Republican primary at the time. Trump just turned what a Republican primary looks like. He turned it into something else, right? And yeah, we're going to talk about that, a lot of things, but this is the danger from this the whole time. It's that it's just a Pyrrhic victory. Again, if it wasn't, all of these people wouldn't be, they wouldn't be, ringing me and binging me. Like, they have to publicly pretend like they're happy so they don't lose their invitation to the Christmas party. And they don't even understand there may not be a Christmas party, like actually next year there will be, because it takes time, January is when the new Congress will cycle in. So there'll be one more. And then after that, guys, it's going to be a very, very rocky road. Very rocky road.
Yeah. The Leah McCollum, sort of a Maha guy, said with Massey.
Yeah, we got comments. Oh yeah.
He said there needs to be a mass exodus from the Republican Party. Peter Schiff says, thanks to Trump and the defeat of Thomas Massey, the Republican Party exists in name only. Now there's just two socialist parties with two different brands.
Robert, let's just put for that for a second. Do you remember the attack where it's like he doesn't vote with the Republicans 95% of the time? He votes more like 76% of the time. Well, wasn't the entire point, and why Donald Trump won with the coalition he did, wasn't the entire point because the Republican Party sucks and you don't want to vote with them 96% of the time, like, because they're not voting their values? Wasn't that the entire point of MAGA, right? So like, yeah. I get this, and I get this argument. I understand. I used to this is the thing when people are like, oh, Massey's favorite pollster. I used to argue all the time with Robert and Charlie, who did love Massey. And I was like, I called him a self-aggrandizing something, like, or some showboater or something. Like, that's what I repeatedly used to call him. And they would argue, no, it matters because he represents as part of the coalition. And oh, by the way, Republicans suck. We need somebody who's a pain in the butt when there's an omnibus bill that can't get through and it's a ridiculous debt spending bill. We need somebody who's not afraid to buck leadership and says no and makes the bill better, like that. So I didn't understand it back then, and maybe I still don't, because I do understand how DC works. But I'll tell you the part I do understand: the numbers, which is like, where is the part of the Republican Party now that shares the values of these younger people? Where are they?
Yeah, I mean, with Marjorie Taylor Greene out, Massey out, there's some that sporadically represent some part of it, but there's none that represent all of it. And it will discourage, I think, for those that are in the sort of liberty-oriented movements, freedom-oriented movements, populist-oriented movements that Massey was a representative of, the question for them is, where do they go? Do they continue to try to work within the Republican Party, or do they start going outside of the Republican Party? Maha in 2024 figured out that they couldn't go within either party. And then Kennedy was so successful, Trump had to borrow Kennedy into the campaign and adopt Maha. But he's slowly walking that back as the actual president. I think there will be a similar question for the rest of the movement. Now, I think the in terms of campaigns going forward, I mean, what you saw with the voters who are coming online to be the majority are not driven by cable news, television ads, radio ads, etc.
Yep.
That there's enough of the current boomer audience that you can skate by and close primaries like this for maybe a cycle or two. But I think if you're out there looking at campaigning, if you're involved in that side of the equation, that I think you're going to see an increasing shift to social media, to podcasts, to all of those things. Massey was able to keep his head above water such that they had to flood this at the very end to tip it over to Gorin. Because he worked social media well, he worked the podcast circuit well. He always had a good ground game. But like tonight, Gorin's, Cassandra McDonald put out that there's basically nobody at Gorin's get together. It's the lap, but I think this is close to the lap. It will be interpreted as, see, this is what still works. When I think it's really the last hurrah of a dying model.
Yeah.
This could be within single digits, given the amount of money spent. This would have been. I mean, here's the comparison.
I think it is going to be within single digits. I think
the closest comparison in terms of an incumbent with long-standing support, though Massey didn't have anywhere near this incumbent support that I'm going to reference, is look at Liz Cheney. She lost by what, 30 points, 40 points? So that's the concept,
bro. That's what I'm saying.
And Liz Cheney had nowhere near this amount of money spent against her. Nothing like this at all. Had 1% of this spent against her on a per voter basis. So and again, they didn't win Zoomers or millennials. They just, with a closed Republican primary, did that vote is at most a third of the vote, often less. But that's not going to be true. I think come general election, I think Trump will learn the wrong lesson from this. I think the risk that he tried, despite the Senate vote, that he does.
Did he say anything yet?
If he escalates against, that he'll escalate in Iran. If he does, Iran's going to retaliate in a way that's going to make the energy situation and the fertilizer situation and the global supply chain situation worse rather than better. And we haven't even got close to feeling the full ramifications of that. Just the gas trips this is going to be the most expensive summer for gas in a long time. Worse than Biden. Trump's already has a worse rating on inflation than Joe Biden does. A worse rating on inflation than stagflation Jimmy Carter did. He has the worst rating on cost of living in the history of America. What this is lining up for now that every independent, libertarian, Republican, Democrat can say, see, there's no room in your party for people who want to expose pedophiles. There's no room in your party, the Republican Party, for anybody who wants to oppose war. There's no room in the even a 91% plus voting with your party congressman, that he has to get thrown out because that's intolerable. There's nobody in your party that will not take money from AIPAC. So the Republican Party is now the party of the swamp. It's no longer the party against the swamp. It's the party of the swamp.
So here is, and I did this for Burn It Down. This is what, we're currently looking at by generation, by age, and by year. Gen Z is 14 to 29. So when buckets, you basically have, oh my God, there's some weird ass quote. As God Almighty, they don't. Okay. Yeah. All right. The White House just tweeted President Trump as God Almighty. They don't. Okay. Anyway, 14 to 29 is Gen Z. So when you're doing age buckets, 18 to 29 is always all Gen Z. There's no difference between those. Millennials, 30 to 45, which is usually the age bucket, 30 to 44. All right. Gen X, 46 to 61. Boomers, 2 and 1, basically 62 to 80 guys. Like I said, this year, the first boomers turn 80. Boomer 1 particularly, and this is why it matters. And I'll get much more into this and Burn It Down. But they're 8 years. The youngest ones are 8 years off, Robert, from being 80. All right. The oldest ones are 80. Why does it matter between Boomer 1 and Boomer 2? And why do some people increasingly separate them? Because Boomer 2, aka Generation Jones, they dodged the draft. not because they dodged it. They made the decision to dodge it. Their age cut them off from the draft. Did I even write that? I hope I wrote that for the book. Let me see. Are just young enough to have missed being called up for the draft, the war draft. Okay, good. I'm glad I wrote that because that's important. And why does that matter? Because if you were drafted and you went to Vietnam, you have this, a lot of this where the Fox Boomer cons are in this group, generation, the Boomer One generation. They went to Nam. They didn't like getting home and getting spit on. And of course, who the hell would, right? But they defended America. They defended the domino theory. These are Fox Boomer cons now, all right? It's always rah, rah, you know, the flag waving Boomer kind, right? They're a minority already in Boomers. That's why Trump, he did 1 point worse with 65 plus in 24 than he did in 2020, yet he won easily. So how did that happen? I keep saying that over and over again because I got to drill it into people's minds. The Boomer ones leaving the electorate are really the threat to Republicans. Boomer 2 is liberal. They're liberal, guys. All right? They're liberal. So when the silent gen, like in Massey's district, there aren't many silent generations at all, right? They're almost all gone now. But the Boomer 1 is the next one to be phased out when they are the more conservative side of Boomers. Boomer 2 is not going to grow up and be more conservative. They're already old and established. All right. They're older and established. That's it. They are what they are because they're the product of the Cultural Revolution and didn't have to go into the war, didn't go to Nam. They are the beginning of the professional class in this country. And that is what has been turning the senior vote more and more, or the older vote, like 50 to 65 and 65 and above, that they are what has been turning the senior vote more Democratic in recent years. It's why the New York Times had Biden leading with them. They pick up the phone more. Those professional class side of Boomers pick up the phone more. It's why even in 24, a lot of people had Donald Trump losing the 65 plus vote. He didn't. He won it by 3 after winning it by 4 in 2020. It will continue to get more Democratic is my point. So without Boomer 1, what does that leave you with? You can't piss. There's a chunk of Generation X, Robert, a big chunk that Republicans win, but they'll not be as big as millennials when millennials mature. And eventually millennials will be the biggest voting group. Not eventually in 20 years, not eventually in 30 years, soon. Like 10 years, they could be the biggest voting group. It's a problem for the Republican Party, a big problem. And there's, let's take the argument. You went to school with Sean Trendy, didn't you? Or you've known him for years.
Yeah.
Right?
We were at Yale together for a period of time.
So Sean argued once, well, what about like the generation that voted for Hubert Humphrey? And then they became or Walter Mondale, and they became super conservative. It's not applicable. It hasn't applied because it's just simply different experiences. And now, like, millennials are a totally different ball game. And Generation Z, there's a lot of exclusive polling in the book. It's like borderline scary, bro. Like, they will love Trump if he acts like a Franco. But at the same time, if Trump doesn't give it to them, they'll vote for a Mamdani. And I think, like, we went through the New York voter records for the New York City mayoral race, and I think people would be stunned to learn how many New York 5 boroughs, New York City Trump voters actually voted for Zohran Mamdani. Like, there is this crossover appeal there that is really, really problematic for Republicans if they decide that they don't want to govern for these young people at all. You want to try to burn through some of these real quick? I know some people.
Let's do the questions, and then we'll go over and see what's left of the Kentucky, the Massey get together.
I just looked too.
But I'll go over there and talk to him. I know he's officially conceded, but I'll go over and see what they're down the road. We'll see if there's anybody left. I'll talk to some people there. Let's go through the super chats.
Yep. So I just did that. We went over South Carolina, but I wanted to take a screenshot of that and send that to our friend for proof of life. The margin is still a 9.33, guys. All right. And Casey gifted a membership. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that. I will strive to do better for you next time. I wanted to donate to the poll, but I had trouble with the link. Some people do, Chris. You know what? Since it's like my one miss, good that you didn't do it. Honestly, again, I think in any other environment, it would have been smart to drop those people, guys, just to tell you, like, that 100% is what happened here. I'd be about 2 points off if I dropped those people. but it would have dropped the 18 to 29 share of the electorate to like 2%. And I
don't think that. I mean, I think what we'll find is that there was some persuasion shifts because the turnout was much higher than what was originally projected in a Garvin favorable environment. So it's just that despite the turnout turning up, that whoever it was in that increased turnout did not break for Massey in the ways that pretty much everybody anticipated. So I think that you look at almost all the internal surveys, they had similar numbers of what Richard had by demographic. The only question was, what was going to be the turnout? Turnout ended up being higher than they anticipated. But the vote within the groups was not as oriented. It shows the importance of micro-targeting voters for get out the vote operation.
Which again is what they do.
I'm trying to tell everybody this. What you should do is you should find the 20, 30,000 people that are the key low propensity voter that leans you and make sure you get them out. And generic money won't do that. But I think the broader takeaway is it's I think very unfortunate. It's a setback for those that are associated with the freedom movements that Massey is associated with because he was their most eloquent spokesperson in the House of Representatives. But I think longer term, or I should say medium term, it's going to be very damaging to the Republican brand. I mean, I'm just going through what a lot of these influencers that I've followed for a long time on the independent libertarian side of the equation that all joined the Trump 24 coalition, and they're all enraged and saying, whatever you do, make sure Republicans lose in the fall. So that's what they helped guarantee in the White House.
Robert, again, there was similar things like this have happened in the Republican Party before. There was some dust ups in 2018, and I remember they made, because for people who don't know, a reason why a lot of people like Thomas Massey, because I think a lot of people at home don't know this, a reason why people like Thomas Massey stay in the Republican Party with the libertarian lean that they do is because libertarians are assholes. Let's just call it or at least the people who are part of the Libertarian Party infrastructure, they're notoriously nasty people, like really nasty people. And I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's their reputation. And I have had interactions with myself that I know where people are coming from on it. And Massey feels like, people like Massey feel like it's better to work from within the party and try to, reform and better the party from within. Libertarians don't. They will put their candidates all over ballots now, guys. This is
and now they'll have a bunch of people to vote for them. I mean, to be
3.5% here, 2.5%. It costs Republicans more than a small, not inconsequential number of seats in 2018.
I mean, if I was advising the Libertarian Party, it's a smart thing for them to do. They could be kingmakers in a bunch of races that people aren't thinking about. But but to Quinn Thomas's statement here, this is someone that's been a member of this group for 42 months. So this isn't some troll. This isn't some late. And his sentiment.
I wanted to show that exactly.
His sentiment's going to be very popularly held within about 20%. This
guy's been following me since like 2024, since 2022 almost. You probably joined before the 22 midterms, correct? Right?
But by that length of time. And what he's saying is, screw all you people, 31. I'm done with Republicans, period. And that's going to be a very common sentiment. And it's going to be very difficult for Republicans to win back this portion of the vote anytime near term. I know that the person in the vice president's office actually wanted a different outcome tonight because he understands this. This does severe damage to his prospects for 2028.
By the way, they recycled JD's remarks to Turning Point that he gave last October. Well, he also begged and pleaded not to do this. He also said this isn't at all productive for the party. So and I get it. I don't think he'd care me saying this. The vice president and I have talked about this before. Like, Thomas can be difficult to deal with because in DC you have to be, it's all on quid pro quos, guys. You got to read, what's his name from George Mason has amazing, Todd Zwicky has amazing stuff on this in the 17th Amendment, which I later piggybacked, a lot from me. I talked a lot with his stuff about, the 17th Amendment and rent seeking and all of that. You have to have what they refer to as trustworthiness. And what trustworthiness really means is that you're not trustworthy to be like principled. You're trustworthy to support their bill when they need your vote, critically need their vote. And then they'll do it for you when you need it. It's a quid pro quo. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Massey gets a reputation. Ted Cruz started to build a reputation like this too, but he turned it around. Now he's a team player. But you're not there, and they can't count on you. So they can't go tell their lobbyist friends, that, I'm going to have, I'm going to have the 52 votes in the Senate or whatever it may be. In the House, obviously it's different depending on who's voting. I'm not gonna be able to like tell my lobbyist friends that I'm certain I can deliver this bill for you. And then also you have to be certain that in the subsequent Congress, someone isn't going to move to undo that bill, which is why the 17th Amendment's been so damaging, because it's made it so difficult to be able to repeal prior legislation. This is I'm telling you, this is the problem. And my argument to that is I understand where you're coming from. I do. And I get how DC works. I'm not green like a lot of these other guys. I know how the town works. But what I'm saying to you is, for once, I think you need to deliver for the American people. And this is not the way to do it. If you do this, you're going to be telling them, and I quote, hold on, I'll get it right here. And I quote, my words were, this is what the general election will say. Anyone who stands up to the Epstein class isn't welcome in the Republican Party. That is what I said. All right. It doesn't matter who you wanted to win or lose. Like, to me, that's not, throughout the Trump era, when people would like follow me because they thought I was being like favorable to Trump, it was because I saw what I saw and I reported what I saw. And I'm thinking about I'm trying to be as objective as possible and think from a numbers standpoint. He was a pain in the ass. Sure. Is it worth cutting 5 to 15% off your coalition now? You're already down 25%. You're down 25. It's like different if they were popular, Robert. You're acting like they're popular. They're not popular. You're popular with a subset of people in the Republican Party. 55%.
You're defending the dying part of the party.
Yeah.
That is parasitic to your brand, and throwing out the growing part of your party. That is enhancing to your brand. It's got to be the dumbest branding decision in modern American political history, all to take out one guy. And so who now has like the bona fides of bona fides down the road. He's like, hey, I'm the guy that was willing to lose my House seat to stand up for what I believed in, no matter what it was. And so that's what Massey will be back. Massey won't go gently into that good night. He'll be back in some way. But I understand that the young man's sentiment is, if you're looking at the general election markets, Democrats just got a big boost tonight. And
just to tell you guys, I personally, I dipped into this market twice tonight. I accidentally bought Galrin 5 to 10 last night, like a lot of it. And I was like, oh my God, because listen, I believe my own poll. I believe this would be close. I was terrified. I was on the fucking phone with Paul last night, man. I was like, Paul, oh my God, you have no idea. I wasn't even looking at the amount. And I'm like, oh my God, Paul, you have no idea how much I just put on 5 to 10 Galrin. And I was like, terrified. I'm asking Barnes all day, when do I sell it? When do I sell it? When do I sell it? So I got lucky and I sold it at an obscene return before. And then I saw it dip down again and I just bought it again just to let you guys know I'm not comfortable with the 5 to 10. He could pop outside of that. So I personally just got out of it for a profit, which you could do right now if you do it right now. Okay. So just to let you guys know, I personally wanted to get out of it. I have my turnout bet that is way it's safe. It's done. I'm just waiting for it to be done so they can pay out. All right. But like I would get out now if you could. And I hope that doesn't crash the market, me saying that. All these cultists in the chat are a disgrace to this country. Your Trump cultists are America last neocons, a disgrace. Listen, they're going to they're going to find out Quinn Thomas, I guess, right? Yeah. They're going to find out, unfortunately, the hard way in November. The New York Times poll is not fake. It's not fake. And neither is the Echelon Insight poll that just came out today. Did it ever occur to everyone that like, oh, I got one district poll wrong, my fucking 10-year record? They just caught up to me. They just caught up. I always lead the national trend. Always. That's not going to change because of Kentucky.
These numbers are going to actually just the opposite.
Real.
Those margins are going to get worse.
You're probably right, bro.
I mean, I predicted D plus 12 back in the fall, and I'm still at D plus 12, but it wouldn't surprise me D plus 14, D plus 15. I mean, they just sabotaged a huge part of their potential audience that was already unhappy with them, and they just pissed on them. And they're expecting them now. They'll be begging all these people to come back in November. Oh, come on, come back, please.
I've already seen the plan. I've already seen the plan.
They have no chance of it happening. They needed Massey to be one of the people advocating for Republican votes in November. Now they don't have that. I mean, it was just the political incompetency of the current Republican Party and this administration is astounding. It's putting everybody else to shame. I thought Obama was politically incompetent. I thought George W. Bush was politically incompetent. I thought in certain respects, Bill Clinton early on was politically incompetent. Poppy Bush was perennially politically incompetent. But, we went from having political savants in positions of power to political incompetence in positions of power. And I think, so if you're looking at it going forward, look at expect the Democrats to go up in the markets, both in terms of House margin and Senate margin, and odds across the board.
This all bad news.
The general election will be single digits. Garland will not win by big margins. And I agree with you. He's probably not long for the House.
No, dude, he will not let this in this district. He will not last. They can't keep putting $25 million in Donald Trump behind him. And Donald Trump is, oh my God, I'm going to say something real unpopular right now. It's not just Trump. I'm not digging at Trump. It's the trajectory of two-term presidents. He's going further down until we get to the twilight stage of when there may be some nostalgia. Sometimes presidents bump up, but for the most part, President Trump will get more unpopular. That's just the nature of, there are very few presidents who defy that. Maybe he will, but at this point, I really don't see it, guys. I just don't, I don't see it at all. I think that, the fact is it's going to follow the same trend. He's got an unpopular war going on. He's going to follow the same trend, and that'll be that, and that you can't keep doing that. You can't keep what they did here to Massey. You can't keep doing it. It's a reason why Rand Paul represents Kentucky. There's a reason why Tom Massey represented Kentucky for. This is not easily duplicatable. You know what I mean? It's Gray, man. Gray in his comments. We got a couple of them too, which is going to be good.
The master of satire.
The master of satire himself. Victory for Israel is a victory for Republicans. Tonight proves God bless those who bless Israel. Thomas Massey betrayed MAGA and paid the price. Just so everybody knows, you got to know that. You got to know that Gray, if you think he's like a troll in the thing in the chat, he's not, man. He's trolling.
He's just the master of he's the master of satire, mocking the perspective of those that think this is a great victory for Trump world. It's long term it's a mistake, but he's a brilliant at that. I mean, you're seeing it all over the place. The Republican Party is now going to be permanently branded the party of the Epstein class.
They will.
Because they took out the congressman who did the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Let me just give everybody a heads up. Just so everybody
if I was a Democratic strategist, I could not have come up with a better political suicide strategy that the Republicans take out.
Let me give everybody the back end of this. David Shore, who's like the me of the left, only he makes money because he works with them and I don't. He walked them right into this. He did a wonderful autopsy, number one, on the why the Republican Party won, why Donald Trump won, really. And he understood when the Epstein class situation happened, the Democrats, they just got it. And they understood, okay, this is our opportunity. And they ran with it, brother. By the way, just so everybody knows, I just want to give everyone a heads up before I move on. It is possible that Massey's vote share drops below 45. So if you're in the markets and you got what is it, Robert? 42 to 45? It is. I'm just looking at Greenup and Shelby. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it may be something you want to watch. All right. It could happen without putting, that could happen without putting Gallrin over 10%. All right, so don't take it has nothing to do with the 5 to 10. It's the bet on the market, whatever it is, where it's like 42 to 55, 45 to 50, 48, 48 to 50. Just keep your eye on that in case you are. Massey's loss is a reflection of the non-boomer electorate tuning completely out of the party and politics. They're ripe for the taking by the other side. I think that's it. Honestly, I do think that's it. I think I won't be surprised at all, Palaway, if we get the age data and you're going to see, because I know what the Trump campaign strategy was here. We talked about it in the days leading up to it. It's why I was so concerned about the modeling we had for the poll, because they were trying to get those out and, so get the electorate to 120. I mean, Matt Gaetz and I did a whole segment on it last night on One America. They're going to get this up to 120, and it's not going to be filled with going to be filled with any like millennials, or this is going to be their Gen Xers, but more so just really cranking out the 62 plus. And I have no doubt that when we get to the voter file, that's what it is. Everybody right now, I've talked to both sides, they all think that's what happened. Yeah, I can't really do that right now. I'm just gonna have to wait. It is clear no positive political change comes from the GOP. Vance is a coward, and that a 0 seats moment is a prerequisite for real change. Well, let me just ask you guys, what would you have Vance do? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, and I understand people are mad, but I just don't know what you.
Well,
what would you have
I think it really depends on whether or not you think there's a possibility of Trump being removed. And then if you think there's a possibility that it would make sense politically for Vance to stay in position he's in, and because he could potentially be president if Trump is impeached and removed. If you think that wasn't going to happen, then I would say Vance would have to do the rare thing of challenging an incumbent president while he's vice president. It would be things like endorsing. I mean, it's too late to endorse Thomas Massey, but to endorse. Now, he didn't campaign against Massey anywhere in the district, so they wanted him to do that, and he didn't do it. But I don't think he's got the courage to campaign against Lindsey Graham. So I think the key becomes his gamble for his success is actually Trump being such a disaster that he's removed. If Trump is able to hold power and Vance doesn't distinguish himself between now and 2028, he could be a young man who had an interesting possibility that people talk about the possibility, and he's just another portrait on the wall in the White House. If he, at some point, once it becomes clear that he's never going to be president as in terms of an impeachment removal vote, then the premium becomes for him to do the unusual, and it's to make public his disagreements with the president, which is unparalleled in modern American history.
I was going to say, have you ever seen a vice president do that? I mean,
not a high-profile way.
You're expecting him to do something that's kind of crazy.
It would be like the argument is the Humphrey argument from '68. So the argument is that Humphrey should have more publicly broke with LBJ, and that had he done so, Humphrey might have held on and won in '68 due to the Wallace third-party challenge, because some of the individual states were relatively. I mean, the national vote was dead even, but even the individual states were close enough that if Humphrey could have got some anti-war voters by saying, once I'm elected, I'm ending the war, period, and come out against LBJ at the end of the campaign, by Labor Day, then he may have beat Nixon. And so that's the argument, is that at some point, history shows that sticking with a president that's collapsing only works if you get to replace him while you can become president. Otherwise, he'll be there's a whole bunch of people who already think he's the Palantir big tech stalking horse candidate.
Yeah, that's my concern for him.
And they'll think he was really with Trump all along. There's people that were feeding false information to Colonel McGregor, saying he was gung-ho for the Iran war. The longer this goes on, he can't divorce himself from Trump. And the difference is it was a huge asset. Now Trump is an anchor that's going to drag him to the bottom of the ocean politically. And unless if he plays it cool and Trump just gets taken out and gets removed from the White House or resigns for some reason because of on the eve of the removal, and then he could become president and try to course correct as rapidly as he could. The thing that's still going for Vance is Democrats will overreach. That's almost guaranteed.
That's right. That's
And
what I was
so
talking about with
that's,
somebody
but
earlier today. Let's see, they will overreach. Give them
I
a
think
second.
the third party, the question becomes, what if young independent voters really surge and like take over? It may be easier because of what happened tonight with Massey for people to take over the Libertarian Party and replace its antiquarian elite that has no connection to ordinary voters, that nominated losers like, the guy that Chase Oliver.
Holy shit, bro. My market, my above 80K I left in there from yesterday. Holy shit. This is why you do this, Robert. This is why you do this. Okay, go ahead. Oh my God, sorry.
All the turnout stuff is it's fascinating. I'll try to figure out more, but it'll be hard in this elect to figure out the divorce between the turnout number being high and the margins being still in Goring's favor. That's the link the link that I got wrong. But was right about.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
And so I'll try to figure it out to the best that I can. But the other takeaway is that I think a lot of those voters, they're going to ask themselves, why try to take over the Republican Party? Why not just try to take over a whole new party? That even the as much as the Libertarian Party brand is sort of seen as irrelevant in the rest, it's not nearly as tarnished as the Republican brand increasingly is with these voters. And so I think you're going to see some third party. And the UK has predicted the US for a long time.
And
in the UK,
that's funny
the
you said that.
Tories are disappearing. The Labour Party is disappearing. The Liberal Democrats are fading. New parties are emerging on the populist right and populist left all over the place. That still seems to me another takeaway that a lot of people will have out of tonight's election that care about these issues and that were very Massey-oriented voters is we got to look at third-party options. We got to develop new independent options. That the institutional parties are closed. That they were basically late-stage Roman Republic with a corrupt group of rogue senators who represent outside foreign parasitic interests while they do theater inside the Senate, and there's no representation of the ordinary Roman even occurring anymore. That's what we saw tonight.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's funny. It's two things you just said that tracked with the conversation we had in book club. One is, and Owen, I'm talking about you. We're always talking about the parallels because people always use parallels between Rome, and I think they get them wrong. I think they get the stage wrong, or at least if Cicero was here with us right now, I would, he wouldn't know all of the history of the Roman Empire, of course, because he was effing dead. But you know what I'm saying? I think he would actually argue that really it comes down to those senators, which is we hear this a lot from young people, which is why they kind of wanted Trump to be a Caesar, because they felt like the institutions themselves were broken and they needed like a strong man to come in and steamroll those institutions. And then the second thing that you said is that we tend to trail England. We tend to trail Great Britain with our politics, right? Brexit predated Donald Trump. The conservative, because there was more that came after Brexit. A lot of people don't realize the conservative insurgency that came after Brexit. Then, it looked like they had I think they did, right? They beat Margaret Thatcher's record for the most seats held in Parliament at once. They did, right? I believe so. And then they bombed it. They lost it. They just completely, blew it up. It was a remarkable. Theresa May just wasn't down for the job, even after Cameron left and said, here, we'll clean the slate. And after Brexit, we'll clean the slate. We'll try somebody else. May, had a good election, and then they just blew it. And now we're seeing the rise of third parties. It's easier in a parliamentary system, guys. We have technically a republic, right? We have more of a separation of power. It's easier in a parliamentary system like the House of Commons, and the House of Lords is totally different, but the House of Commons, the Knesset, things like this, it's easier to see a rise in third party. But we have seen in the United States in the past that it's not immune. It can happen. I mean, we have had changing parties all the time. I don't know, Robert. I mean, I don't know.
Put it this way, the odds of that just went way up tonight.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, you can't say that this helped clear that up. Right. This result made it less likely. No, you're going to hear all of these people say Trump consolidated his hold on the Republican Party. Trump lost 45% of the district. and the people are going to be pissed, and we're not in a position where Trump is 56% approval anymore, guys. Like, if this is what the MAGA, and I see everybody like fighting with the MAGA cult, and I hate using that word, but like, this is what they don't seem to understand.
Yeah.
You're not popular right now. Winning a primary is not equivalent to winning in politics. It's not. In fact, it sometimes can be the opposite. When Democrats started to purge, they got too liberal. What happened to them? They got annihilated. Benny says, I voted for Trump twice and I'm so disappointed. Ron Paul and Thomas Massie have been my favorites for over a decade. Two principled and hardworking patriots. This makes me want to vote Democrat in the midterm. There's a lot of this, bro. I mean, this is going to be, and by the way, you see it in the New York Times poll. It's actually in the New York Times poll. It was in our poll too. These people are real. It's not the internet. It's real. And, it's funny because look at we brought up Paul Dance before. Where did Paul Dance's? He was MAGA before there was MAGA. Where did Paul Dance come from? Ron Paul. He was a Ron Paulite. There have been a lot of people who were like that who turned into MAGA. And now it's like they're going to feel like they don't have a home. That's what's going to happen. It's sad. It's sad. But go ahead, brother.
From Gray, another great one from Gray.
That's good, man. He's
Trump
amazing.
will probably say a little bit, but probably not a whole lot. He was more terrified of losing. He'll do some sort of but I think the greater risk is that he will convince himself in his increasingly delusional state of mind that the Iran war would be popular if he escalates.
He said that today.
Yeah,
he said this
that
today.
The Iran war is deeply popular. I don't buy that it's unpopular. He lives in his own fantasy world, and it gets worse by the day. And if he escalates at all, then, like I said, I think you could see a disaster we haven't seen in the modern era of midterm elections. We could see a bloodbath like we haven't seen. We could see seats be competitive that nobody could imagine being competitive.
This is why I saw somebody, and I like him, so I don't want to smash on him here, but he was like, Republicans clearly won redistricting, and I think it's honestly.
Yeah, they did ultimately, yeah.
They did. They're up at least 8 seats, depending on how you count it. And we'll see what happens with South Carolina, ultimately. But that gets them, let's say it gets them to the rosiest projection. That gets them within like 3 battleground districts. Like they could hold 3 or take 3 battleground districts. Guys, they're battleground districts in a neutral environment. And then you have to make sure that you don't lose your other competitive seats that are within the swing. And the swing right now is 11 points. All right. Like,
the other factor to mention here is that Trump getting Nate Morris to drop out definitely hurt Massie as well.
Yes. And I think, honestly, don't you think that was part of the calculation?
Oh, no doubt that was part. He was more obsessed with defeating Massie than defeating any member of Congress in his entire political career, Donald Trump.
And honestly, I think, I'll be real with you, I think, Nate, you're going to hurt your credibility the next time you come back. I saw another candidate for U.S. Senate in Ohio do this back in the day. Do you remember? You know exactly who I'm talking about. I begged him. I said, this is your time. You'll be a great senator. Don't you dare effing do this and cave. If you cave, when you come back, it may not be your time. And that happened. And it was someone else's time. His name was J.D. Vance. And he fucking lost. So I was like, dude, don't sell out. And he's like, but my wife, she wants me to. And I'm like, well, when you're in the U.S. Senate, is your wife going to tell you how to vote, bro? Like, what are you doing? Like, and it was a shame too, because actually that election, we lost. Never mind. It wasn't J.D. Vance. We lost because he left. And then the other candidate got creamed by Sherrod Brown. And then when he came back, people were like, you left us when we needed you. And they were pissed. And then he did not get the traction. And then JD and Matt were actually performing better than him. He performed respectable, but Vance beat him, What do we got here? If you're and don't worry, guys, I will get around to Rumble and locals. Robert, maybe you take this one, and then I'll look around and see if anything's specific to you in case you have to go. All right.
Sure. If you were writing Plutarch's Life of Trump, who would be his parallel life? Could be an American or use the historical example of British leader? I don't know if, this is sort of the story of novels.
Well, that's a good question, though.
More often than like real historical examples, because like in American politics, at least, this degree of heel turn that Trump has done for a big part of his
never seen before.
It's unheard of. That's why I'm saying the numbers could be
Never.
crazy come midterms. I mean, there isn't a historical parallel for this scale of turn. The I mean, a little bit LBJ to a degree because he suggested that Goldwater was more pro-war than he was in '64, and then he goes full into Vietnam, but not to this scope. A little bit Trump. I'm sorry, a little bit Clinton '93 Clinton. Because Clinton 92, going to be culturally moderate, gets in, he wants gays in the military, abortion, he just goes full professional class. That's why he got wiped out in 94. But then he walked it all back pretty quickly. So there's not, so I was thinking about historic parallels. Maybe it might be a question for like Alex or Alexander of the Duran, particularly Alexander McCourse, big historian, like the great Greek and Roman stories in particular. It's more on that scale. I've described as King Lear, but you see it a lot in fiction where you have the good king turns kind of usually old and crazy and goes wild. And that's my hypothesis of Trump. You also have the corruption is off the charts. That's what's going to shock a lot of normie Republicans come impeachment time is just how much evidence of corruption there is within the Trump administration, that he, his family, and everyone else making tons of money.
They don't know yet, bro. They
have no idea. They have no idea. So that's why I think he has an above average chance of being removed compared to the norm. But yeah, I'm trying to think of the heel.
But at least he backed Paxton, and Paxton, no matter what, will not vote to convict Donald Trump. Cornyn would have voted to convict Donald Trump. And this is you got to give it to where you got to give MAGA a win where MAGA gets a win. The Paxton endorsement is a MAGA win. Like, guys, I'm telling you, Cornyn would not have driven turnout high enough. Like, you were not going to make up enough with moderates.
It's still going to be tight.
Oh, yeah. They still could lose it, bro. 100% they could still lose. Yeah,
but at least they have a much better shot. But yeah, I'm thinking about historical, fictional comparisons, and I don't have one yet because the degree of turn is so stark and so sharp that it's like if you wrote, "What's the most evil could become Darth Vader version of Trump?" He's exceeded that.
Yeah, I mean, Robert, there's the meme, and I think this is the meme that probably makes the most sense, where they're like, you were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join it, right? That is the most, to me, that's like, it illustrates or it represents, I guess, a lot of what we hear, because I think most of what we hear is not anger, it's disappointment. It's not, I mean, there's anger, of course, but I think it's more disappointment than anger, You should have heard Boomer Barry Cunningham taking as a sign that Republicans are going to sweep. Are you kidding me?
I'm sure they did. Oh, all those
that can't be real.
Convinced themselves that
that just cannot be real, bro.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. That crowd, because I've been hearing from some of those people saying that the Republicans are going to win the midterms. And
Stop
always offer, it's like you can wager with me if you want. A lot of these people that were talking big about Massey losing, not a single one was willing to step up and wager me. Hey, you should have. You could have made money.
You should have. This time was it. Robert, listen, like you said, same thing with you in betting, same thing with me in polling. Like, eventually you're going to get something wrrong. You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
these are probabilities, not certainties, is what we what we're weighing in on. But I've won a lot more than I've lost. And so I think that's probably going to continue. I think what it does, though, is there'll be some saps that put their money in on the Republicans between the redistricting and this. Like it's how they interpreted Callahan. They'll interpret Massey's loss not as a function of an extraordinary amount spent that's unheard of in the history of American politics, but rather, this is the power of Trump within the entire Republican primary electorate, when Kentucky's unusual because independents can't vote in it.
But not only that, I mean, this wasn't dominating, bro. I mean, like, we've seen Trump go after people and crush people, even in open primaries, semi-open primaries. You know, we've
The
seen
comparison is Liz Cheney, and he didn't spend anywhere near as much money or political capital against her that he did Massey.
Yeah.
And Liz Cheney lost by what,
Yeah.
40 points? So that's
Oh, this looks more like Nancy Mace. When he went after Nancy Mace won, and it was an open primary. You know, like this.
Right.
What it's not
South
particularly.
Carolina, independents can vote. That is one thing to keep in mind on the Lindsey Graham issue. Independents can vote in the South Carolina Republican primary. So that's another factor to consider.
This one's for you specifically. I could have swore when you were on Alex Jones, I could have swore you say that the 25th isn't viable because you've got to get a vote. Where did people get this from? Because I saw a CNN thing, bro, and on the lower thirds. Okay. Yeah. On the lower thirds, you're on CNN, bro. On the lower thirds, bro, you're on the scene. It's like constitutional Trump lawyer or something. It said like you were a Trump backer or constitutional lawyer, and that you went after, you know,
Well, I mean, I said he's lost his mind, and that we're better off with somebody else making decisions about war. I don't. I still think that the 25th Amendment is not a viable remedy because it requires not only a majority of the cabinet. It also requires 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate. So it's a waste of time. And then legally, constitutionally, I don't think Trump is incapable of being president. I think he's making bad decisions due in part to a poor mental health status, but that's more behavioral than a cognitive capacity. But my view is that but I would all be for them sending him onto a golf course and not letting him make any future grand decisions that could impact the future of the world. The Trump, what will come out?
We got hosed in China. We got hosed in the Chinese meeting. I had high hopes for it. I was really supportive of the president. I was like, I really had high hopes, and we got hosed. And this is the level of like delusion some people are living in, that they are pretending as if that like we did good. Guys, he got bent over a barrel. He brought up he brought up the Thucydides trap and threw it in Trump's face. Trump was furious. All right, so this is the real story. Trump was furious, but he had to sit there and just take it with the headphones on, and like it was effed up. And then afterwards, basically what she basically told him was, you got yourself in this position. You made the mistake you always made fun of everybody else for making, and now I don't have to give you shit. You have to give me. That's what happened, guys. I'm sorry. It's what happened.
And Trump's just
all over the administration. Yeah,
Trump's making up stuff now about.
Of course, they have to spin. Of course, they have to spin.
And he's pretending that said that Putin regrets going into Ukraine. No, he doesn't. He's right now in China, I believe.
The Epstein girls are happening to nobody. It's a hoax. I mean, the idea
what we've become with the Trump party has become the party of the boomer con. Epstein is a hoax. Iran war is 5D chess. It's embarrassing, frankly.
Look how pissed people are, dude. Have you seen people
that's a lot of these people, and a lot of these people. I mean, I've been hearing from them for quite a while. People like I'll have to give Owen Schroyer his due. He saw this before Alex Jones or other people.
Or me. He did.
The younger people were seeing it quicker. They were picking up. Trump is turning. This is not the Trump we invested in. Angry.
I'm gonna make you more angrier right now, guys. Are you ready? This is Mike Lawler. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Mike Lawler's been having back and forths with Massey. Tucker's been bringing him up a lot because he is definitely beholden to Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene told the entire story of Mark Lawler on the Tucker interview she was on. Mike Lawler basically hated Donald Trump. He hated his guts. He's a textbook one of these guys that are rhino Republicans. He's a neocon. He's an Israel first. He always talks shit about Donald Trump. You could go into the hotel bar in D.C. at any given time and find Mike just trashing the shit out of Donald Trump, mocking him on the floor of the House, and then now Mike Lawler is a red MAGA hat wearing so-called MAGA. And it's how the graph we showed you before, it's how, I've tried to explain to you guys that like not only has MAGA cracked and not only it has shrunk and it has transformed into something else. They co-opted MAGA the way they co-opted the Tea Party. I'll probably wind up playing this clip by Massey. Apparently, Mike Lawler says, "My people have spoken. Shalom, Thomas Massey." Like
exactly. And for those that don't know, Lawler, who Trump is busy raising money for, is the leading advocate of amnesty in the House of Representatives.
Yes. Big time leading house of amnesty, leading advocate of this amnesty bill outside of Salazar. Massey apparently said, I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent to concede, and it took a while to find him in Tel Aviv.
Exactly. He's going to
Come
be
on, dude.
that's why
You
he's
got to
going to
give
be
it to this guy.
unaffected. Marjorie Taylor Greene was probably a short-term worst decision by Trump because she will have, she's not a go gently, she'll return the favors. The Massey's, it's more the blow is to his voter group that those voters are voters that now will check out or go vote Democrat, vote independent, third party, or not vote at all in the upcoming midterms.
Yeah.
And it'll
No,
be
I don't
enough
think.
to tip
Yeah.
the equation in a lot of seats.
If they have the ability to vote for a third party libertarian or something like that, they'll do that. If they have the chance to vote for independents, there's some great research by Oxford and others. Rush Limbaugh used to talk about this a lot, where basically they looked at decades and decades of election data. And if there were, and Democrats know this, and they're very smart, if there was an independent or tax reform candidate or something, it didn't matter if the guy was right or leaning or not. If it sounded like that and there was an independent choice, the voters who go third party for many, many years, for decades, were 2-to-1 right-leaning voters. For a while, and I think we saw some of that in 2016, the third party vote was helping Republicans for a bit on certain, like on the presidential level in certain states, it was helping Republicans. And now it was like in 2020, those people who re-entered the electorate and voted, they voted for Biden 2-to-1. We are definitely now back to where a third party choice helps Democrats because Republicans will vote for them if they're an option. And I think that, again, this isn't about like feelings or who I like or who I don't. Robert knows. I just got to know Thomas Massey like as a guy in like the last, I don't know, he answered when I asked for him from the interview. I asked them both on, only one answered. And that was really the first time I interacted with Massey outside of like TPUSA, and I was not really friendly or interactive with him. As a matter of fact, like I said, I would be like, Charlie, that guy's a self-aggrandizing, whatever. Like, that's what I would say. So it's very, very contrary to what everybody's saying right now on the internet. But the bottom line is, he did represent that group, and those people are going to take their votes and they're going to go. They are, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, I look at this not from an emotional point of view. I look at this from like politics is a game of addition. Building a coalition is a simple equation, and you have to be able to net. You're going to give and take, right, with certain groups, and you have to be able to. The idea is to net a larger amount than your opponent. This is not the way to do it. This is and nobody believes it is. Even people who wanted Massey to lose or publicly were afraid to say they didn't want him to lose, right? They don't. Nobody believes this is good for the coalition. Nobody. I'm sure, I don't even think the president does, guys. I think the president thinks it's good for him, and that's all that matters for Donald Trump right now. That's it. I live in Alabama. Rogers is my congressman. Can't stand the guy. I am done. I even sat out voting in the Republican primary for Alabama Senate. Really? You just sat out? I can't trust any of them. I used to like Barry more, but he's a hack for Israel too. Yeah, I think this issue, man, is going to it's going to crack the Republican Party wide open. It is. Yep. It's going to crack it wide open. What do you think Democrats are going to do, though, bro? Like, what do you think they're going to do? Because they're backed by.
We already see. I mean, they have a longer term. They have the same problem in terms of Israel.
Yeah.
The prediction I've been making now for quite a while, for a year, is that the next Democratic presidential nominee will be the one who is perceived as the most willing to divorce Israel. Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of the ones currently being discussed are not viable options. But I think Democratic primary electorate we're seeing a repeat of the UK. The Labour Party didn't wake up. The Tories didn't wake up. It took both parties being wiped out because they never woke up. Labour never woke up. Tories never woke up. It was astounding. They had the opportunity with Brexit, like Trump had here with the Republicans, and they completely blew it up like Trump has here with the Republicans. And so I think that my view is increasingly third-party independent options. We may see more legal challenges where courts feel more pressure to not keep the two-party biopoly system going. Mm-hmm. I think you'll see more calls for institutional reform or, at a wide-ranging levels, because we have a dying parasitic political capital that is utterly disconnected from its voter base on both parties. But for the midterms, this is easy for Democrats. Republicans are now the party of the Epstein class.
Guys, just be careful of your 5 to 10 bets and your Massey 45 to 48 bets. Just be really careful. It's now down to 45.1. I told you there were some areas where Gallrin was doing better with the election day vote. Gallrin has actually taken back every county except for Mason and Lewis, which he's not going to take back. They're done. Lewis still has votes, but that's it. Kenton is all the way in. Boone is not. And Massey's been holding a pretty much 2-point improvement over election day. But it's really close. Like Gallrin's margin for the election day vote is 54.7. That's just a hair under his total district-wide vote. There's still vote out in Oldham and Shelby. And it looks to me like Gallrin did better in Oldham. Yeah, he is. He's doing better in Oldham. And in Shelby, he's not. So maybe Massey counteracts it unless Massey does worse with the last of what's out in Shelby. If he does, he'll drop below 45. Okay, so just watch your bets if you're doing that. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. Larry Sharp just called. This is not the end of Massey political career. We have not heard the last of Thomas Massey. Listen, I'm telling you, Andrea, if he wants back in this district, this is the kind of district it is. Look at how much money they threw at him. And let's be real, it's not like he went down like Liz Cheney, like Robert brought out. I think he could beat Ed Gallrin 2 years from now pretty easily. I do. I really do. And Gallrin's going to rack up a bad vote history for this district. They are not going to be guys. A lot of people, Matt Gaetz and I were talking about this too. When I was showing Matt the second to last day of the poll, and he was saying it's headed in the wrong direction for Massey in a primary. This could just blow up. And we were talking about that. And he said, you know what? All these primaries, I've had some challenges. I always don't want to make it a referendum on Donald Trump. I want to make it a referendum on my opponent. It's like, hate to say it, but you have to win the double haters, because people wind up hating both people. It's like, which one is the less of the two? Massey was too nice. He was, very clearly, he should have really dirtied that up a lot more. Tucker tweeting at the last minute about what Ed did to his wife. If they come after you for remarrying after your wife dies, the fact the guy took all that woman's money and then threw her outside, literally homeless, threw her out on her ass and filed for divorce, is fair game. And for you, I bet you most of the people don't know what I'm talking about. I get, that's what I'm saying. Massey didn't do that, and Gabe was saying that you have to do that. You have to do that, and he's right.
And I think if you're running outside the system and against the system, that you've got to change the whole way you campaign. So that, the not only songs and memes and but alternative platforms, social media and then micro targeting for turnout purposes. Yeah. But things like you should have 10-second ads, 15-second ads, 30-second ads. You should have all different kinds. The ads cannot look like a generic campaign ad. I would have had. This is advice to Lynch in South Carolina. 90% of South Carolina voters do not know what Charlie Kirk thinks about Lindsey Graham.
Oh, 100%. And we know that.
That's a complete failure of the Lynch campaign.
Mark's in the field right now, actually, by the way.
And it's like, if you're serious, you should make sure that the Charlie Kirk component is known by every single voter. I'd have it at the beginning and the end of every single ad. There's no reason not to. But that's the kind of things that needs to be. People have to be creative, inventive, with the new mediums available, the new means of communication available, the micro targeting that needs to take place when competing against donor class and media capital.
And first of all, thanks to Citizens Free Press, who used to deride me when they liked my presidential tracking poll. My audience is huge right now, dude. Thanks. I appreciate that. This is a self-inflicted wound from Trump. Guys, I think they sent more hate, more like Trump haters to the video than anything. I haven't seen people this mad ever, I don't think.
This is the closest is. You remember when they closed, they wouldn't let
Laura texted me, polling precincts suck. That's what she said. They do, but I still haven't ever missed a district. Not like this. I remember when I was out there in left field.
Primaries, I've always found primaries very, very difficult. The presidential primaries I've had good success with, but party primaries, Republican or Democrat, have always been very tricky because knowing what
I
motivates
haven't
them.
though, bro. It sucks. I
Oh yeah,
haven't. You know.
yeah. But I mean, this was a real difficult one to do. The
Yeah, it is. It's a
and again, we
difficult.
got half the equation right, and the other half didn't come through, and that happens time to time. So
Yeah.
don't fully know why. But we'll sort of do it. Autopsy later to the degree we can. But yeah, I think this reaction doesn't surprise me. It's like the Ron Paul exclusion from the 2012 convention, which hurt badly on the libertarian side. But
Yeah, man.
it's even worse than that. It's like if they would have taken out Ron Paul from Congress, and that's what they've done. They took out the second Ron Paul from Congress. There's going to be bitterness and hatred towards the Republican brand, closed doors to the Republican brand, mentally, psychologically, more exploration of independent third party and other options, focus on local politics, things like that. It's gonna, this stings the Republican brand for at least for the next 2 election cycles.
Yeah, two. That's what I was thinking. Two, like, because you're going to have somebody else arise to take the mantle from Trump. I think what's going to happen is if JD is smart, and he is a smart guy, he'll sit this out. I mean, he will. And the problem is he's going to have a bunch of these people like Fabrizio and Lasivita drilling in his head about, oh, it's your time. Actually, the truth is they want Rubio. You know what I mean? My wife said, well, your poll may have been off, but your bet did really well. And it's like, but Laura, that was an accident bet. All right. If I would have bet what I thought was really going to happen, I would have got hosed. And the only reason why I didn't is because, guys, I actually placed a bigger bet on Gallrin 5-10 on accident. I hit too many zeros. All right. Oh, if I'm going to bet, guys, I'll put $500 down. Let me give you a hint. I hit an extra zero, and I'm on the phone with Paul last night, and I'm like, oh my God, because there is that much in my account that I did not intend to spend on a single bet. And so I made a nice chunk tonight. I did it on accident. And that's the only reason why I'm a little jovial today. I literally just made, you know what I did though? I just paid for the tracking poll. Because I've been paying for the tracking poll. You are always super generous. The audience is super generous. But especially because I wanted so much live in this, I didn't want to do it through panel. Panels suck in primaries, guys. They suck in midterms and in Republican, any primary for a race in a district. Their feasibility level's too low. And that's number one. You're not going to get that many responses from a panel marketplace. And then Paul just texted me, I officially take credit for distracting you and making you do that by mistake. He was on the phone with me last night. And I'm like, oh my God, fucking Paul. Because I was tired, man. And I just screwed up. But yeah, panels aren't the right thing. So I wanted to do more by phone. Phone is extremely expensive. And at the end of the day, I think they burnt out a lot of Massey's vote, and they got theirs out. This is what both sides. I mean, I'm texting with a lot of the Trump people. They think they got, and I think they did too, man. I've seen those texting campaigns work. 400K from Adelson every time she blasted that out. Guys, you dream of having that kind of money as like a political consultant where they just have it when you're like, listen, this is what I think you need to do. A lot of the stuff that they do now is stuff that we have talked about for years that Republicans weren't doing. It works. And I think Massey tried the door knocking and, still, again, the power of incumbency is something else. I agree with this. Gallrin will co-sponsor Trump's impeachment. Maybe not co-sponsor it, but this is exactly the kind of guy who stabs you in the back and votes to impeach you. When they find out about things that the media, when he gets to DC, he's an institutional dude. And I'm not, of course, I'm a veteran myself. All right. But this is why I technically don't like a lot of veterans running for office. And it's like, oh my God, I don't, because we're institutional. Many of us don't learn how to think outside of what they have basically conditioned us to think. So you get there and you're very much a Dan Crenshaw and John McCain, and you get institutional in DC, and it's very easy to like it there. You know what I'm saying? And then you find yourself palling around and rubbing elbows if you go to that Brazilian place, Barnes, or you go to, there are 5 restaurants that everyone goes to. We went to go out to eat, and the entire cabinet was there. That's what happens. You get used to it. And there's this pressure that comes down. Like, let's say, for instance, there's this huge scandal with Trump and they catch him, like, with a crypto thing or selling pardons or whatever. They're going to have this pressure on them. Only someone like Super MAGA, like Ken Paxton, will be like, I don't give a fuck what he did. I'm not voting to convict him, but these other guys, they always buckle. They always do. And I don't care. I mean, I'm telling you, yeah. Qantas poll was spot on. How was there so good? Actually can tell you how, because we talked. Jason and I talked about it. The very night I went in, if I would have pulled out, and he knows this, Jason, we talked about this. If I would have pulled out the second day like Jason did, we would have been around a Gallrin +5, plus maybe +7. We were both talking about how did this happen? Then by Monday, it got younger. And then I'm on book club on Sunday, and I can see it getting older. Like, all of us were watching, and I'm like, oh, man, if this happens, Massey will get crushed. And we talked about it. And you know what a bunch of them said, Robert? Because we looked at Sunday to Sunday and Saturday to Saturday. There was a uptick in participation on the weekends from these boomers, and it was feasible. I mean, we literally were discussing the probability that this is just boomers taking surveys on certain days. It happens, guys. That's why I like to poll on weekends.
Well, and ultimately, my own view is that this is going to be very much like Nate Silver 2012. So Nate was dead on correct in 2012. So people thought he was a super genius. In fact, he was completely wrong. He got one of the things I like in
like 18 to 29's brother did not go for Gallrin. Let's just call that.
Number one, and number two, they weren't 0.5% of the vote. So what you will find is that sometimes you get an outcome that is this in polling or other areas, sports betting. This happens a lot. You may think a certain thing is going to happen, and then let's say that thing happens. But I have underlying metrics to look at. Was it likely to happen? So sometimes I'll win a bet, but I'll be lucky. What does that mean? The underlying metrics say that most of the time that wouldn't have happened. The flip side is often the case as well. That
I just did it.
You'll lose. Exactly. You'll lose a bet that you should have won that the underlying metrics say you should win. So if you look at, like, several people just heard it to Qantas's number, didn't have independent numbers.
That's what happened.
And what they were piggybacking off of Qantas was assuming a very low turnout electorate. And that didn't happen. So what happened tonight was a function of what happened over the weekend in flooding the zone with Trump-targeted, micro-targeted voting. And it worked. And Massey was not able to match it. And that's my best takeaway, because the turnout was what Richard's polling was saying, that it was going to be higher than all these other polls were saying. And so the key is, how did they manage to get, even in a higher turnout electorate, get their voters out more so than Massey voters out? And that's the trick that they were able to pull off with micro-targeting when they have that kind of budget. But, like, to the degree people think you can replicate this in the midterms, folks, the Miriam Edelman and all of them combined don't have $30 billion to donate.
No.
In order to equal what they spent against Massey is $30 billion nationwide. They don't have $30 billion in net worth. Least of all, they're willing to give to a candidate campaign. So this can't be replicated for the midterms because of the scale.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You can do that. You just can't. And unfortunately, they wasted almost $30 million that is going to be needed to be used in other places. They already wasted $100 million, which goes to the next question. They already wasted $100 million trying to stop the rise of Paxton in Texas. And now Trump, by the way, I didn't even do that. I knew the endorsement was coming and I didn't fucking bet. And that's
one of the picks that will do well for us. We had Paxton back when he was a big underdog.
Yeah, I didn't.
To be the Republican nominee, but also to win the Senate. I
do think it's going to be close, brother. It's going to be very, Texas is probably going to be the closest Senate race. Because I think Sherrod Brown's going to win in Ohio as of right now. I'll poll it soon. Brown's going to win. I'll poll it soon, but I think it's a waste of money. I think I'm going to wind up with Brown +5 or something.
I'm going to get I would make Paxton a 52% favorite odds wise. That's where I'd make it for the general election. I mean, he's the primary is a lock, but the runoff's a lock. But for the general election, a 52% chance, Tallarico 48%.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's going to be that close. I agree. I think that's right. I think I give Paxton the edge because Texas still has very, very deep Republican tendencies. Ted Cruz is a loser. He's a bad candidate. He only was able to win again in 2018. The only reason why he won is because Donald Trump saved him. Without Donald Trump, Ted Cruz was going down the Beto.
A Trump that was popular with Hispanics in 2018.
That's the thing.
Who is not
Now,
in
here's the
2026.
problem. Here's the problem. Trump can help Paxton get his base out, but Trump cannot help Paxton convince those Hispanics in Hidalgo and Zapata and Starr. He can't help them. He can't help Paxton with them. I mean, they're going back to the Democratic Party, but they're still, as they call it in Texas, the Anglo vote is still very, very Republican.
He's got to get maximum rural Anglo vote turnout.
Tellerico
East
did
Texas,
so
West
well.
Texas. Those are the places he's got to do really well in those places.
Yeah,
and Tallarico is a great fake populist on the left.
He's a great listen. He's good whether you like him or not. He's a great fake Christian. He's a great fake populist. The Democratic bench is full, guys, right now, and we're not letting it, like, especially like the Trump, the commenters are calling cultists. Those guys, you don't see it, and it's going to be sad when you want for Robert and I to watch you realize it, because there's Tallarico, there's Ossoff. He's brilliant. Barnes and I have been. He's brilliant in his performance and his delivery and his messaging. Barnes and I literally polled him, and like he's killing it. I really don't think they have a snowball's chance in hell in Georgia in that Senate race. Not a chance in hell. And then he will immediately become a front runner for the presidency because he is from a southern swing state with a base of black and white support. So he'll be like, I have the non-white appeal, I have the white educated voter appeal, and guess what? Now I have working class white appeal, because watch what he does to Collins with what working class whites. I don't think you guys understand what's coming. It's sad, but it's coming, and it's going to hit you like a freight train. That's why I wanted them, Robert, to redistrict to the point where if they lost the House vote by 12 points, they could still at least keep the House, even if it wipes away the Senate. And now after today, it's not like I still think Donald Trump made the right decision by endorsing Ken Paxton, 100%. But it does come with a risk, and that risk is Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski taking their ball and going home. Lisa Murkowski on multiple occasions now has said that she will leave the party if her seat and her vote is the balance of power. She'll leave the party. She'll caucus with Democrats.
Well, the other thing is, I'll say this: Susan Collins' best chance is to come out against the Iran war. Because she ain't. I mean, she's got to eat into to Plattner's vote that's popular in Maine too, and with a big anti-war vote in that state. So that probably helps her. I mean, she should run on it. I mean, you look at what happened in '74. How did some Republicans hold on in a horrendous cycle? It was because they ran against Nixon. That's how. And they ran against the Vietnam War. That's in Alaska. That's how he can get back to being competitive. Maine, that's how Collins can be back to be competitive. Husted can maybe, I don't think he can survive the Epstein label. This kills it. This kills him. Husted, him losing the Maine Republican against Epstein gets taken out by Trump. Husted is done. He is cooked. Put a fork in him. He's going to lose by more than 6 points.
Houston is just the wrong candidate. Look at Bernie. Bernie was a way better retail candidate, and he had better image favorabilities than Husted has, and he still only won against Sherrod Brown by 3.5 points, and that was because, let's face it, Donald Trump carried Ohio by 13.5. It's very, very difficult to beat a Senate candidate.
Where did they just spend all of this money? Where did they just spend all this money?
Oh my God, he's brother. Do you know what Sherrod Brown's going to do with this Epstein class narrative now? This is what I'm saying.
When they spent all this money in the Cincinnati media district, this is where they spent all the money, saying Republicans are the Epstein party. Republicans are the Epstein party.
In JD's backyard. In JD's backyard, nonetheless. Yep. I just don't know. I mean, worked hard convincing low prop friends and family to vote in 24. That big money alone wouldn't convince me. Assured they wouldn't be back, and we won't either.
That's going to be a.
Has there a positive comment here? Does anybody have a positive comment at all? Was anybody supportive of Gulrin? We'd love to hear from you, but I don't see it. I just don't. And I know there were some in the chat who just came to troll it, but like, make your case. Like, Andrew, by the way, said that if I just win the bet on Gulrin staying below 10, then I'll have made up my money that I lost on the Massey bet. Yeah, Andrew, cool. The only reason why I'm up is because of the accidental bet. And like,
the turnout bet did well, but I was all in on Massey.
The turnout bet I got, yes. That's honestly though, the turnout bet still isn't enough to cover the loss unless I made that mistake. The only reason why it is because I made the mistake, and that's crazy. But maybe this is like my karma, because all of these years, with Trump in 16 and all of these years polling and knowing things that were going to happen that other people bet against and didn't know. I never made a dollar. I never made a dollar.
Go through the 2018 list. Even then made money because I had underdog bet on Republicans taking the Senate, adding 2 seats to the Senate. 2020, all the margin of victory bets that all cashed. The 2024 bets, remember, everything cashed, literally everything, every single state, the national market. Remember when we had the debate, but we're the first people to talk about Trump winning the popular vote months before that even became a discussion.
All of that goodwill now is gone with all of these people. They freaking hate me, even though I was the one, you were the one. But I mean, as a pollster, like I was like, he's going to win the popular vote, and people are like, that's guys. It was never a consideration that Donald Trump would win the popular vote. No Republican was thought able to win the popular vote. And not only did we say it, but we said why he would, because of this coalition that he has blown up. This
coalition that tonight is very,
you just
very
killed.
unhappy.
You just killed it.
Yeah, he just killed.
This may be the death knell. I mean, look, the Epstein thing. I always say, like Epstein was like a jab. It's like a 1-2 punch that MAGA got to the chin that put it down. And the one was like set it up with a jab, like dink with the Epstein files, how they mishandled the Epstein files. And just when you thought you were gonna, or before you could recover from that stunning jab, comes the overhand right. Bam! He bombs Iran, and it just put MAGA down. And it did. I think if I go and find the tweet, you'll see it went viral. Newsweek covered it. By the way, today I was called Massey's favorite pollster. Massey's favorite pollster is the pollster that he hired in his campaign. I didn't make it. If I was Massey's favorite pollster, he'd have given me $27,000 a poll. I didn't get that. Someone else got it. By the way, I had the race closer than his pollster did, by the way. And then now, a year before, I was Trump's favorite pollster by Newsweek. And, that because of that tweet and that commentary. But the reason I knew that it would end up this way is because if you're not green, you knew that the moment he bombed those sites, they were always going to lobby for an actual war. And it was really going to happen. So the war really did it dirty. I mean, I can put up the graph again. You guys can see how MAGA has changed. I mean, it's catastrophic, guys. All of the old people who didn't like, all the old rhinos who didn't like Trump now identify as MAGA. All the young people that delivered him the nomination and the election don't identify as MAGA anymore. It's bad. It's really, or by less.
Oh, yeah. To Quinn's point, so he's been with us. I mean, we put out the underdog bet, which was, I think, 3-1, 4-1. It was some bases 8-1 that Trump would sweep the 7 swing states. Of course, he did. So that cashed for a lot of people. It looks like he made good money on it. And betting Dems to sweep is in my opinion, absolutely the right bet. And tonight just made that much more likely, not less.
Be careful with Texas. I still am skeptical about Texas now that Paxton's the nominee.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think those are going to be close. But I mean,
to take this. Oh, go ahead. I
would say, to take the House, they don't need much. And to take the Senate,
they're taking the House, bro. The House is gone. Sorry.
And for the Senate, Maine, I just can't see Collins holding on. Ohio, I think, is gone. Michigan, North Carolina, I don't think are going to be competitive for Republicans to try to pick up, or Georgia. So then only you're looking at 2 more races. Alaska, the Democrats been up in every single survey, everything across the board. And it makes sense. He's popular. And again, Alaska's a state that tonight's results make worse for Republicans, not better, because it's got a big libertarian independent vote that goes way back. And then so they just need 1 more. They just need either Iowa or Nebraska or Kansas or Montana or South Carolina or Florida or Texas or any of these states. that the already data shows are competitive. So that's why I can't. And when I look at the Senate map, I mean, I think Iowa's going to be the one that they're going to lose with ease, because I would love for Carlin to pull an upset there, but I think it's going to be Ensign. And I think in an anti-war Iowa, with the war getting worse now, not better politically, it's a disaster. You just took out the number one advocate for farmers in the entire Congress. That's who else you took out tonight. So you think the farmers are going to be happy when their fuel and diesel and fertilizer costs are through the roof? When it's the big corporate ag that they got the sweetheart deals for China, your small farmer ain't selling just soybeans, folks.
To a farmer in Illinois actually the other day, and they're done after what did it. The farmland and potential factory ownership of China. And this guy was smart too. He was like, I know that they actually only own less than 2% of farmland in the United States. He said, but it's not the point. It's just not the point. Like, you can't, if you didn't get us in the Iran war, you wouldn't have to give Xi Jinping our farmland. But you did exactly what George Bush did and all these others did, where you put us in such a position we had to crawl to the Chinese and beg for their help, and they had to give, and we had to give part of us, part of who we are, our property, our area, our culture, our commerce, our future. We had to give that to China to bail you out of your mistakes. Like, I'm not doing it anymore. I think guys, I mean, the house is gone. I mean, again, like, you can't lose by 12 or 11 or 8 or 6 and think you're going to win three battleground districts and not lose a single other. That's not going to happen. It's just not. I am. Collins, I think she's in deep trouble with Plattner. He is no joke, and everyone's mocking him. They're spending some $10 million, and by the way, this is Israel money, Israel lobby money. They're going to spend $10 to $20 million making fun of his tattoo. Have you ever been to Maine?
Yeah.
I mean, this is unreal stupid. Unreal stupid. Did I already do this? No, it's not. I didn't. Best coverage of this sad result, primaried by the Israel lobby. Things are going to get worse before better. Listen, and appreciate that. And again, guys, I always try to do the best job that I can do. With this polling, I just felt like wrong. I honestly felt that if I removed those people from that voter screen, that I would be putting my finger on the scale. Robert and I talked about this a lot, man. I always, if I trust someone and I respect their opinion, I, of course, will ask them for guidance, even on something that I'm the expert on. I didn't think it was right. If it was any other race, Robert, I wouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, exactly. I mean, and again, we ended up right on the turnout number against all the odds in the prediction markets. So the question is why that linkage didn't happen in this one, which will be, something to explore. But it's also primaries. Anybody that studied primaries, the reason why primaries, I have not had the same. I don't bet nearly as much or as often in primaries, because they're much harder. I have found
very volatile.
Unless you're really completely on the ground, totally immersed. The election has certain clear patterns. Even then, it's very, very hard. Because I would say people I talked to here on the ground all thought this was going to be tight. So
everybody did, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, Goring's own pollster did for most of the last
2 weeks.
That's why Trump went crazy. That's why they're writing checks like madmen.
Yes,
that's why they're bumping. They weren't doing that because Goring was leading big in the polls.
That's right, guys. They don't pull like Laura Loomer last minute hit pieces with in the mold of Christine Blasey Ford, which is what they pulled on him. They don't do that in races they really believe they're 9 points up. What happened a couple of weeks ago, it got tight. They lost the lead. Then they started going bananas on Massey. When the other polls came out that showed Goring with a lead, 7-8 points, that's when you'll see, if you can get your hands on it, you'll see that's when their polls went back, and then ultimately they had him at +9. That's what I actually did not see the last one. I'm just taking the word of somebody I trust, and he told me, I know you can't stand the guy, but he did have a +9. And it's like, okay, well, next time ask him for your own Senate poll where he had you barely winning, and I gave you the +7 that you actually won by. You know what I mean? It was terrified that night, but whatever, just leave it at that. Mike Lawler's a clown. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of Republican Party that goes down. Mike Lawler's in trouble, by the way, too. So these people are acting like they're popular, and this is going to somehow like translate into political capital for them in the general election. This was a Pyrrhic victory. This is what this was. This was a Pyrrhic victory. I can't put it any better than that, Robert. You know, I'm not voting in 28 now either after tonight, unless Massey runs, of course.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I want these people to explore independent third-party options. Is I want the ordinary American to stay engaged in the political process and not forfeit it. But that's probably going to require options other than two main parties, because there's going to be people who feel as he does that there's no option within the two main parties, and no amount of spin is going to convince them otherwise. So I think if you're in the freedom movement, if you're in you believe in the constitutional republic, you should support. I've gotten a lot of heat on this from Republicans and even some Democrats for saying this, but if you want Americans to stay engaged and believe in this constitutional republic and to keep it alive, you want them to not to get to the place where they go with a different idea of burn it all down. And for that, we're really, for the sake of the republic, going to need to have a third party independent set of options, so these people still feel their voice at least can be heard at the ballot box.
And just to be clear, Robert, well, not to you, but to others out there, the book, which the link is in the description, if you've not bought Burn It Down, you really need to buy this book, because nobody else is having this conversation about how quick this electorate is going to change and what it means to be able to win elections if you're on the right. But I'm not saying like literally Trump should go full like Nero and like burn everything to the ground. What they mean is this system, the institutions, all of it is just broken for them, and they want a new order. They want a fourth turning. And it's like they're going to get it one way or the other is the thesis of the book. And that's what I think, like, the Israel First crowd celebrating tonight. You don't even know you lost yet. You're so like slow. Like you're playing for today. And I'm trying to tell you they're already on to tomorrow. And this is what Republicans have done for my whole life. They have gotten caught up in like they're always a cycle or two behind, and they don't know. And then Democrats look like they're down and out, and they're not. They're making and ready to stage a huge comeback. Democrats are well better and positioned, which is ridiculous because like 2 years ago, Republicans were in a great position to take care of this and to meet this change. But now they've done nothing but set themselves back on it. I just, that they're going to get it one way or the other. So they'll either get it from the right because it'll be like MAGA and it'll be national resurgence, national rebirth and renewal, or they'll get they'll pick Mondani or somebody like that, or somebody who looks like they're Barack Obama portrayed himself as a moderate, and he was a fanatic. We're gonna get Obama on steroids at this point. JD is a coward. He is going to sit by, trying to be a whisperer while the nation is bought by Israel and the most conservative Congress members are removed, all because he wants to save his own chance.
I mean, that's the mindset he's going to have to deal with and make some tough choices in the year ahead. I understand where the logic is currently, and I understand he's by nature a loyal guy, but at some
which is point, what I like about him. A lot of what I like about him.
Yeah, but that mindset is going to be a popular. I mean, put it this way: if things stay as is and Trump isn't removed, he should definitely not run in 2028 because it is a dead man walking in the Republic.
He's just never going to be able to do it, brother. He's not going to be able to win. I mean, he's not. Who he is. He can't now. He's not going to be able to win. I mean, not at this point. It's too hard of an. Even if he was seen by the electorate, totally different. Like independent. The mood is going to be very, very negative for Republicans. It's sad, but it's true. The only hope we have is that if Democrats just completely lose their minds, and the problem is,
or if they succeed and remove Trump from the White House.
Or right. Well, I mean, if they do that, then you can have a bit of a change around because, the mistake Gerald Ford made was pardoning Nixon. That's all. Like he could have had a chance. The pardon did him in.
Trump will never resign or be removed before he signs those pardons personally.
Yeah. Oh, Quentin's back. He said the thing is with Alabama in this state is as Republican safe as it gets. Well, they did lose. Yeah. Roy Moore did lose to Doug Jones, but yes, it is safe, which Robert thinks was stolen. And actually, there's
there is evidence of that. Yeah, there are unusual turnout patterns in key areas.
Weird turnout patterns. Yeah. He still has a huge approval rating there. Yes, Alabama is one where he does, but I'm telling you, and you can see it. as far as the overall electorate and what they think, I don't think our poll was wrong there. I just think that a lot of those people didn't vote. Trump's approval rating is less than 70% in that district. And by the way, other pollsters saw that too. I'm not the only one.
And again, this excludes independents.
Yes.
By definition.
MAGA since 2016 and now voting like a yellow dog Democrat in November. We can't tolerate a traitor party. I mean, this is, I bet I can even guess your age, bro, like, or at least in the ballpark. I mean, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. Quint Thomas, Lissibet is a fraud, and I can't stand that guy. Well, at least he had a loss today in the sense that he lost all that money. Cornyn. Yeah, so he's, oh, God, man, people going off. Steve Miller's also a fraud. I thought that guy was supposed to be a genius. Well, listen, I understood Stephen Miller's opposition to Thomas Massie. And when he was on the show, well, at least I understood this part, Robert. And when he was on the show, I asked him about it after Robert left. We had a conversation about immigration. That was the second plank that they used, the Gallrin campaign effectively used, which is hilarious because Gallrin's going to vote for amnesty. That's the funniest fucking part about all of this. But they were able to use immigration. That was always one of my issues with Massie too. It was. However, it's hard to argue. I took Massie's reply at face value. I did, and I thought he was sincere. But it's hard to argue that in a campaign. You know, well, I didn't vote for DHS funding because it had this in it or that or whatever. Like, people after a while, especially if you're fighting against a cult of personality, they don't want to hear the intricacies of policy like that. So it was a very hard position for him to go against. Stephen Miller, his main issue, or at least I thought it was immigration. Although I was told by multiple people that he did not push back against the push for amnesty. The reason why amnesty was killed, your guys are going to find out really soon because it's going to be public. But also, you're welcome. By the way, all you fucking cultists, you would have got an amnesty if it wasn't for the People's Pundit. All right, but it just isn't going to fly before the midterms. Unfortunately, I think you are getting an amnesty after the midterms. I think that's all but in the bag, and he won't care. And Stephen Miller didn't push back on it, as far as I understand. He didn't push back on it, Robert, as hard as I would have thought, because I can understand from Miller's perspective why he wouldn't like a Thomas Massie. Like, I get
I mean, Miller's become a...
You know,
Stephen Miller's become a huge war whore, a huge Israel first advocate, and he's about to get permanently bought off. His wife is getting a sweetheart podcasting deal from Paramount Plus, even though nobody watches or listens.
Kidding me, bro? No, you're kidding me.
It's just open bribery and corruption. Stephen Miller is for sale and has sold.
No,
she's getting public within a month or two.
Yep. No. I hope that's not true, dude. But this is what people are going to see. I mean, more and more of, unfortunately, people.
I'll give you America First Legal made a big deal of supporting a case I was involved in, exposing DEI at IBM. Yeah. And guess what? Guess what they did today? They walked out of the case and are refusing to continue to support the case. So the America First Legal has turned out to be a bunch of phonies and fakes and frauds. Sellouts for political power. They've gone all in on the establishment, no longer even advocating on the anti-DEI stuff for any consequence. They used it to get to power. They used it to get judicial nominations and positions in the government. And now they're betraying a whole bunch of people they convinced to pursue litigation, in some cases, difficult, costly, expensive litigation for those people. And then they abandon them and rug pull them in a key moment. It's unfortunate, but that's there's very few Joe Kents left in this administration. It's reality.
Yeah, this is like, let's say these people represent just 5%, because this is nothing but angry people in this chat, dude. Like, I would think there would be some balance here. There's not. All right. Yeah. I mean, this is not a pollster that had like Massie up here, like, by, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, this was a dead even pollster, dead even show. I would have thought there would have been at least some people, but this is just nothing but absolute. That people are mad. I'm 28 and a 3-time Trump voter. I feel completely betrayed. What promise has he kept other than the border? I feel like none. Is Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear a viable Democrat?
Beshear is up begging for Wall Street money and Israel First cash as we speak. So if he would have been smart,
he's running.
Beshear's definitely running. If Beshear had been smart, he would have stuck. I mean, he piggybacked off his daddy's name here in Kentucky. He was a COVID guy So he
Yeah,
had an
it was.
opportunity there to be moderate. He wasn't. The
This COVID guy. Yeah.
but otherwise relatively non-controversial in his Kentucky tenure. He would normally be a guy you would look at and say this would be a superb Democratic candidate. But he's busy trying to raise money from the Israel lobby and Wall Street. And I've been saying if you're a Democrat, especially, but this will be true for both parties down the road, or for whoever the next party is. Again, I'm not sure the Republican Party can stay alive for very long if it stays on the path it's currently on.
Yeah, me either.
But I think
Me either.
Bashir is the kind of person who, on paper, but if he makes smart tactical decisions, whoever picks up the Ro Khanna, I know Khanna himself is going to do it in the House primary, in the president. He's likely to run as well in 2028. I don't think I'm letting anything out of the bag. If people have been paying attention, it's quite obvious.
Ro Khanna?
Yeah. The Ro Khanna's good. But whoever runs as I will divorce from Israel guy will have a leg up. It's like being the most anti-immigration candidate in the 2016 Republican primary. Whoever's the most anti-Israel, divorce Israel candidate in the 2028 Democratic presidential primary will be their next nominee. That's why AOC is making fatal mistakes over the last 6 months. And that's why I'm telling people it's going to be somebody
AOC?
like a Bashir. Yeah. It'll be somebody like a Bashir, somebody like that comes out, that campaigns aggressively on that. The question is whether they can be smart. I mean, Labor was able to just absorb the collapse of the Tories because the Tories decided to abandon Brexit. So Democrats can run that for 2026, that Trump has betrayed his Brexit voters and collapsed that base within the Party.
So you're saying like the left did in Britain. This is what I'm afraid of too. Like after the Conservatives, the Tories betrayed their Brexit vote. That's when the left was they were in the wilderness for a little while, guys, and then they got their shit together, and they were able to make a comeback. They blew their shit up too, but I'm saying like they were able to do damage before they did. Nobody is saying the Democrats will end up blowing their shit up. Like you could at least see the left in Britain was already like completely disheveled, Robert. You know, like there was nobody on the bench at that time in Britain too for the left. That was a big problem. There was no Tony Blair, right? There was nothing like that. There are people on the bench in the Democratic Party right now. There's one there, Andy Bashir, John Ossoff, Josh Shapiro would murder everybody. I mean, now Gavin Newsom is 6 points ahead of JD in our polling. 6 points.
It's going to be whoever. But my view is expect the Democrat to not be one of the most named candidates at the moment. So in 2006, nobody was talking about Barack Obama. In 2014, nobody was talking about Donald Trump. And to a degree, in 1998, you could say some people were talking about George W. Bush, but even he was new to the scene. It was mostly the family name. In 1990, people thought Clinton was done for because he'd bombed at the '88 convention. In 1974, nobody was talking about Jimmy Carter. In 1958, nobody was talking about John Kennedy. So the primary winner tends to come out of nowhere relatively. It's probably going to be somebody who wins this cycle, either for governor or Senate, that is going to be the surprise candidate. And it's going to be, monitor the people that run against the Epstein class, that run against this war, and run against Israel. That's going to be your next Democratic nominee.
Yeah. And it's going to be hard for them to do that dance, admittedly, guys, but they have the media on their side. They just have a way to thread the needle. Somehow Hillary Clinton ran as like, again, they're the party of Wall Street. Meanwhile, Hillary got donations from Wall Street 3-1 over Donald Trump. Joe Biden ended up being 6-1. And Joe Biden said he was corrupt and just big business. And it worked, by the way. Although I know that Trump, I still believe Donald Trump was robbed. I do. Everyone needs to vote third party. Ossoff is horrible. That guy's evil. Right, but he's dangerous, bro. I'm telling you, he's dangerous.
I get but that's where I think if we want the Liberty candidates,
I'm going back to third party voting. This is everywhere.
Yeah, and I think if you believe in the Liberty movement or the Constitutional Republic, you have to make sure that option's a viable option for people, because otherwise they either vote Democrat or don't vote at all, or they either resign or they get really angry in a way that becomes counterproductive. So historically, for example, when young men don't find partners early in life, It's the number one sign of a violent revolution and incoming. So we're already there in parts of American society. So we've got to give constructive.
That's fucking terrible.
I mean, what drives me crazy is Massey was giving these people a constructive, productive outlet, and Trump decided to torch it tonight.
Ron Paul was just talking about that, actually, how like this part, that wing of the coalition does promote that better than like, because Big Con just is a con, you know, and there's nothing like, there's no like emotional attachment to it, where I think Massey's brand of libertarianism, I don't even want to call it libertarianism because it's more than that. It's honestly, as Reagan himself said, the soul of conservatism is libertarianism. He said that himself, because ultimately, while Reagan was no, you know, textbook libertarian, your instinct should be not to spend that money. Your instinct should be not to grow that government, not to fund that program, not to do that. So that's why it was like so much of this loyalty argument was so frankly dishonest, because like Donald Trump was entirely his appeal was entirely because the Republican Party sucked and you didn't want to mimic the Republican Party. You know, he used to say, I'm a common sense conservative. I'm just talking about doing what you guys claim you're going to do, but never do. And Rush Limbaugh used to say that's why they hate Donald Trump so much. Aside from being a class betrayer, he is going to do what they always claim to do, but then they don't. So when a guy like this comes from the outside and says, wait a minute, you said you're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. Let's get this done. And they fight him on it. It's like you expose the party as a fraud. And that's what Rush was right about that. That's a big part of why Paul Ryan hated Donald Trump. It was always such bullshit. Like he was like an ideological dispute because Paul was a true conservative. Paul was a fraud, and Paul didn't want Donald Trump exposing him as a fraud. That's what it was. But yeah, here we are now all these years later, and Donald Trump honestly is not really, wow, this is just one after the other, bro. Registering as an independent from here on out. Voted Trump 3 times. It's grim trigger time. We'll be voting for anyone who's pro-impeaching Trump now. Oh, my God. I have Ohio, North Carolina, Alaska, Maine, all gone. I think Paxton wins Texas by 2 or 3. Yeah, I wouldn't even give him 3 right now, honestly.
Oh, no, it's going to be tight. Tallarico is an exceptional candidate. So the Paxton still has Maha behind him. And he's got the Anglo working class base. So that's what gives him an edge. If Tallarico is smart, he'll make the Iran war a key issue. If he does, that's a Paxton vulnerability.
His problem.
And especially with the Hispanic vote.
Paxton can't fight. He can't fight him on it because he wants to be loyal to Trump, so he can't really fight him on it, you know? So it's going to be tough. That's
his Achilles heel.
I think tonight, too, proved this to be true, Robert, because, you know, that early vote that came in stronger for Gallrin showed. I know. Look at 30 to 44. Millennials were the most MAGA identifying age group in the electorate in 2024. And for the wise asses, it will be like, well, you just got that wrong. What do we know? Asshole was the most accurate poll in the country. It beat the Wall Street Journal out in the popular vote. 46.9% now, bro, from 63.6. Shared this with Turning Point earlier today, and they were all like, oh yeah, 100%. This is crystal clear. I mean, like this is a huge problem for them because they didn't build their brand on conservatism. They built it on America First. They have never been more popular than they were being the America First organization, not the big con organization. But I would say to Quint, well, I think he's got them all right now. I think Alaska is probably the hardest one to flip out of them. But I think that thanks to Lisa Murkowski, who was crying like a bitch today over the Paxton endorsement, it's now you have to deal with ranked choice voting, and you're in deep trouble. Dan Sullivan's in deep trouble. That's it.
So the Sullivan's best hope is to come out against the war. Unless he does so, he's done.
Yeah, he's done. He's going. Mary Peltola is no joke. She's won at-large districts before. The state has no problem voting for her in 2 rounds to get her over the finish line. Dan Sullivan is going to be seen as a textbook, you know, kind of big government Republican, pro-war, pro-big business. It's a problem.
That does not sell well in the Alaska electorate.
And for people who don't know, Alaska's backward. Like the urban areas and those, they're red, and the rural areas are Democratic. So you can't get slaughtered. And you see with Murkowski, if you're perceived as an independent, it boosts you.
And
Yes.
that's what he needs to be perceived as, even though Murkowski's really an establishment fake independent.
She's a fake ass independent.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
yeah.
she comes across as one because she had to be the write-in candidate.
That
exactly
shows
you
right.
the way you win in Alaska. Being a Trump loyalist will get you killed there. And
yeah.
He's clearly running. Sullivan's just running as a Trump substitute, and that's just not going to play well.
Just keep your eyes on that margin, guys. We still have a little bit of vote left out. I am a little bit concerned about Shelby. Gallrin's doing a little better there, but Massey has some in Oldham that he can use to counter it to not below 45%. Now, again, those are really two different bets if you got him. He can fall below 45% without Gallrin winning by more than 10. All right, he's got some play there, and like Gallrin's 0.25 away from 10%. But Massey is only 0.12 away from falling below 35. So he can actually fall below. If you have that bet, it's different than the 5 to 10. Okay, I am in Iowa. I plan on voting Republican locally, nationally. Dude, I mean, yeah. Dude, Massey, let me just say this for the Republican donor who just texted me. Okay, it was close. It's not that much of a blowout. You had to spend $25 million to knock him out, and it's a primary. We're concerned about a general election, okay? A general election. Israel and foreign policy does not win national elections. You're going to get fucking creamed. You're not listening because you think you bought a Senate seat. You bought a district seat and you fucking won here. You burned the party with your little tantrum, with your $30 million tantrum. You're burning the party to the fucking ground. And if you're unhappy about tonight's show, wait until you see tomorrow's. That's it. You're not getting it through your thick head. This isn't a win. You fucking hurt everyone here. You hurt everybody. For your selfish fucking reasons. Now you're not going to learn until you lose the popular vote next November by a fucking 10 points or more. That's when you're going to learn. And what are you going to tell everybody then? Look at what you did to Trump's approval rating. Look at what you did to it. You think somehow that Ed Gallrein beating Thomas Massey has made up for what you have done to this presidency? You're fucking retarded if you think that. You're done. You think everyone's lying? You think the New York Times is lying? This ain't 2020, bro. They're right. And actually, Robert, the New York Times has a very good track record of the House vote in midterm elections. The New York Times Siena poll is very good at the House vote in midterms. Go look it up. They are not missing by somehow some miraculous margin, and Republicans are going to pull this off because Thomas Massey lost a primary. You're in an ethno-religious supremacy delusion. That's your problem. You are in an ethno-religious supremacy delusion, and somebody's got to say it out loud. And I know everyone's afraid to, but I'm not. What are you going to do? Nobody watches me because you gave them permission to. You guys are burning everything to the ground and you're claiming victory on the way out. Read a history book. And just because I'm just going to get this. Let's go. Vance Massey, 32. Let Rubio fail in 28 and clean up Vance's image while rebuilding a coalition outside the Republican Party. Zealot, the most powerful ticket we've polled so far is actually, and we didn't poll like Vance Kent, which I don't think would happen, but we did poll Vance Gabbard. That was the strongest ticket, which was surprising to me because she didn't have very much primary support, Robert. But as a VP, that was Vance's strongest running mate. It was stronger than Rubio.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I know some people are now starting to. I'm looking at the thing. Look, I don't mean to go nuts over there, guys, and have a thing, but like these people just aren't understanding. You're just not getting it. A primary is not what we're not debating what is the strongest position to take in a Republican primary. In fact, it's kind of based on these numbers you can see right here. For now, this is like the way to win most primaries, most Republican primaries, even though he failed in Indiana in several seats, by the way. Nobody wants to talk about that. The other two they picked up, he was not involved in. All right. this is the way to do it now and win a Republican primary for the most part. But Republican primaries don't win elections. This is back to Mitt Romney wing. This is back to Bush wing. They won primaries too. They beat Rick Santorum. They beat Newt Gingrich. And then what happened? They got drummed. You're not understanding. It's not getting through your heads. It's just not getting through your heads. Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer buying a congressional seat isn't going to save you in November. It doesn't prove anything other than you retardedly wasted $30 million that we badly needed from November. That's what it proves. You're fucking stupid. And and this is one of the biggest misuse of party funds I have seen in the history of political parties. I have never seen anything worse. I thought Ron DeSantis blowing all of that money to lose a primary to Donald Trump was bad. This may take the cake because at least DeSantis had, I think he really believed he would be the better president. And I think he really believed that he would be the better candidate. Like Jeff Rowe and all those guys, Robert, gassed him up. I remember talking to Steve, who was at that time a friend, Steve Cortez, and they had this argument they were making to him that, yeah, we may not get all those working class voters, but we're going to win back the educated, female vote. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it's just not true, but they did believe it. So I can understand that point of view. Grace Chung, Miriam Adelson wins the Kentucky primary. Main Gate JBLM jumped another 9 cents to 563. The Ninth Circuit decision locking in states' right to mandate. Will Trump invite Borla to celebrate? By the way, somebody sent me something about Lagoa the other day. I wanted to show you. I totally forgot. And they were like, man, you and Barnes are right about this woman. You should have picked Lagoa. It's
She made a great birthright citizenship decision.
Yes, that's what it was. You're right. Last week, Barbara Lagoa, the Supreme Court runner-up to Amy Coney Barrett in 2020, wrote a stinging dissent in an immigration detention case that also crosses over into the broader intellectual framework against automatic birthright citizenship. But you got the white, educated Southern woman instead. And whatever. Good. What do you think about this? This is
Oh yeah, I mean I'm trying to figure. Main Gate jumped another 9 cents. What is that, JBLM?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. I thought maybe you would know.
The Ninth Circuit decision locking in states' rights to mandate. Oh, I mean, I know that the Supreme Court turned down a vaccine mandate case today, but will Trump involve? Oh, I get that. That's what he means. I think the Borla, because that's Pfizer. So it's a reference to SCOTUS not taking up a vaccine mandate case out of the Ninth Circuit. And that probably JBLM, maybe it's related to an investment, particular one. I'm not sure on that part. But but Borla is the Pfizer CEO, so it's a point about Trump's failure on that side of the. I mean, the people right now whose credibility has been badly damaged, who've got to figure out what they're going to do. I mean, I think they're going to try to get the most out of it. But are Vance, Gabbard, and Kennedy. How long does Kennedy hang around if they continue to gut most of his core agenda?
Yeah, I just noticed I'm just like responding to some people and like explaining to them, even if you think Massey's just like 5 points, guess what? He just took his 5 points with him. Again, you're acting like you're popular. You're not fucking popular, I mean, that's the problem, Robert. They just don't get that through their head. You're not popular. If you were in a position where like Trump had a 56% approval rating, then you want to go after certain people or whatever, then that, I mean, maybe I still would probably argue against it because I would say, let's go to 60. Let's go to 65. Let's win an election like Democrats used to win elections or even Republicans back in the day. Let's build ourselves to like a Nixon wipeout situation. Let's do that again. Kevin Phillips is writing another book, or the next Kevin Phillips is writing another book about how that happened. I'm sick of these 2-point wins, these 1.5 point ekes out. The entire future of the country is resting on every election is the next brinksmanship election because the country's on the precipice of failure every damn time, or we're on the precipice of failure based on one Supreme Court vote. And that's another thing, Robert. You're going to get retirements. If Democrats get the House in 28, they're going to get the next 2 appointments, and the court's gone. Vance stands for nothing. He is just like the others who see the coalition as being spent, not squandered. Otherwise, why would he watch wars too and failures of Congress and say nothing? Either a coward or no real principles. I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, I talked to the guy. I just don't know what you want him to do. What's he supposed to do? I mean, he's a VP. I mean, like Barnes said before, there are really not any examples. Have you seen a vice president go against their president and it end well for them? It's like, I understand you guys are angry. It's just, he's in a really, really bad spot. I don't know what you want him to do. Right, Robert? I mean,
I think if he wants
to like the guy, I just practically,
Yeah, I think if he wants a future, other than Trump getting removed and staying quiet until that happens. If that doesn't happen, then he doesn't have a political future, to be blunt. It would take a massive miracle, because what's happening is Trump is torching everything that was the future of a potential Republican majority.
Yeah,
and he goes down with that ship, unless Trump is removed from the presidency or resigns.
There's nothing.
Yeah, that's reality. Yep. I mean, what I would advise, I would advise him to not do what Hubert Humphrey did and come out and draw distinctions if he thought that wasn't going to happen, or even to help make it happen, to be blunt about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, right now, Trump is torching Vance's future with him.
And the future of the Supreme Court and the future of the next census. Guys, I don't think, people appreciate the gravity. We could have locked in everything. Like, if you just put America first and not Israel first, we could have locked in everything. We could have controlled how the next census is run. You take illegal residents out of the census, they're done 30 seats now. 30 now, not 20 anymore. 25? Okay, I'll be conservative. 20, 25. Let's just play that game. That's 20, 25 seats they simply cannot win. By the way, that also controls how many electoral votes each state gets. We could have locked them out of the White House. So 2 out of 3 branches of government, boom, gone, just like that. Yes, the Senate, but you know what? I mean, at the end of the day, that would have helped our Senate candidates, because those states would have been leaning more red. It would have been like more of an air and inevitability, kind of like what Democrats were riding off of for a long time in a lot of these states. Bobby Glenn Dining. Thank you for your valuable commentary tonight. I'm a 3-time Trump voter in Horry County, South Carolina. Will absolutely pull the trigger for a third party or even a Democratic candidate if Graham is the GOP nominee. Graham makes me sick. You're 30%. You're 28%. Robert's seen the numbers. He's seen the poll. You are 28% of how the Republican Party feels right now. And I just to give everybody, I don't know if you'd want me to say it, but like just to give you everybody, like from the Israel first donor GOP side of it, I don't know if he'd want me to read the comment, but to them, I'll just say this, because I didn't get his permission to read the message he sent me, but they just don't care about the general election. They don't care. They just don't. They'll be fine no matter what. It's only like you, the little people, who have to worry about what happens, because they're going to be good. I just literally got a message that said, fuck the general election, or just don't worry about it. Like, they don't care. You heard Lindsey Graham himself the other night on Face the Nation. What did he say? It's worth losing elections over. This is worth losing elections. Right, because Lindsey Graham has been money laundering and pretending he's a public servant since the 90s. He's good. He's good. The country could fail tomorrow, Robert, and he'd be okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would not. I would not. Actually, I mean, I don't know. I don't know your situation, but I'm saying, like, most of us would not be okay. And he would be perfectly fine. I like Ro Khanna on 10% of things, but would never vote for him. He's a socialist. I can't stand socialists and commies. And I understand that. I get that. But I do think there is going to be this, like, new center that comes. It moves Gabbard over. Gabbard started like this too, right? Robert knows I now am secretly in love with Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, I remember she was doing her TV stage. I was like, Andrew, you better get me fucking up there with her. I did, man. Andrew will tell you I did. I was like, bro, get me that spot. Basically, she came along. And sometimes realignments do this, because I was the same. I don't know about you, but I was the same with Gabbard. I'm like, okay, it's great on the deep state stuff, but how come then she doesn't understand that expanding the administrative state on healthcare is going to lead to something, on the IRS is going to lead to something, and then she just came around after a while. So you just never know how these things turn out. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that sentiment, and I think that's and that's why there's an appetite for a liberty-oriented, independent, third-party option that I think almost needs to be offered if you're going to keep those people engaged, because down ballot they might vote for candidates that you want. So I think that becomes important. I think it becomes more important after Massey tonight, is that third party options have to be looked at to keep the freedom movement engaged and to have a political check. For example, let's say Democrats going to win 2020 no matter what. If someone like Massey runs as a third party candidate and wins 10%, 12%, 14% of the vote, that's leverage on the Democratic not winner. That's leverage, because all of a sudden the Democrat, look at what happened with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton went from a left populist to a bond market driven, Wall Street oriented Democrat, because Ross Perot almost won 20% of the vote. So Clinton shifted his approach on budget politics. This will be a thing that drives Republicans crazy. Last president to balance the budget wasn't a Republican, it was Bill Clinton. But why did that happen? Because Ross Perot got 19% of the vote. So if we want to have a check on the Democratic Party thinking about stacking SCOTUS, stacking the Senate by adding Puerto Rico and D.C., stacking the House by granting mass amnesty, if we want some check on that, then we need a third-party independent option, because realistically right now, the Republican Party won't be that.
Yeah, I mean, he only got targeted because of the Epstein thing. Let's cut the shit, you know.
Yeah.
This is something we have to just be real with right now, because I do see some of these guys. He wasn't targeted because of foreign aid. Yes, yeah, that's true. They need their foreign aid grift, but there were other people who have opposed foreign aid that were not spent. You know, did not have 25 million. Actually, it's more than 25, but let's call it 30 million thrown at him because they wanted him out. This was about the Epstein situation. All right. Everybody who was all the Republicans who signed on to the Epstein the Epstein Transparency Act will be out of Congress by the next Congress. Nancy Mace running for governor. Last time I polled it, she was ahead in the primary. I don't know if she's going to be, we'll see. I haven't polled it in a while, but Nancy Mace, she'll be gone. Lauren Boebert, he'll come after eventually. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I mean, we can go down the list, I mean, it's like, this was about embarrassing certain people. All right. 80s new wave geek. Many say we're not voting our way out of this. Tell me you're a millennial or down without telling me you're a millennial or down, brother. And I know, even if I didn't see your tag 80s news wave week, I would say you're probably a millennial or a Gen Z guy, or girl. But I mean, that's how a lot of people feel. I don't know if Owen's still on here, but he kind of represents the block of younger people who watch the show who just don't think there really is a way to I want 99% of government gone, return everything back to the states. Yeah. Nick Fuentes called all this way before Owen. Give the kid his damn flowers. Poor Owen.
But all he really did was just run against Israel. And so if you want to call that, but he also thought Kanye was a serious candidate for the president. So I don't think I can give him much flowers.
Yeah, listen, I think Nick is a very good talent of listening around, grabbing what he thinks is going to work from different people. And I think he's very good at seeing like what that disenfranchised group wants to hear. I think that's his talent, and he's very good. He's very articulate at it. Like, honestly, and I like Dinesh. I think Dinesh is a nice guy, although I disagree with him on a lot. And I think it's very clear where much of his motives come from. Where your money comes from matters, guys. Let's be real. Nick Fuentes handed Dinesh D'Souza his ass in that debate, and Robert Barnes has debated Nick. He took the pro-Israel side at that time. Barnes did incredible against Nick Fuentes. Dinesh he got creamed. I mean, like, so you can't say the kid's not talented. He's got plenty. He didn't stand up well to Barnes, but I wouldn't call it D'Souza.
I wouldn't call it prescient, though. I mean, basically, he was just anti-Israel, and that's become a hot button issue. But what Owen was talking about was way beyond that. Owen was picking up that Trump was going to make
Owen Schroyer, yes.
Owen Schroyer was way ahead, recognized that there was going to be a complete betrayal by Trump across the board, and that's what he saw coming. He foresaw that earlier than anyone else did. Fuentes never was a Trump supporter since 2017, maybe 2018. So he's not really a useful barometer. He's someone who's very anti-Israel, but he's also anti-Semitic. He's also openly racist. He's also openly chauvinistic. So, I mean, Richard's polled him. There's people who recognize him, and he has a base but it's a pretty small base of support.
Small base.
It's I mean, how much
New
do
York
they
Times
call it?
told him too, by the way. He still was negative among young people. It's a small subgroup of young people that he's popular with, whereas Tucker was positive, you know.
Joe Rogan, I mean, I still don't see him translating that into political power anytime soon, is my own view.
I was listening to him. I think it was with Louder with Crowder, and he really just didn't have a plan for what they were going to do. You know, they're going to vote for Democrats this time, but like they don't really have a plan.
He only decided that after he heard us say the Democrats are going to win. He's like Trump. He likes to be perceived as creating something that he's just riding the caboose on.
Yes. Thoughts on Spencer Pratt for LA mayor? Listen, I think he's running an amazing campaign, but it's LA. He's running on an amazing. He's running.
Well,
amazing
tonight is another reminder. The fundamentals is what really carries. The fundamentals of all that money was enough to carry through in a closed Republican primary.
Yeah.
In a 80% Democratic city, do you think Pratt really stands a chance? I do not.
Me either. I think he's doing a great job. Maybe he does have a future national. He's doing a great job of running it. But guys, it's LA. This isn't an attorney general, district attorney race. Like that was different. When you start to get out of those local element offices, the partisan lean really does take over. It does. Looks like my position is growing. Don't worry, Rich. To ultimately win, we have to defeat the GOP first. So all the people jumping ship ensures the party dies or transforms. Either is good. This is what I don't think they understand. Like they think they're going to have control. Like you just heard, like what I just said, conveyed someone's sentiment. They don't care about getting annihilated in the general. They want to purge the party of people they view as anti-Semitic. This person does view Thomas Massie as anti-Semitic, which is just insane. I mean, after getting to know the guy, he doesn't hate Jews, but Israel wasn't even a huge thing for him. This is not. It's all foreign aid. It's all foreign wars. It's not just he's picking on one country because he doesn't like the people from that country. It's insane. That's a kind of censorship, guys. That's what they think. They think that this wing killed the Democratic Party and they need to avoid it happening to the Republican Party. They don't understand that actually it was the purification and the intolerance of dissent that killed the Democratic Party in the era of Trump. That's what did it. It wasn't they had a bunch of Chenkungers, even if you think Chenkunger is a Jew hater, which I don't think he is, but even if I just think he just doesn't like Israel and their policy. But, even if you did think that, it's not because they were dominated by a bunch of, Jew haters that caused them their party. It was their intolerance of dissenting views and those views going out of the mainstream. Right now, what Republicans are doing with Israel is purifying their ranks and going out of the mainstream with their views. So the acceptable views are not in the mainstream. They're not held by the majority of the public. That's what Democrats did. It's just in the case of Republicans, it's Israel and war. In the case of Democrats, it was transgenderism and, crazy shit like that. That's what it was. So they don't understand that. And I think they can't, Robert, honestly, because I do think there's an ethno-religious supremacy element to this. I think it's really clear, and people can't be afraid to call it out because they're afraid to be called names. This is dangerous. They're basically saying that one group of people deserve a deference and a loyalty like beyond any other group of people, including white Christians. That's why I call them evangelicals now. Like you're being cut. Like they're doing this off of your back. Like, and by the way, at your expense, like they wouldn't care if you were exterminated tomorrow. Like they wouldn't give a shit. And you're not understanding that. I mean, it's crazy. Been following you guys since 2020 when I reached my midlife political reawakening, 38 from Iowa before 2020. Last vote was Obama 08. Flipped R in 20 thanks to C19 and finding y'all and Massey and company. We'll never vote D, but sitting out is R. This is the guy that we got to worry about. I mean, this is 31 pivot counties in Iowa. Big state with the most pivot counties, Robert. That is the guy we got to worry about.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I think that's why I think Iowa's going to vote Democrat in November.
Me too. And I think Ohio is too. They're going to lose the governorship. They're going to lose the senateship and the Senate race. I think that's, and by the way, really appreciate you following Max. We tried to tell people, tried to tell the president back then, I understand they bring this Imperial College study in and scare the shit out of you, tell you not only are people going to die, those people are your voters. That's what they did to Trump back then. But we tried telling, we were like the only two, trying to tell them, this will be, it doesn't matter if it looks popular in the polls now, will not be popular later. And here we are. Here we are. Baris, stop standing up for Vance. He needs to show balls and go off on Trump. I mean, I understand that point. I probably feel bad for JD Vance more than I've ever felt bad for any politician, Robert.
No doubt.
Hello, Detroit. Hello, Detroit. Thanks. You know what? It just dawned on me. We both RBs.
Oh, that's true.
Holy shit. It just dawned on me. Vance should have already turned on Trump, just like Trump has turned on MTG, Massey, and Boebert. Right. Well, that is the danger, though, isn't it? You know, I thought Kentucky has a law that you lose a primary, you can't run as an independent. It does.
It's
called
in that race. That is correct.
In that race. Yeah.
I did ask Massey's people what next. They only had one word: governor. So he's not going anywhere. He's going to run for governor in Kentucky in 2027.
Yeah, and you know what? He'll probably win pretty easily. You know,
yeah.
I mean,
well, he could be the great test case for how to rebrand the Republican Party and rebuild it by showing how you could take food freedom, political freedom, medical freedom, put it in action as a governor of a state. He would actually be much more impactful as governor than he probably could be in the future in a Democratic Congress anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Because he can't stop those bills from going through now.
Yeah.
Next
time. It's going to be it's going to be Democrat for the next.
Just so you see
2 cycles.
Just so you see, I'm such a good sport. Yeah, put this comment up. All right. Nope, proud Gen Xer wrong twice tonight. There are some Gen Xers who, and yes, wrong twice.
80s, like so. 80s,
yeah,
like we're like I'm 80s. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, my brother's Gen Xer. He was born 79, I believe. It was 79. You know, but the reality is that Okay, you say Fuentes had no plan to discuss with Crowder, but the reality is that Crowder's plan and strategy has failed. I don't
disagree with you at all. It's just I see Fuentes more as a commentator than someone who's creating political influence.
Yes. And I totally understand. And I agree with that. That's the whole, whatever Robert called it. What Trump has done, a political, what did you call it? It's like a bait and switch or kind of whatever you call it.
A rug pull.
A rug pull. Okay.
Like all of his meme coins.
We have never seen.
The Trump presidency is like a Trump meme coin. Everybody gets suckered in and only he ends up rich at the end.
This is honestly, that's why I'm saying, like, I get this point of view. That's why it's such a rug pull with Trump, because he was the one. Crowder wasn't a Trumper. None of these guys were Trumpers. No. They were all like Ted Cruz. Then it was Marco Rubio when he looked like Ted Cruz.
I mean, Crowder still liked DeSantis.
First
he wasn't like all in on DeSantis, but you could tell he still liked DeSantis in 2028. Right. 2024.
Trump's betrayal ended the constitutional republic, and now Generation Z will have to create a government that represents them. It's over, and it's Trump's fault. Gen Z, do your thing. We failed you. This is the thing that does like haunt me, dude. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it's like every other generation before the boomers passed along a better situation.
Well, and that's why I think we need independent and third-party options to shake up the system. And the way Kennedy, I encouraged Kennedy in 2024. And ultimately that worked. That's what got Maha even to be a term of art. Got him into the coalition. The fact that Trump is, undermining efficacy of delivery is a different story. But it showed the potential of that option. And I think the only way the constitutional republic is going to survive is if a lot of good people fight for it. And you're just going to have to be creative in how we fight for it.
Yeah, and Kiki was listening. Kiki said, you mentioned yesterday, Rich, that with 25 million spent, they aren't going to let them lose. Thank you, Kiki. You were paying attention. Like, for all these people, I put up on the poll what I really thought was the responsible and right thing to do. I'm the only pollster who opens up my raw data and shows you what my raw data is. If you wanted me to get a Gallrin +7 or 9, I would have had to put my thumb on the scale. And that is the truth. You guys have seen it. But what did I say, Kiki, yesterday, right? Like, I have been around a while, and I told Gates this privately too. I was like, dude, we've never seen anything like this before. I just there's no way they're going to spend that much money and then say, oh well, we lost by 500 votes, 1,000 votes. Like they would have done something. They would have pulled like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit of a cynic, but that's all there is to it, well, laugh out loud. Well, lost some money, put the remainder on Trump being impeached. Oh shit. Andrew looks like he's going to get his money back, by the way. Is it possible for special ed to lose in a general? Dread Robert said. What do you think about that, Rob? I mean, it would be tough, but we saw some of these Kentucky and Tennessee districts get really close in 18.
And just because Massey can't run as a third-party candidate doesn't mean no one else can.
That's true. Yeah. Oh my God. I saw the guy today on X. I'm not going to burn him, but he's like, fuck you. I'm going to fucking run somebody. Like, oh yeah. I'm telling you, these libertarians are vindictive, bro.
If I was smart, if I was on the libertarian organizing side, this is exactly the kind of race I might try to steal, knowing there's a bunch of people unhappy with Goring that, the
Democrats not going to get that much.
Yeah, exactly. And so that you just run it that way. And then, look at, Osborne is now leading in a bunch of polls in Nebraska that I've seen. So remember, everybody said that couldn't happen. So because Democrats are smart, they basically are standing down so that Osborne can absorb all those votes. And every populist outsider that's running on the Democratic or independent ticket like Osborne is, got a huge boost tonight because we're seeing it in the live chats. All these people are like, give us another option, because we'll do anything except vote Republican this cycle.
Data Analysis CK, by the way, sent me he does, if you guys don't follow him, it's, let me get his actual handle too. I mean, it's good. The Data Guru, but Guru spelled Gooroo. He always puts out great voter registration trend information. Okay. I have access to his data sets too, and we follow it too, but like sometimes I'm all over the place. So like, it really is appreciative that he does, like he tracks those independent switchers, which is so key to us that we have showed you guys over the years. He actually pulled a thing and it said, listening to your stream, you like literally just mentioned why younger voters wouldn't turn out even for Massey. And this is probably why. And it's a clip of me. I put it up and people don't think like I literally put it up. It was you and I on What Are the Odds? And do you remember when I said younger voters have the power? Like all they have to do is vote. But I literally said on that stream that there is, of course, a depression to the point where like maybe they won't even come out for Massey, like they just gave up. And I think we're going to find out when we get that age demo data that the Trump side of this argument is right, that they expanded the electorate. It just wasn't Massey's millennial base and down. And they probably got more of their own Gen X. So they won Gen X. He could win by 5 to 7 just on the back of 62 plus. We showed you guys that with the polling. He definitely could win that by that margin. But I think he had to do better, Robert. Don't you? Like, I think he had to do better with Gen X. So I think they got out like their low.
My guess is that the percentage of the votes won't be far off what we had it as. Yes. But that essentially within the voter groups, they got more of their vote out than he did.
Yeah. I think
that it was an example of micro targeting being successful.
Yes, I think that's absolutely going to be right. By the way, Poe, you're literally in second place in Minnesota. I'm polling it right now. He is, dude. And I mean, yeah,
that's great.
Of course, that the leading candidate has got a lead, like a lead. But I'm just. It's inspiring, like good for him. And the party, it's like the party of decentralization is actually the very centralized party. So he had to run as a Democrat, and good for him, dude. I'm just going to not say anymore though, because I don't want to like get him out, I don't want to tip him out there. In my opinion, whether Massey wins or not, this is old, of course, from locals, anti-AIPAC voters will come out in droves even more. Thoughts or not at all? Here's the thing, like the anti-AIPAC voters, there are a lot of them on the right. We could see it in Massey's district today, even though he didn't get his base out. He's still 45% of the vote. So,
well, I mean, someone could start a third party and get on the ballot in all 50 states, doing the old anti-Masonic party in the 1840s, just calling themselves the anti-Israel party. I think that's all they could do is the anti-Israel party or the divorce Israel party could by itself probably get on the ballot in all 50 states.
I mean, honestly, at this point, and we're not alone now. I mean, people are acting like somehow me and Mark Mitchell are the only ones showing this trend. It literally was just published by Pew Research a month and a half ago. We were just ahead of everybody. Oh, and then Gallup crossed. That's right. Yep. Remember? That's right. So it's like Gallup has the record that none of us have as far as how long they've been polling it. And they have more trend than anybody. And there it is. What about Senator Massey? Could he run? I get that. Well, there's no spot to run in right now, but yeah.
Could he run as a third party candidate for the Senate in Kentucky? Yes, he could. But it looks like he's settling in, focusing on the thing with Massey is he's always a productive. He's going to run for governor in 2027. He's a productivity guy. And now his campaign will be much stronger because he can focus exclusively on just preparing for the governor's race. He doesn't get hung up. He'll serve out the rest of this House term. And then he gets to spend, instead of wasting away in the House for a year running for governor, he gets to run for governor from within the state of Kentucky and focus solely on voters. How do we solve this problem? How do we help here? How do we make a difference there? And then what you'll have is some of the people who voted for Ed Galbraith tonight will be like, how is this Rhino Galbraith in Congress in about a year from now? There'll be that crowd online.
I do want to read CK. I'm not skipping a bunch of you. I just do want to read CK Dolores's tweet right now because or is her message or tip on locals. Cause I feel like it is productive. Tucker's got this saying where you don't let people turn you into what they say you are. And I think that's important. I know people are angry and upset. I mean, there are people in the Kentucky. I'm telling you, I spent a week interviewing these people, more than a week. There's going to be a lot of very disappointed people in Kentucky for tonight. They're going to feel like they've been betrayed and a foreign power bought their seat because that is exactly what happened. I mean, you can't blame them. That is what happened. But I do want to just put it in perspective, and I think she's got a good post. She says, okay, you guys, I agree Trump screwed the pooch, but to hope he spends the rest of his life in prison and that D's win, why the hell would you wish more of something we hate? That will make us miserable. To teach him and ours a lesson, he still did good. He still did good things. Did you forget that? Who else got the hostages home? Why you want to hand our country over to a party who will solidify their power and we're stuck? Oh, my effing God. I don't want to be Cuba. I understand that too. From that point of view, I understand the anger.
And the reality is Dante put traitors in the bottom level of hell for a reason. The betrayal is the one thing Trump couldn't do. Trump could fail and survive. He couldn't betray and survive. Yeah. And that's the problem. And many of these voters will see the attack on Massey as a betrayal of them. And
they do. They do. I mean, I'm telling
that's
you.
The reality. So when people say you don't want the other party, they do when they see their own. They would rather see their traitor burn than their a heretic opponent be in power. That has been human history for forever. Ask the Democrats who abandoned Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1968, who despised Richard Nixon. They still preferred to see Lyndon burn and the Democratic Party and Hubert Humphrey representing Lyndon burn than even if it meant Nixon in power. That's just where we're at.
Yeah, looks like they're getting some now we're basically getting the early vote to election day vote shift basically everywhere. The question is it enough to pull Ed? There's now 90.45% of the vote in. It's dripping in slow as can be. It's really annoying me. Like I said, guys, I cashed out that 5 and 10. I was just looking at it and saying, oh, I wonder if I would have left it. It would have been more, that would have been greedy. I was at a 92% return because of where I bought it at. I can't remember. I have to look. I swear, when I bought it, it was nobody was at 5 to 10 anymore. It went and had its spike from the Qantas poll and then collapsed back down. But that was it. Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good with that. I would leave it. I'm telling you guys that there still is a potential for Massey to dip below 45. There's more of a likelihood than there is of Galbraith getting to 10, but it's not that much more of a leap is what I'm trying to tell you. Greenup still has some decent vote out, Robert. If we show it, Greenup still has they're saying like 35% of the vote out. And it's going for Galrin 59-40. If you look at the election day vote, it is, let me just give you guys the margin, 60% for Galrin. So, I mean, it's got the potential to move it. And then there's another county I was just looking at too. It was shit. I thought it was Trimble. It is Trimble. There's some left, and Massey's doing better there, so maybe he can offset it. But even though Massey's doing better, he's still only getting 41. So overall, it would pull the margin down again. I don't know where he's getting this vote from that's holding him at that 45.12. I'm not sure, but it's holding him there for right now. I'm just saying there is the danger if you have that bet, so be careful. This is when I said Trump made being Republican cool again. This person said, son of a bitch said, Trump also made being a Republican the gayest thing ever. I mean, I don't know how you argue with that. I mean, you know what?
Yeah, he's returned it to the George W. Bush 08 levels with millennials. It's at that level.
A lot of beating up on Vance, bro. A lot of beating up on Vance. I just want to say JD Vance is a total coward. You guys show for him because you have a personal relationship. But for those of us on the outside, he is not an ally. He is totally owned by Little Tech in Israel. A total coward. I'm not chilling for him because I know him. I'm telling you, I know him and I know what he really thinks. But I also know his position. And he's like, guys, you act like it would be like you would do it or something. And I'm just saying, to have an appreciation for the fact that that's fucking suicide right now. You know what I mean? Like right now it is. Is it going to be in a couple of months? No. But there also was an argument, Robert, that you could really hurt yourself with the Republican base at some part of the Republican base, because at no point will they give up on Trump. I would argue, though, that you have to be careful with that. They did on Bush, and that was over an unpopular war. And that was also over. Yeah.
And Bush didn't get anywhere close to the betrayal that Trump has done.
No.
This is not. We have never seen in American politics what Trump has done over this last 6 months.
And we know things that the public doesn't know.
Yeah.
Like
that they will know in a year.
When we told you about Corey and Kristi Noem, we already, like, the media was, it was coming out. So there was no, like, we weren't doing harm that nobody, it wasn't already out in the ether, and that we knew, like, it was unavoidable. So Barnes and I weren't saying something that, we worried about hurting Trump over, because we already knew it was coming. So, like, there are things that you don't know and that are coming, and that there's going to be very hard for people to still, this isn't a dispute over whether or not they started a war, guys. This is like very black and white. Okay, very black and white. Unless, of course, you're a total shill. You know what I mean? And like, that's the only way. You would never defend Hunter Biden and Joe Biden over this stuff. I mean, you guys flipped out because Hunter Biden got like $50K a month from. Wait until you hear this shit. You're gonna shit your pants. What did Hunter get for the painting, Robert? Like, they went nuts over that shit. This is gonna make the Bidens look like. Remember End of Days when Schwarzenegger is fighting with the devil and he's like, "You think you're bad? You're a fucking choir boy compared to me," right? And he's yelling at the devil, which is just totally the goat. Like, that's all I can think about, Robert. That's only, you know what I mean? But I understand where you guys are coming from. I'm telling you, I just don't know what you expect at this point. I don't know. See, this is just constant. I'm sick of hearing how JD is doing this and that behind the scenes, yet changing nothing. It's past time he's nuts up. But he is doing things like, guys, Iran would be going way worse, Robert, right? Like,
we know what he's done behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But I understand that what he has to know is this is going to be the public sentiment until something reverses.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, he's going to have a hard time. Yeah, it's going to be hard for just people like you and I to go out there and try to make the case if he's not going to do it himself. You know what I mean? Like, that's it.
Yep.
And by the way, he is falling in the Republican primary. He is. And like, it's not bullshit.
I think the great hope is that Trump is out and he is to be president. In lieu of that, I don't know if he has a political. People who think he's like, this is 3D chess in order to win in 2028. No, it's not. There's none of that. He already knows if things stay on track as they are, he's not going to run in 2028 because he has no chance in 2028.
Yeah.
His best chance is if he gets to play Gerald Ford because Democrats remove Trump from power with enough Republican crossover votes of removal in 2027. And I would say right now the odds of that went up tonight. I had a 20%.
Oh my God, yes. Rand Paul
you know,
is a possible Rand Paul right now. I haven't talked to him, but I'm just saying, like, would you be surprised?
No. I mean, the odds now are more like 1 in 3 that Trump gets removed. And so if you're advising Vance, you're saying keep your head low, try to keep things from blowing up, and be ready to hit the ground running if Trump gets removed in spring of 2027.
Between this and the Cornyn, what they're going to view as a betrayal over John Cornyn, they're fucking furious. They are. We didn't spend enough time in this tonight. It was a big election night, but I mean, my messages are filled with assistants and staff, and they're like, dude, this is not. And I don't care because I wanted him to endorse Paxton, but I feel like Trump is like making enemies everywhere and cozying up to people that and this is the worst. This is the key. He's cozying up to people who he doesn't realize are enemies, and they will turn on him. So between all of those elements, you're going to be able to get, those 6 to 8 votes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I that's what I'd be worried about if I was him. 100%, man. Do you actually think GD can successfully stand up to the Israel lobby if he's president? That's a good question. What do you think, Robert?
Yes, I think he can. I mean, I wouldn't. If I thought he was as useless as Trump has become, I would care less about his future. To be blunt about it, I understand. I'm betting on the JD that I know. Right. I also bet on the Trump that I thought I knew. So it's always a gamble in these situations. The only person I truly have confidence that would do what he says he would do is the man they took out tonight. So that's the practical reality of where we stand. So, but I'm always for coming up with constructive, positive options. The mindset of the voters is still moving in the right freedom-oriented direction. And we just have to give them more effective vehicles to get that expressed into public policy. And we've been dealing with a quarter century of institutional failure that now Trump is just sort of the capstone and culmination of.
Yeah, Jackie says, what do you think about the Georgia races? Robert, let me show you something. All right. This is something I have been talking about.
Yeah, we haven't looked at that yet. Yeah, how is that?
An absolute effing disaster. I told you that Republicans were guys. Whoops, sorry. I told you guys Republicans were outvoted. Let's take a look first at the Georgia Senate, which was one of the races where there was more competition, a little bit more excited. Mike Collins, honestly, with the support that he had, is not performing as solidly as I would have expected. I thought he would be above 50%. So him and Derek Dooley will move on. Buddy Carter, 206,000 votes. It's a very bold Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter. If you bet on these markets for how much margin they would have gotten, how much vote, this was shocking. That would have been a tough bet for you guys. If you look at
who got the nomination?
Well, it's going to go to a runoff because Collins couldn't get to 50.
Oh, and who's he facing?
Congressman Derek Dooley. He'll go on to face Derek Dooley. This was a real race.
Dooley.
45
congressman. I mean, I don't hate him politically. I hate him personally because he was a terrible coach at the University of Tennessee football program. But that's but you're right. That it's interesting that Collins couldn't get over the
And I'll tell you what, Robert, I mean, like 40% in a runoff isn't as strong as you want in order to make sure like Julia Letlow in Louisiana is in a better position to win outright in the next runoff than Mike Collins is. And Collins has been a friend of the show. He's been on. That dude, you want to, if not cross 50 outright, if you're Mike Collins with the support you had, you want to get at least 45. So it's like very difficult. Like Letlow, you look at her and you're like, okay, you got to deny her 5% and make up 25. It's a much heavier task than these guys who are sitting at 30 and he's only sitting at 40. So combined, they can, they have more votes. Look at the total vote, which is what I want you to see. 846,607. If we go to the governor's race, which was also one of the more competitive races, Burt Jones and Rick Jackson will move on. Again, a very split electorate, 866,000 votes. Now look at Democrats, who basically didn't have a Senate race at all. They did have a gubernatorial election. Watch this. Almost 1 million votes, bro.
Yeah, they're going to win with these. I think who's their governor's nominee?
Their gubernatorial nominee, who, by the way, did consolidate a majority, is Keisha Lance Bottoms. And,
the former mayor of Atlanta.
Yes, the former mayor. This is a viable candidate. This is,
she
as
runs a neoliberal, which has a long tradition in Atlanta Democratic politics,
which could make it actually more difficult. Of course, she'll do way better in the eastern part of the state. As a matter of fact, I bet you she clobbered there. Oh, yeah, 100%. 62% of the vote. In Atlanta, she got almost as much in Savannah, brother, in Chatham, that she got in her own backyard. I mean, that's, to me, in Fulton and stuff. That
means she had the black political machine united behind her across the state.
I mean, look at this. Yeah. And she did very well in the northern counties. So when you look at places like Whitfield and Walker, that's,
I bet if we mine down, but, take a little while, but maybe someone else will do it out there. Look up the Hispanic precincts in places like Walker. How many of them voted in the Democratic primary versus the Republican primary?
Yeah, we should do that. Actually, I think I will do that because Hispanics, guys, they were key to Trump winning the independent vote in Georgia by 11 points. They were very, very key. He did very well with Southern Hispanics. This is just, what else? I mean, there's some other races we could check. Here's the state Supreme Court, by the way, Sarah Warren's seat. Sarah Warren obviously won again. She won with 60%. She beat Jen Jordan. They're non-political, but we all know that they're not, of course.
Is she a Democrat or Republican alliance?
That's a liberal, I believe. Charlie Bethel's the Republican, right?
Okay. I don't know. I hadn't looked at it.
I'd have to go and look. Yeah, I'd have to go and make sure. No, people say it sounds like Georgia should be our first. Yes. And honestly, like some of these, Paul, listening, and Robert, I got to talk to you about this. Paul does have a phenomenal idea, and I think you are going to be interested in it. He wanted to talk to you about it. Because there you go. There's a great example, guys. Like you have Georgia at 70, right? Or whatever. What's Georgia right now in Cauchy, Robert? Do you know what it is? Let me look it up. Georgia's Republican. No. Georgia governor winner. No, I'm looking for Senate winner. 83% Democrat. Well, guess what, guys? If you got big money bet, you got to throw it on there and take your 17% because this is over. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say it, but it's just the case. I'm getting a message right now. An absolute bummer. How cooked are we? This is I'm not going to blow him up and say who it is, but this is a Republican in Texas, an important dude. They're asking me how long is the institutional memory of a voting bloc that feels betrayed. This is somebody whose job it is to win elections in Texas. Okay,
usually a decade.
A decade, 8 to 10 years. If you want the honest answer, 8 to 10 years. This is what Robert and I try to warn you guys about. The Ross Perot coalition fractured off for almost a decade. This is bad. Bad.
I mean, so Harry Truman. Well, you can go way back. Woodrow Wilson's betrayal cost Democrats 12 years.
Yep.
The Harry Truman's perceived betrayal in getting into how Korean War was handled cost Democrats 10 years. You could argue longer to a degree, but because Kennedy was such a unique political figure. The LBJ's perceived betrayal in Vietnam cost Democrats at least 8 years. You could argue much longer than that, but at least 8. It took Watergate for them to get back in. And again, they barely held power, then were kicked out a few years later. And then Poppy Bush's betrayal in 1990 cost Republicans a decade. George W. Bush's 2006 betrayal cost Republicans another decade. So and none of their betrayals comes anywhere close to the level of betrayal that Trump has of many of his core voter constituencies. So I would say at least a decade, if not permanent. I mean, I think the risk of permanent party loss is rising because, again, the U.S. does rarely doesn't parallel the UK. In the UK, the Tories are gone, and Labour is about to be gone. The next national election, Labour's gone and the Tories are gone. So why do people think that ain't going to happen in Kentucky or in America when they see what happened tonight in Kentucky?
Yeah,
So
this is exactly. And this is I mean, why is this so hard for people to understand?
I think just because it's what they've grown accustomed to, so that they're not cognizant of the scale and scope of the change that's coming. It's very much like being on the front end of predicting Trump's return in 2022. Most of institutional Washington thought that was not going to happen. And we were predicting a new MAGA coalition all the way back to 2023 that everybody thought we were delusional about. And, or if you were predicting Trump in 2016 or 2015, which I was politically way ahead of the curve on in the political betting markets at the time, everybody else said you were way behind on. So everybody else was way behind on predicting it. So I just think it's the same thing here. I don't think they understand the earthquake that's coming. The only question is, how does it find its expression? And that's really the only issue in doubt. Not that the earthquake is coming. It's how does it choose to express itself?
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, this is guys. This is I mean, it's not good. And you have these people who are honestly and I'm going to put more than that in. Now is the time, guys, by the way, if you want to make just a few bucks here, a few bucks there, now's the time to do it. If you know something's certain and there's a little margin you can squeeze out of it, now would be that time. I just think, bro, I really just think that there are people in the background who just don't have they're smart enough to understand. And that's why I'm being asked these questions like that. But they just don't have, there is something the commenters are picking up on. There's a courage problem. They don't have the courage to come out. And by the time people say it, it's just too late. It's too late. And, they're going to suffer for it, And so that was a good question. Thanks for asking, Nurse Jackie. The Georgia races look really bad. If I'm a Georgia person right now and I'm in North Carolina, it doesn't look as bad as North Carolina, but it's bad. It's bad. Is it too much to overcome? No, but only if Republicans were in a favorable environment, and there's nothing suggesting that this environment is about to get any more favorable to them. I think it's honestly, it is what it is, guys. It's cooked, it's cooked. Yeah, it's sad, but it's true, Yeah. So I'm doing the same thing as you right now, Andrew. I mean, I'm just getting a little bit here, a little bit there. There's, that's what you should do, honestly. I'm not at the point where, what's it called? I'm not going to be doing what you guys do, but of course I profit take when there's profit taking to be had, Let's see. I'm going to get through some of these. It's almost midnight. Go get a drink later, gentlemen. Thanks, Bob. Do you actually think JD can? Oh, we asked that. All right. Hey, Rich, got a meeting with Barnes on Friday. I don't know. IDM if you attend, but also understood you're busy. Oh, I see. And got to feed the kids. Trying for do you really want me to read this? You want me to? Okay. The Minnesota endorsed nomination. If not, then all out micro targeting strategy it is. That's when I really need the whole Minnesota voter file. Ooh, okay. I mean, Robert knows where to find me. Do you realize that when this corruption news comes out, it'll make me dislike Vance even more because he obviously knows it's happening and he's been quiet about it? Does the guy have any integrity? What's he supposed to do? I mean, Robert, what do you say to that? What do you say to that?
Oh, it's the reality of the situation that they're in. So that that's going to be the criticism. That's just the criticism he's going to have to deal with. So and if he wants to get the confidence back of those people, he's either got to get into the presidency while he's either got to hope that Trump is out, or at some point, if that is not going to happen, then he has a choice to make, which is to preserve his own legacy or to go down with that ship with Trump. At some point, that becomes his choice if the replacing Trump becomes not an option.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the rest of this. Hey, Rich, kind of. Oh, do you realize? Oh, that's it. That is finally the end of the line. Or somebody else is texting actually, but let me just double check on Rumble that I didn't miss any other rants. Or I did. We need a no outside money in politics law after this desecration of democracy. Everyone is noticing. It's time to attack Citizens United because we can't win. Well, I can't read the rest of that when people spam money. Ironically, Massey's law that he introduced, Robert, would be the answer to what just happened here tonight. That's the irony of all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's crazy, right? That's I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't know what else, to say here, but I do agree. I understand, that this was something different. You know what I mean? Like, dude, this was something different. We've never seen. I mean, Barnes has gone over this now a bunch of times. We've never seen anything like this, guys. We're probably not going to see anything like this again for a while. We won't, because it's just, you can't keep doing this. It's too much. Like, nobody has that much money. Owen says the requirement of a new America Party is not just because the GOP has proven unreformable, but also because of the need to escape the incredible baggage the party now represents. What do you think? I actually think that somebody like Elon Musk could come around and he could viably fund a third party that destroys the Republican Party. And the reason why is more than, I can't just say this, I want to say it all out loud. Like, of course, you up, and I think you and I have talked about this, but there is a way to do it. You don't exactly have to build it from the ground up. You don't exactly have to recruit candidates to run all over the place. There are enough unhappy people within the ranks of Republicans that it may fall apart on its own.
Yeah. I mean, I think, well, the other thing is, do the laws change? Do the dynamics change that force either the courts or the state legislatures to change the laws to make it much more easy to put in a third party candidate? Yeah. I think that is as critical. The legal playground, the legal rules are rigged against third party and independent candidates in America. America has the most ballot. It is harder to get on the ballot in the United States of America as an independent or third party candidate than Russia or Iran. I mean, that's how insane it is. So the question is, if the public demand pushes real heavy, that's when those rules start to drop, because courts start to really enforce ballot access rules. So I think if that happens, that changes the dynamic. If you get,
dude,
oh, completely, it makes our system a joke. Our system is a rigged oligarchic system of power. It has been now ever since Ross Perot challenged it in 1992. So they've rigged the rules everywhere to keep the Ralph Naders off the ballot, to keep the future Ross Perots off the ballot, to keep independent party. But that's where, like, you look at the Libertarian Party, they have ballot access almost everywhere. And that's where, how hard would it really be to take over that party machinery? Probably not that hard.
Yeah.
So I think, especially if people remember Dave Smith and Tom Woods almost pulled it off a couple of years ago. So imagine if you have the Massey machine that was behind that, for example. So that's where I think,
right,
that might be viable down the road.
Interesting. All right, I think that's just about it, Robert.
Yeah, there's a few more YouTube chats that came in, but that was it.
Is there? Oh man! Oh, I forgot. It's like you can easily. Oh my God, you're not joking. Okay, let's go all the way down here. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my God, there's more. Okay, where did it start? Did you miss my $10 chat or did not post it? No, we did. Ginger,
yep,
put it up. Where'd you go, brother? Okay, that's where it ended. And then Ginger, I've never voted Democrat in my life. That changes in November. I'm voting Dem for the House because I want Trump impeached. I'll still vote Paxton for Senate if he wins the runoff. Dude, and that's why I wanted to read Casey. Was it Casey on Locals? I wanted to read because I understand her side of it too, where there's a lot of angry people, but it's like, hey, let's think about this. Let's think about this. But there are angry people, Robert. I mean, we have to acknowledge that these people are pissed. You know?
And that's why there needs to be, in my view, an independent or third-party option so that those people still participate in the process, create some leverage for the issues and ideas they care about that are more freedom aligned than the Democratic Party is currently.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Big bourgeois profits increase as the country is immiserated. 2, U.S. propaganda is so powerful. Boomacons vote for PDF files. Politics cannot change until the economics change. I don't know why I'm not putting this up. This is so true. There is such a big generational divide in this country, and boomers have never think about how they have consumed information and how they learn what's true and what's not. They are not a generation that listen, this is why so many boomers, which is ironic, actually did believe the Russia collusion hoax, even though they were Republicans. The ones that shied away from Republicans in 18, there was most of that was healthcare. They got creamed because of healthcare. But there was an element of the Republican Party that, in some places, it was in the teens that voted against Republicans over Russia collusion. They were boomers. Go look. You'll see them swing. It's because they didn't believe the media would ever lie to them about something like that. They don't know how to, and I'm not insulting anybody on purpose here. This is a fact. Everybody who studies this knows this. Millennials, Gen X even, they have more, what's the word I'm looking for, Robert? They expand their information sources, whereas boomers who weren't raised with it and this technology came later in life, they trust institutions a lot more. They trust, especially Boomer 1, not the Jones boomers, the other, the ones that were eligible for the draft. It's just experience. We're all a product of our experiences. But I do think, and I've told people, this for a while, I wrote the book to try to start the conversation because it's the conversation that we need to have. I don't think there's really an answer when you think about it from, okay, how do we persuade them? I just don't think, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And it really comes down to the Republican Party having to acknowledge that they have this challenge coming. And boomers are used to getting everything they want, but it's the leadership of the party that is supposed to be responsible and realize these are the challenges we face. These are what's important to the younger generations. We have to govern them too. We have to represent them too. And that's why, so it's really not for I jokingly say sometimes, bro, like this is my last attempt to get boomers to understand, but it really isn't for boomers. It's for the leadership of the party to understand that they will soon be dealing with a situation where they can't win elections. You got anything to add to that? Because,
No.
I totally agree with this. Yeah. What percentage chance is amnesty introduced? How many Republicans vote for? Matthew, this is coming. After the midterms, it's a 100% chance. It's coming. You can't. Here's something people don't want to hear. The Israel lobby sold your immigration out. All right. This doesn't come without a cost. This doesn't come. You don't take that kind of money. I'm telling you, Ed Galvin is voting for amnesty. 100%. Somebody want to call me and make a bet on it right now? I will bet you he's voting for it. John Cornyn losing the endorsement and going to Paxton is great because now at least we know there's going to be, unless Tallarico wins, there's going to be someone in the Senate who will say no. But Cornyn 100% was an amnesty vote. He was only running again to be able to pay back his donors. That's an open secret. He was only running again because everyone knows the amnesty's coming after the midterms, and he's running to pay back his big ag people and his big hospitality people that have been supporting him all these years. By the way, Marian Madelson's one of them. So like the gaming industry. This woman hasn't been in the gaming industry in forever, dude. You kidding me? She's in other industries now. You can't take money like this from Charlie. I wish I had the clip handy, bro. One of the best clips, and I was in the green room when he said it. He was like, he was talking to the right-wing Jewish donors, and he was saying, you have to realize that you did this. like that yes, gave money to Republican candidates for some pretty good causes, but you also push amnesty. I swear I thought he was talking to Bill Ackman himself when he said this. These people like Bill Ackman and others, they bankroll Republicans and pretend like they're MAGA and pretend like they're conservatives while at the same time giving to organizations that supported, like he was so pissed about Mamdani. Bro, your policies turned New York City into what it is that elected Mamdani. Like he's to blame for it. And Charlie once went on this tangent about how, I hate to tell you, but it is most definitely your fault. And this is coming with a cost. I'm sorry. I mean, if MAGA's like thrilled because they knocked out Thomas Massey, well, you gave yourself another vote for amnesty too. Right, Robert?
Oh yeah. And they'll be like, oh, how did that happen? You have created it.
I'm gonna wail
stupidity.
I'm gonna wail from the rooftops. Like this is your fault. You know what I mean? Like this is absolutely your fault. What percentage? Yeah. So the chance is 100%. How many Republicans vote for it in the United States Senate? Oh my God. 15, 20? I don't know. A lot of them. And Republicans in the House will do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do until, well, not after the midterm.
Well, there are already 20 plus Republicans on board.
The House is even worse, honestly. I mean, they just, the Senate is like, it's 100 senators. It's, the House, there's going to be a lot. Maria Salazar, Mike Lawler, all the Israel First people are going to vote for amnesty. All of them. Watch. It's going to be a deluge of betrayal. Could Barnes and Baris, plus please explain why Noble Tsar tragic circumstances is true with Vance when it was the exact excuse for Trump?
For Trump, in his first term, he didn't do this kind of behavior.
Yeah.
So he didn't start any new wars. He wasn't pushing amnesty. He wasn't attacking Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Matt Gaetz, the Lauren Boebert. He didn't do this in his first term.
No.
So there were people in the executive branch that failed to translate his agenda to policy items, and so that's a fair criticism. But that isn't what's happened in his second term. They're doing what he wants. He just wants to serve the donor class in a second.
Yes.
That's the difference. And so in terms of Vance, he's vice president. So it's not really comparable in that sense. What we think Vance would govern as is inherently speculative, but it's based on watching him, knowing him, and studying him. And I don't think he would pull the complete rug pull that Trump was. Is there a guarantee of that? Of course there's not.
Never.
And because we have institutional, if we want to take over American politics, we have to do it across the board with institutional reform from bottom up. One man does not a revolution make. And
that's right.
When it's as susceptible to collapse as a top-led revolution inevitably is, you get this searching circumstance. I don't think Vance is the solution. I think the American people having mass organization and mass takeover of every level of government with institutional reforms to deconcentrate power and to decentralize power and political freedom, financial freedom, medical freedom, the financial freedom, all these different areas is the real answer. We have to diffuse power. And that's going to require institutional reform. That requires public activism. That requires public education. I mean, here's the upside. You look at the people who look at podcasters, who do independent research, who follow a range of voices and alternative independent voices. They voted overwhelmingly for Massey tonight, despite all the money bombarding him. So that's the future of American politics. That's the future of American power. It proves this model can work. We just have to survive the boomers not blowing us all up in between now and then.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, that's it. That's it. And it's just, I think we need to get off the idea of, like Robert just said, that we got to get off this idea that like a person is going to fix this. And that's just not going to happen. That's one thing I do totally agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene over. If you saw the process, guys, firsthand in DC, like when Barnes and I went, we were in the time we were there together. Is it the Wild West over there? Like, this is no way, there's no chance it's ever going to be a situation where there's going to be a cult of personality who comes in and fixes it. This is going to have to be like painful down, bottom up reform, and where you're like forcing, like the leaders are just at the top and they know they got to do certain things to survive. And that's it. That's all. All right. If you sit quietly with your eyes closed tonight, you can hear Peter Thiel softly sobbing in the distance as he realizes his 15-year JD project is toast. That may be the comment of the night, bro. What do you think?
I was never in the camp that
Holy crap.
that Vance was as captured by. Here's the thing with Teal. Teal got involved in 2022 and he's dropped out of politics since. The more consequential figures are the people who've taken over at Palantir. And then Elon deciding to sort of play ball after thinking about challenging the system, deciding to play ball with the system. We'll see how all that works out for him in the end. But we have throughout the Western world, the elites are failing, institutionally failing. When they're afforded opportunities for power, they fail again. When they throw one set of bums out, they get a new set of bums. Throw that set of bums out, get another set of bums. I don't think no system can survive that through multiple generations. And I think we're already seeing the end of it. And the only question is, how does the end come? And if we want the end not to be a dystopian end, then I think it requires multiple options of public engagement, public interaction, policy prescription, bottom-up American Revolution style change. The American Revolution didn't happen from a bunch of elites getting together and thinking.
No, guys. That's
it came
right.
from a bunch of smugglers, laborers, ship workers, carpenters, small farmers, willing to risk everything for the revolution because it had built in the masses. The masses understood that changes were necessary from taverns and little neighborhood pubs all the way across the American heartland. And the same thing has to happen here. And it's just been reinforced by Trump's failure and betrayal.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. You're right. I was wrestling my 3-year-old for 2 minutes, and that's exactly when you all pulled up my chat. Can I give a white pill? All these people see through the BS. All these people see through the BS. Think about where we were in April of 2020. Yeah, I mean, look, contrary to public opinion, I'm a forever white pillar. I was talking to Joe Ken earlier this morning, and like politics swings and gyrates. The difference is you do have to be realistic about what you're facing. Is it possible you're not in the wilderness for 8 to 10 years, like is typical when it comes to political betrayals like this, especially like war betrayals? I think you just got to be realistic about that, but when a party crashes and burns, like think about if you were a Democrat in 24, or 16, when a party crashes and burns, there's opportunity to rebuild from the ashes. And I think that's just, there's nothing wrong with living in reality. Right, Robert? I mean, what do you think?
Oh, yeah. No, I think that we've seen far worse. I gave up on American politics initially in 1996. So so I see much more reasons for optimism now than I did back then, or as he's pointing out, during the bottom of COVID, when so few of us were out there fighting this insanity. So I see a lot more. The white pills are that Massey almost pulled it off, and that the whole new generations of voters get it. So that's the white pill and all, and that Massey himself is unaffected. It's like, okay, he took me out from a House seat that I could do nothing in probably for the next 4 years anyway, and now you give me time to run for governor and build a platform that can last with good policies that I can actually implement directly and not beg a corrupt Congress to implement. So I think Massey's approach is the right mindset to take. It's not the system won tonight. It's what now, what next, to continue the battle, because I think you look under the hood. These are the screaming cries of a dying empire. Whether you're talking about our foolish wars overseas, you're talking about Trump's betrayal for an old country club establishment that is quite literally dying off. Whether you're talking about a donor class used to buying races that they went all in an insane way and still needed a weekend surge to pull it out of the fire. And so I think you look at all the dynamics. Longer term, the opportunities are positive. It's just figuring out a way to present those opportunities, and that's going to require independence and creativity of thought. And it's not going to be stuck within the two-party system. I think tonight was a reaffirmation that independent and third-party options have to be included on the table. Are they the only or primary options? No, but they need to be options on the table. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you'll let the corrupt party hacks, frankly, kill this country, which is what they're on pace to do if left unabated.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Robert. I mean, I think the big thing, and I think this is why some of those men that are millennial men, particularly, there's some Gen Zers, and then, some Gen Xers, but millennial men, they were like, if you were a Trump millennial male voter, you held on forever. And we tried to because there's that chart we have, guys, I can show you. It's close. And I'll show you the back. This is the source of the chart. So just so you guys know. It's not going to be it's not going to photo or something. You can see millennial men here from November 2024 to April 2026. You can actually see millennial men, roughly millennials, because I didn't get 45s in here, but you can see that they were among the most approval groups of Donald Trump, certainly by age. And then, we're hanging on till the end and talking to them. What they basically said was, we really have no choice. Like this country's like so messed up. Basically what Casey said that echoed that sentiment. Like, been Harris, it could have been way worse. At least he's done some good stuff. So they held on with that attitude. Like this was our last chance. So it's better than just like complete democratic socialism and takeover. But now you can see that they're gone now. I mean, they're off the train now. April was the month it happened. But I think that what Robert said, like, honestly, you have to think that there's things to raise from the ashes, because otherwise what are you going to do? Roll over? It's over. It's done. They're going to ruin the country in the process. So you can't black pill 100%. You just never can do that. Let me tell you this. The left will never black pill. They don't. Did they feel bad for themselves and take absolute temper tantrums when they lost? I mean, there's that meme now, that girl screaming at him 2016 when he's inaugurated, right? There's that meme that's forever going to make its way around social media. Yeah, they cry for a day and then they get up and they start hunting for heads again. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they operate. The right, they're different, man. And this is the problem. The right wins, and then they tuck their heads back in their shell and they want to live their lives again. And while they did that for 3 to 5 months, I'll give it tops, things were good. And then they went off the rails and they didn't want to see. They didn't want to be told. They didn't want to hear it. And now we're in the position we're in. Let's look at Pennsylvania real quick, man. I mean, Pennsylvania, it's primary voting, but I mean, Bucks just looked terrible, dude. It looked absolutely terrible. Can't win Pennsylvania without Bucks, guys. You can't do it. It's not possible, There's Kentucky. What about Pennsylvania? Okay, Lieutenant Governor Richley. Let's look at a statewide race. Oh my God, 643,000 votes. Now, Democrats, it's true, did not have races, like competitive races in certain areas. So looking at House 1, Harvey, let's look at how they vote. That's still 73,857 votes in House 1, bro, which is Trenton, Allentown, right? Not Trenton. Trenton obviously is New Jersey, but this tri-state area. This is Bucks. And this is the obviously key part of the state. It's one of only a few now pivot counties. You have Northampton and you have Erie, and there's not many more than that. Trump made a few more, but what's his name? McCormick, right? Robert did not as well as Donald Trump and eked it out because Trump was on the ballot and got so many votes in other areas. Underperformed Trump in Northampton, which is to the north of Bucks. Underperformed Trump in Erie, which is the northwest. Basically underperformed Trump in his own backyard by Harrisburg, I mean, this is not good, bro. I mean, this is a stinking House race, and they put up votes here. And if you go through the the district by district, I don't think they have it here, but we'll talk about it more in the coming days. I was getting numbers from Republican officials on the ground. Oh, you guys aren't even looking. You can't even see it. I didn't put it up. Let's go back and I'll show you. This is Bucks. I mean, they went out and voted, bro. They did. And Republicans were the ones who had more interesting races. And that's not good, man. I mean,
what's the margin?
Well, this is just the Democratic, House one primary. Robert Harvey won it, but I'm saying like they still put it up. They still put up 74,000 votes. If you go through Republican votes in Bucks County, that's why I was bringing up Buckingham, because the rest of Bucks will be worse, frankly, than that and then lower too. It's just not good. I mean, and then you have the lieutenant governor race, which was statewide for Republicans, only 643,000 votes. That's it. Even when, I mean,
do we have what was the sort of Democratic to Republican edge in Pennsylvania?
Like 2-1, almost 2-1.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
In Bucks, I was looking at specifically, it was like 2-1. Yeah.
I think what's his name? Fitzgerald's going down.
Fitzgerald, and then you have
there's a bunch of others that are going to lose.
Yeah,
but
Scott
Fitzgerald's managed to hold on for a while.
I know people who know him personally, friends. They're worried. They're rightfully worried. It's bad, man. I mean, he's been, for people who don't know, Brian has been able to really ride the fence, man. Like,
yes,
really ride the fence. He's not a Trumper, but I was told a funny story. I guess he was at the Oval Office, and he was like, "Hey, Brian, when why aren't you nice?" Or no, he said to the president, "Why aren't you nicer to me, Mr. President? Why aren't you nicer?" And he's like, "Brian, you be nicer to me, I'll be nicer to you." That's how transactional Trump is, Yep.
But
this isn't, I don't think Trump will save Brian in an election like this. Brian's going to have to win it, being Brian, the way he's always been. He wins Democratic votes, guys. Like, he wins moderate Democratic votes, quite a bit of them. You can't win alone with just independents in that area. More often than not, you just can't. You've got to win Democratic crossover votes, and we'll see how Brian goes. I don't know if Paul, you're still listening, but I don't know what you think. But they all think it's going to be a tough race. It's going to be a very, very tough race. And he's always been kind of favored because he's been good at this. But they're concerned because they watched other people at lower level offices who always have been good too. They've always had tough races in this area, and they eke it out. Some of them in the local races, they're eking it out by like 200, 400 votes. But they're used to that. They couldn't help but be swept out of office this time. So, I mean, Brian's looking at people he's known for years who run, Pennsylvania, run that part of Pennsylvania. And they're Republican at the local level, and they've been able to stay there. This time they got wiped. So if you're Brian, you can't help but to think, am I next? Because this stuff tends to trickle, and it'll go little by as an area changes control. You may not get it all in one time if you're a party, but you'll see the signs. Like Virginia's a great example. We could see it at the presidential level, but it didn't trickle down to the House of Delegates until later, and then it didn't trickle down to the local level until later. Some people lost at the local level first, but then the congressman who could hold on for a long time couldn't hold on anymore. That's the situation that they're in right now, and it's going to be tough, man. I don't know. I'm skeptical, Robert. I really am. I know he's been able to do it in the past, but this environment looks really bad. There's no way. If we're right and the New York Times are right, there's just no way Brian holds on, bro. There's no way.
What was the ultimate Kentucky statewide vote gap between the Republican primary and Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I'm looking at Barr right now, Andy Barr. He's got about 283,703 votes. Not about. That's what he's got. 91% reporting. Now let's go. Let me just make sure. The total vote was 469,000. Now let's go to the Kentucky Democratic Senate, which Booker won by 11, 332,000.
So about 130,000 vote edge.
About 130K, yeah.
And a big portion of that really just came from Massey's race being competitive. So probably a 60, 70,000 vote edge in the other districts.
That's why I'm looking like if you are, I just want to tell people, notice that if you're betting on Barr's margin, there's the 25 to 30, and then the 30 and 30 to 35. 30 to 35 is the main market right now, but I do want you guys to understand that Boone has the most votes remaining, and Barr is only at 24.7% of the vote in Boone, which will pull him. I'm sorry. His margin is 24.7, so that will pull him down. Warren, he's at 35.9. So I know a lot of other people are thinking that that'll make it up, and it may. I'm just saying be very careful with that vote because Green Up still has 2,500 plus votes out. You can tell Massey's district voted, and then Oldham still has votes out about 2,200, and Cameron's actually leading in Oldham. Cameron's leading in Oldham and in Trimble. So I'm saying like Massey's race generated a lot of turnout in that part of the state. So it may actually drag Barr down. I'm not giving you guys a recommendation on that whatsoever. I'm just telling you to be careful of it. And if you want, I'll show it to you. Watch. Okay. So people are betting on 30 plus because he's at 29.65. If you look at what's remaining, his biggest chunk is in Warren, about 3,000 votes, and his margin there is almost 36%. There's some other votes out here in Laurel where it's 38, 42 in Knox. But then you go around in Massey's district where, because there's vote in this place, 24, 31 would help if he gets it, 25. So like what I'm saying is the big chunks that are remaining, look at Davies, 22. Yes, it is likely or possible that he gets to 30, but I mean, it's possible he doesn't because there's so much left in Massey's district and he underperformed Massey's district and the rest of the state. I do think that was, like I said earlier in the show, bro, I think that was a calculation by Team Trump that if there's no Nate Morris on the ballot, then obviously Andy Barr is going to bring out a lot more rhinos. Rhinos are going to help. And that's what happened. That's what happened. I mean, it's unbelievable we're talking about Trump in this manner. Like Trump calculated that he should endorse the rhino and get Nate out so he could do
it's better. What Daniel, I think Horowitz has been saying. Trump will leave a Republican Party that is much more of a rhino establishment party than what he came in.
Oh, somebody else said that too? Okay.
Yeah, Horowitz. He's been tracking it for a while.
Because that's demonstrably, or I would say, like you can measure that, guys. That is actually measurably true. There's no more Matt Gaetz. It's gone. All of these other
Marjorie Taylor Greene gone. Now Thomas Massey gone. He's if it was up to Trump, Lauren Boebert would be gone. You look back at it's a Mike Lawler kind of house, so it's more establishment than it was when Trump came in. The Senate more establishment than when Trump came in. State houses, governorships more establishment than Trump came in. And so rather than tear down and remake the party tore down and remade him.
This is and let me move me and Barnes so we can see, but Democrats at least do not tend to betray core promises to the electorate. It made my JD comments while infuriated at the latest betrayal. I've constantly defended JD everywhere for the same reasons. So he's cooling down a little, and you will see some voters cool down, guys. I really do think that. But I don't think it's going to be enough to be able
a core percentage is done and finished with Trump. That there is no coming back for Trump. That ship has sailed. There can only be a coming back for the Republican Party is if they somehow get rid of Trump. To be blunt about it, I mean their best hope is that he it pulls a Nixon or a Nixon is pulled on him, and he's out of the presidency. The longer he is in the presidency and people are following his commands, the more he is going to torch the Republican Party to the very ground.
Yeah, man, I hate this. I just can't even believe that we're talking like this right now.
I know.
It's because I totally agree. There's no willingness. Like I was talking to a reporter who covered the White House, and she knew I was there. She knows Mark has been there, and she's like asking me, which I don't talk to the media like this, but she was like, what did you guys tell him? Because it's like everyone in DC knows except for him. And it's like, what did you guys tell him? Like I'm not getting into like certain things, but like he knows, like he knows he chose this, the first time around was very different because he made his choices. He chose this. Dred Roberts said, Bob Good, gone. I am sure he's not the only one. Democrats betrayed their voters on a bunch of stuff, single-payer healthcare, global warmings, IMC, Wall Street, but they're good at hiding it, though, aren't they, Robert? Like, they're good at hiding it. I don't know. They get away with it more because they have the media on their side. You know, how are American people going to do that when soon they will be mostly a plurality? And of them, the ones that want to do those things to save the country are a minority. I think, Owen, honestly, there'll be another realignment. There'll be a realignment to it's not going to look like MAGA. It's not. It'll look like part of MAGA, but, you know, unfortunately, that's the way these things go. Well, I guess what I'm trying to tell you guys is that MAGA had its chance. It had its chance. You don't see continuations of movements like this forever. Like, look at Obama's Hope and Change, his version of his brand of what was supposed to be populist, you know, the new populist Democrat. If it doesn't happen, people move on and they'll realign to a new center and it will look nothing like the prior movement. How many of those Hope and Change voters voted for Donald Trump? A lot of them. Like this is, and again, we talk about this and burn it down. And in order to explain to people that this is true, I bring up Obama and Mamdani. Like, how many people voted for Barack Hussein Obama in 08 and many still in 12, yet then went and voted for Donald Trump. And then, you know, there were the Obama 08s who didn't vote in 12 and then went and voted for Trump. And now we have people who voted for Trump who voted for Mamdani. You know, like, people move on. So, Owen, it will be a new, you know, it'll be a new coalition. It just won't look like this. Way off topic, Fulton said, when Werner von Braun, why is Werner von Braun probably the paperclip scientist most of us could name? I heard in a podcast that the paperclip scientist, Dr. Bert DeBus, was the senior flight director at Cape Canaveral during all the Operation Apollo, which, according to the person I heard talking about it, means he planned most of the moon landings. He wasn't a rocket scientist. His expertise dealt with plasma. Before he retires in Huntsville, Alabama, he was in charge of the NASA UFO desk. Interesting. This is not the disclosure I think we all wanted. I think that's fair to say. You know, the fact is, he released some files, but he did prove Giorgio Tsoukalos, the crazy hair guy in Ancient Aliens, totally right. They switched to another channel during those moon missions, and they talked about aliens, seeing aliens on the other side of the moon. They did. It's there. I'm not to get crazy off topic onto something else, but did you see that shit, Robert? It's actually, that shit was all legit. They switched to the other channel. There are photos. I mean, the transcripts are amazing. The astronauts are like, listen to me, Houston. I'm looking at a fucking thing, a craft. They're looking at us. They're like shadowing our movements. This isn't, and they're like, could it be debris or stardust? And he's like, are you retarded? This is something is here. It was crazy. I mean, Giorgio was right, man. He's been vindicated, like all those guys, including the one that just so happened to kill himself 2 weeks ago. Did you see that, David?
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes. He just so happened to kill himself, and he did a video 24 hours before that said, I am not suicidal. And here we are now. Interesting here. Interesting. Going on, Bob Good. Yeah, that was Robert's, Dread Robert's tweet. Bob Good gone. Yeah, Bob Good was a nice guy, too, and I understood why the president had issues with Bob Good, because, like, some of those conservatives really don't want to cut spending. They don't want to continue to blow up the government the way that, you know, it's like comes down to it. They want to
the biggest spender is going to end up being Donald John Trump.
That's happening.
He's going to spend more money than any president in American history.
That's going to happen, guys. I'm sorry to say it. I hate to tell you, but he's going to blow Barack Obama out of the map, over the map. Yep. I mean, he already got the CARES Act too. CARES Act 1 under his belt, which was the CARES Act. I'm sorry, who voted against the CARES Act?
Exactly.
Who was it?
Took out tonight.
The man that has been defeated tonight was the only one who voted against the CARES Act. Or at least the only Republican, I believe, right? All other Republicans voted for the CARES Act, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody else voted.
Something happened. I think locals got cut because I think we're out of time on locals. I think we hit the
6-hour max.
Yeah, we hit the 6 hour. I will go through the last ones. That was about JD specifically. I fully understand his position. He can do nothing without burning his relationship with the president for no gain. I'm done with Trump and the party, to Robert's point. Yeah, I think that There's a lot of you out there tonight. Vance doesn't have to, quote, turn on Trump. All he has to do is say, call me when you expect a tie. The Senate, I'm going home. Lay low, no interviews, and wait it out. That's the thing, too. Like, what would he do, Robert? Because, I mean, it would be, you don't go back to being a senator. I mean, do we have any examples of vice presidents going back to being a senator?
Not in the recent era.
That's a good question, though. That's a really good question. Not in the recent era, right?
Mondale didn't. Humphrey, I don't think Mondale did. I don't think Humphrey did. I know Vance didn't. If you go back before then, let's see. You'd have. Yeah, I don't. Not to my knowledge. No.
Oh, look at this. Oh, no. Joe Biden did not serve as a U.S. senator after their time as vice president. What are you talking about? John Adams.
Yeah, you have to go way, way back, right?
Yeah. John Adams he was vice president from 89 and 97. And then he became a senator in 79 until 89. Jefferson was vice president from 97 to 01. Yeah, but that was his term as a senator was before he was vice president. I'm talking about before, guys. Come on. What part about this?
Yeah, people who went from VP to the Senate. I don't remember anybody doing that.
That's it. John Adams is the only one. That's crazy. Oh, my God. John Adams was a senator. No, he was a senator before. No, he was a senator before. Yeah, nobody's done it.
You could try to go the governor's route. Nixon tried, and just lost the governor's race.
He just lost, yeah.
But you could try the governor's race, which his friend Vivek is going to, give him that opportunity by losing this cycle.
Unbelievable. I mean, really unbelievable.
They're going to turn the blue wall back into a blue wall.
They really are. That's what's happening here. They're turning the blue wall back into a blue wall, dude.
And the new South that the Democrats were always happy about is actually going to come to fruition.
Unbelievable. Dude, this is just unreal. I don't even know what this. I honestly, guys,
political suicide at scale. It took Israel to end the American empire.
Yeah, Israel first, baby. I mean, that's why they're called that. Well, it's 12:04, guys. Locals got cut off, so I think we're gonna wrap it. Again, do better in the next poll. I got a miss in 10 years. One miss in 10 years. What can I say? So kill me, bro. What are you gonna do? What do you got going on here, Robert? What are your final thoughts? Your closing thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, credit Thomas Massey. He stood by his principles. He ran a positive campaign. He stood up to the machine. Sometimes you fight the man and the man wins. Tonight, the man won. But I think it is, as Richard points out, a Pyrrhic victory. What it forecasts and foreshadows in the foundations of this election is that younger generations are not interested in the old establishment Republican Party or the old established methods and mechanisms of campaigning. And so the world is changing, but the earthquake that could have been tonight's result was just delayed rather than prohibited. And I think in the end, Massey will be just fine. May end up becoming governor out of all of this and having more impact and more consequence effect than he could going forward in a Congress that is going to be Democratic dominated very soon. That the big losers tonight is going to be ultimately the Republican Party and the Republican Party coalition, which just jettisoned one of the most popular people with a young part of its base, with the Maha part of its base, with the libertarian part of its base, with the fiscal conservative part of its base, with the Epstein accountability part of the base, with the anti-war part of the base. They just sent them packing. And in the end, it's probably going to be the Republican Party that sent itself packing tonight.
Yeah, I got nothing to add to that. I put that up there because I had a feeling that's where you were going, and that's what it comes down to. All they did was accelerate the end of their movement. That's all they did. I don't really see how you turn it around at this point. I just don't know. It's too much now. It's just too much. One thing on top of the other. I think I don't know, man. We're going to be doing a national poll really soon, by the way. And don't forget, like I said, it's out. I'm going on Tucker tomorrow. So we'll talk more about all of this and what it means tomorrow. All right. All right, brother. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, everybody.
You soon, guys. All the best. Taking it out. All right, guys. Have a great night. By the way, follow Robert on sportspicks.locals.com. If you don't follow me, of course, the best place right there is on Locals, peoplespundit.locals.com. On the gram at peoples_pundit. And that's the same thing on X. Right. And then wherever else. Sometimes you win some, you lose some. I had a good run. I had a good 10-year run. I definitely beat the 1 in 20 rule. All right. So and it's on a district. So it's not really that, if I missed a presidential election, I'd be apoplectic. You know what I'm saying? But I think the record still stands pretty damn good. We all get a miss sometimes. All right. Hope you guys have a great rest of the night. Like I said before, there's always white pilling to do. Things rise like Phoenix from the ashes. That's the way politics goes. I don't want to jip Locals too much here since I hit the 6-hour mark. So I'm going to keep those remarks brief to that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do more of this tomorrow. All right, later. You guys have a great night. And thanks for watching, and thanks for all the super chats. I did it without Laura.